The story opens on a battlefield where the once proud estate of a noble family lies in devastation. Flames consume the courtyards, and the air is thick with screams. Maids are slaughtered without mercy, some burned alive, others cut down as they flee. Even those who surrender are butchered where they stand. Amid the chaos, two blades collide. Sparks fly as the men exchange blows in a furious duel. One swings downward with all his strength, but the other meets the strike head on, eyes burning with rage. This is the Ragnar clan, a grand ducal house that defends the empire's northernmost frontier. For over 1,000 years, they have held their place as the great northern wolf. Their strength comes from a rare inheritance, the blood of dragons. Every descendant of the Ragnar bloodline is said to be blessed with extraordinary magical power, immense stamina, and natural mastery of the sword. Every descendant except the man currently fighting. As the duel reaches its end, the man takes a fatal blow across the chest and collapses to the ground, blood soaking the dirt. The robed figure standing before him remarks coldly that, even at the end, he never understood that some things can never be achieved, no matter how hard one tries. Struggling to breathe, the fallen man, Theo, demands to know what that means. The robed figure lowers his hood, revealing his face. It's Rendon. Theo stares at him in disbelief, asking why he's here. Rendon only smirks. He says watching Theo train day after day despite his lack of talent was pathetic, that no amount of effort could change what he was. Laughing, he mocks Theo's title, the imbecile of Ragnar, saying it suits him perfectly. Someone like him, Rendon adds, should have stayed hidden instead of pretending to be strong. Grinding his teeth, Theo accuses Rendon of betrayal, of pretending to be his sword instructor, teaching him worthless techniques, and then selling out the Rose Palace to their enemies. But before he can finish, Rendon's blade flashes. Theo's arm is severed, and a cry of agony echoes through the burning grounds. Rendon sighs, feigning disappointment, and asks why Theo blames him. Grabbing him by the head, he forces him to look around, the burning palace, the bodies of his kin, even his mother's corpse being dragged away. Coldly, he tells Theo that this is all his doing, that this massacre happened because he is the weakest of the Ragnar clan. In a family that worships strength, weakness has only one fate. Shattered by despair, Theo calls out Rendon's name, clutching his sword with his remaining hand. With a final cry, he charges forward. But before he can strike, another blade pierces through his chest, knocking him to the ground. The man who threw the sword tells Rendon to finish it quickly. Rendon nods lightly, saying he was just reminiscing and will be done soon. As Theo lies dying, he wonders if this is truly how it ends. He has achieved nothing in life, and now everything burns before his eyes. He regrets that, had he been born with talent, things might have been different. His body is swallowed by the flames. But just as his consciousness fades, a glowing status window appears before him, informing him that his trait, Ragnar's talent, has activated, returning him to his regression point. Theo's eyes snap open. He is no longer surrounded by fire, but standing once more on the training grounds, a wooden sword in his hands. Across from him stands Rendon, smiling faintly as he says they should end the lesson for today. Theo stares at him, stunned and disoriented. Rendon remarks that Theo seems unusually distracted. Still reeling, Theo can't comprehend what's happening. He just watched himself die. And yet here he is again, facing the same man who betrayed him. For a moment, he wonders if death itself is playing tricks on him. Then, without warning, another status window appears before his eyes, a tutorial quest flashing in bright letters. It instructs him to punch Rendon. Theo stares in disbelief at the glowing window before him, then glances toward Rendon, unsure if what he's seeing is real or just a hallucination. It doesn't seem like Rendon can see the strange display. Rendon notices Theo's odd expression and asks if something's wrong, but Theo, still dazed, simply drops his wooden sword. For a moment, he wonders if this might be some sort of divine gift, a final chance to release his frustration before death truly takes him. With that thought, he clenches his fist and suddenly swings, punching Rendon square in the face. To his surprise, Rendon doesn't even flinch. The impact feels pitifully weak. Theo blinks in confusion, muttering to himself about how realistic this dream feels. Frustration bubbled up within Theo as his punches felt weak, even in a dream. But then Rendon grabbed his sword and swung it at Theo, sending him stumbling back a few steps. Rendon sighs, clearly understanding Theo's outburst. He tells him that with the awakening ceremony approaching, it must be difficult to accept the lack of progress despite all his effort. The mention of the ceremony startles Theo, but he remains silent as Rendon continues to lecture him about keeping his emotions under control. Rendon reminds him that as a member of the Ragnar clan, he should place his faith in his sword, not his fists. With that, he turns and walks away, leaving Theo standing there in silence. Around him, the other trainees burst into laughter. They mock him openly, jeering that the talentless Theo actually dared to strike his instructor. Some scoff that even for an illegitimate child, his incompetence is embarrassing for the Ragnar name. Theo kneels, grabbing a handful of sand from the ground, the grains slipping between his fingers as he tries to understand what's happening. The pain, the heat, the texture, everything feels too vivid, too real. And then the realization hits him. This isn't a flashback. A chill runs down his spine as he pieces it together. The awakening ceremony hasn't happened yet. It's still 10 years away. Somehow, he has returned to his 17-year-old self. How is this possible? He thinks, stunned. Before he can dwell on it further, the status window flashes again before his eyes, congratulating him for completing the tutorial quest. It announces that Ragnar's talent has activated and asks if he would like to claim his reward. After a brief hesitation, Theo raises his trembling hand and selects yes. At once, a powerful surge courses through his chest, as though the ancient blessing of his ancestors is awakening inside him. His body trembles, filled with an overwhelming energy he's never felt before. The window informs him that his reward has been received, and that all his stats will now increase at an extraordinary rate. Blinding light envelops him, forcing him to shield his eyes. Theo can barely comprehend what's happening as another message appears in front of him. A new quest has begun. The scene moves to the Rose Palace, its grand architecture untouched, radiating quiet elegance. Inside, a figure sets down a teacup, speaking matter-of-factly about the events unfolding. Nearby, Rendon is engaged in conversation, remarking on how rarely he encounters someone so utterly devoid of natural talent. Rendon Harvey, his full name, explains that his presence is intentional. He is here to serve as a real teacher, to prepare Theo for the upcoming awakening ceremony in 5 months. The woman he addresses is Cecilia, the matriarch of the Rose Palace and Theo's mother. Cecilia presses a small bag of gold into his hands, requesting that he dedicate more attention to Theo. Rendon offers polite assurances that he will train Theo day and night, yet beneath his composed exterior, he silently chuckles at the deceit he has planned. Alone with his thoughts, Rendon contemplates Theo's utter lack of promise. He scorns both mother and son, dismissing Cecilia as a mere concubine and suggesting that her bloodline, like her son, has no future. His eyes drift to the gold, and a wry smile forms. The pay is generous, yes, but the real reward lies in his title, tutor to the direct line of the Ragnar clan. By feeding information about Theo and holding back his growth, Rendon has secured his own rise. To him, Theo is nothing but a stepping stone to greater power. Just as he leans back, content with his scheming, he notices a small figure sprinting down the corridor. Theo rushes forward without a glance at him. Annoyed, Rendon clicks his tongue and calls out a mocking insult, but Theo ignores it entirely, driven by a different urgency. He bursts into his mother's room, flinging himself into her arms. Surprised, Cecilia asks if he is exhausted from training, her words faltering as she senses the raw emotion in his embrace. Tears flow freely down Theo's face. The reality strikes him. He has truly returned 10 years into the past. Memories of his mother's lifeless body, of his own helplessness, crash over him, a sharp reminder of the failure he once was. But this time, he will not remain powerless. He clings to her, sobbing with relief and determination. Every tear fuels a single resolve to change the future. Though he is still weak and unknown, the status window offers him hope, a chance to forge strength where none existed before. Theo vows silently. He will survive the coming succession war, grow strong enough to stand unshaken, and exact revenge on Rendon for all the pain of his past life. The status window blinks, presenting his next task. Quest: push your body beyond its limits. Progress: 0%. Night falls, and Theo is already at the training grounds, sprinting with relentless energy. Every step is driven by the burning desire to surpass his former self and to one day defeat Rendon. His current body is weak, yes, but his mind recalls the knowledge from his previous life. Intelligence gathered while working for Black Word, the Empire's covert agency. Though once he had been limited by his frail frame, now he remembers the Bloody Sword Emperor's elixir and its secret manual, a method capable of transforming his body beyond ordinary limits. With Ragnar's talent activated, his once impossible training is now within reach. As Theo pushes himself further, his determination and stamina draw the attention of the other trainees. Whispers of surprise ripple through the grounds, astonished by the boy's sudden endurance and unyielding drive. Theo pushed himself harder than ever, now more than halfway toward his goal at 65%. Days melted into nights, but he showed no signs of slowing, tirelessly circling the training grounds, sword in hand, muscles screaming, yet refusing to yield. Evelyn, the manager of the training grounds, watched quietly from a distance. She yawned, perplexed, wondering how someone once mocked as the imbecile of Ragnar could display such unyielding drive and stamina. With every passing day, Theo inched closer to perfection. At 97%, his determination burned like a flame, but his body groaned under the strain. He recalled the previous night, when after reaching 90%, he had rested, only to discover his progress had regressed. Rest was now a luxury he could not afford. He had no choice but to push beyond every limit. For 2 days straight, Theo refused to pause. Every swing of his sword, every circuit of the training ground became an act of sheer willpower. Sweat poured, lungs burned, and his body cried out in protest, but he pressed on relentlessly, teeth clenched, eyes blazing, refusing to stop until the final goal was within reach. Finally, staggering to the edge of collapse, he watched the progress bar tick from 99% to 100%. Relief surged through him like a tidal wave. The status window appeared, heralding his success in completing the second tutorial quest. His reward? A dragon's heart. And, as a bonus for his astonishing speed, he received 10 years worth of magical power from his past life. Exhausted beyond measure, Theo collapsed to the ground, barely able to lift a hand. The status window prompted him to claim his rewards. Hands trembling, he accepted, and an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through him. A brilliant blue aura flared around his body, rippling across the training ground. Evelyn, observing from afar, froze in awe, feeling the shock waves of power emanating from him. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in a bed, disoriented. Glancing around, he wondered where he was, until Evelyn entered, reassuring him. She explained that he was in the break room of training ground number 4. Even a Ragnar, she noted, would collapse if they pushed themselves as hard as he had. She reminded him that he had passed out during his morning training session, and so she had moved him here to rest. Theo thanked her quietly, still fatigued but grateful. Yet Evelyn's curiosity remained. She offered him a drink, then delivered a revelation that made him pause. Within the Ragnar clan, she explained, opening one's mana hall before the awakening ceremony was strictly forbidden. Theo acknowledged the rule calmly and drank, but Evelyn's probing continued, emphasizing the grave consequences of breaking it. She asked directly if he understood what happens when a mana hall is opened prematurely. Theo, startled, hesitated, unsure where she was going. Evelyn revealed that just before he lost consciousness, a surge of mana had been detected, the kind that only occurs when a mana hall opens. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief. Her gaze sharpened. "Did you really open it?" she demanded. Theo's voice faltered as he tried to deflect, insisting that if he had, he wouldn't have survived. But then it hit him. The dragon's heart he had received as a reward wasn't just a prize. It was a vessel capable of housing a mana hall. With it, his mana flowed far more efficiently than any ordinary human could manage. Ordinarily, warriors of the Ragnar clan coveted a dragon's heart for the immense power it could bestow. Yet none had ever been able to overcome the natural limits of its power, until now. Theo couldn't help but be astonished by the sheer strength granted to him through the quest's rewards. Yet, that same power had put him in a troublesome position, especially with Evelyn. Evelyn was once one of the Empire's finest sword masters, a woman whose name carried weight on every battlefield. Even after losing her left arm and stepping down from active duty, she remained respected as the overseer of the training grounds. In her prime, she had commanded the white armored dragon cavalry, and her skill was so extraordinary that even the unit's own demon dragon had admired her. She was known not for her rank or ferocity, but for her unshakable principles. Evelyn judged no one by their strength or status. Honesty and conviction mattered more to her than power or pedigree. Theo considered his next words carefully. He remembered all too well the time she had demoted him without hesitation when he'd once acted rigid and prideful. If she ever discovered his mana hall, she would not hesitate to execute him. Even now, a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He wondered if she truly had it in her to do it, and what might happen if she didn't. Then, recalling her personality, a thought came to him. Her very sense of duty could be turned to his advantage. Taking a steady breath, Theo told her he, too, was an heir of Ragnar. If word spread that she had made false accusations against a member of the family, it would be seen as a grave insult to their name. Evelyn paused at that, conceding that he was correct. According to the code, that would indeed be true. Theo pressed further, asking if she remembered the punishment for disgracing a Ragnar heir. She answered without hesitation, execution. He nodded with a faint smile, saying it was good she knew the rules. Then, with quiet confidence, he invited her to verify it herself. Her brows drew together. His boldness was unexpected, but she stood by her instincts. She was certain of what she had felt earlier, a surge of mana. Drawing power into her remaining hand, she apologized as she began her inspection, reminding him that rules were rules, even for a Ragnar. She focused her mana, scanning his abdomen for any trace of a mana hall, and found nothing. Her expression faltered. Confusion crossed her face as she muttered to herself that there wasn't one. Theo, calm as ever, asked whether she had still sensed it or not. Realization struck her like a blow. In a rush of guilt, Evelyn dropped to her knees, begging him to take her life for her mistake. She declared that her misjudgment had dishonored him and offered her life in atonement. Theo could only smile to himself. Of course, she found nothing. There was no mana hall to find. What he possessed wasn't a mere human core, but a dragon heart, something far beyond ordinary understanding. Where a mana hall allowed one to control mana freely, a dragon heart could conceal it entirely. And since no one in this era knew such a thing was even possible, Evelyn could never have imagined it. Resting a hand on her shoulder, Theo told her there was no need for guilt. He admired her steadfastness, how few people in this world would risk their life for the truth, even when confronting a noble. As he watched her, he realized having someone like Evelyn, principled, strong, and now indebted to him, could become an invaluable advantage. The rule forbidding the creation of a mana hall before the awakening ceremony existed to prevent mana overflow. And yet, seeing how genuinely she had worried for him, even though he was the unwanted bastard of the Ragnar line, stirred an unexpected warmth within him. He thanked her sincerely for caring for him after he had collapsed, then turned and walked away, leaving Evelyn frozen in disbelief, wondering what had just transpired. Theo reflects that with the dragon heart and the magic power he carried over from his previous life, his growth will soon become unstoppable. A few days pass, and once again, Rendon's voice rings out across the training grounds. He shouts at Theo to swing farther to the right, his tone edged with irritation. Each repetition grows louder, his patience wearing thin as he complains about having to explain such a simple movement again and again. Theo, however, couldn't care less. Outwardly, he plays the part of the clumsy student, but beneath the surface, he is sharpening both body and mind. The act is tiresome, yet necessary. Still, Rendon's constant nagging begins to grate on him. Theo's gaze hardens. He knows exactly what's happening. Rendon is deliberately feeding him flawed techniques, trying to make him appear useless in front of others. It's becoming clear that Rendon isn't acting alone. Someone else is pulling the strings. Perhaps even the same hand responsible for Theo's death in his previous life. Whoever it is, Theo intends to find out. With that thought, he calls out to Rendon. The instructor snaps, warning that talking during lessons is forbidden. Theo ignores the order. His patience finally breaks as he declares that he can't listen to such worthless drivel any longer. In one swift motion, he snaps his wooden sword in two. He demands to know how a man with such pathetic swordsmanship could possibly hold the rank of a mid-level swordsman. His voice sharpens with accusation. He claims Rendon was sent only to keep him under watch and sneers that the man wouldn't even last against a low-ranked demonic beast. Rendon's expression darkens. He growls for Theo to repeat himself. Theo steps forward, unflinching, mocking him again, saying his swordsmanship is trash and that he'll make sure Rendon loses his position as his instructor. Rendon's anger turns cold and dangerous. Inside, he realizes that if the situation gets any worse, he'll have no choice but to report back to the one controlling him. The scene shifts to the Chameleon Palace, where a man bursts into a lavish room, shouting for someone named Axion. He breathlessly announces that the bastard of Ragnar is planning to duel his master next week. Axion lounges in his chair, swirling a drink in one hand, listening with mild disinterest as the man continues, speculating that Theo might end up crippled after the fight. Without a word, Axion flicks his wrist and hurls the glass. It strikes the man squarely in the head, knocking him out instantly. Known as the Dark Tiger among the four hounds of the North, Axion mutters that it makes no difference if some fool ends up crippled. Sitting beside him is Remington Narrow, the silver lion of the same group, who remains silent, observing quietly. Moments later, another man enters the room, Ed Troyvon, one of the 9 dragons, also called the Sky Dragon. He warns that ignoring small matters can be dangerous. Axion waves him off, arguing that the only people worth worrying about are those with real talent. Ed counters, saying that even the smallest spark can turn into a wildfire when it involves the Ragnar family. Axion, however, remains calm, certain that their instructor will take care of the problem before it spreads. A week later, back at the training grounds, the day of the duel arrives. The yard buzzes with laughter and chatter as trainees gather, eager to watch. Some doubt Theo's ability to last even a minute. Among them, Evelyn stands quietly, concern written across her face. Theo lifts his blade, exhaling slowly. Things have spiraled far beyond what he planned. He only meant to humiliate Rendon, get him dismissed, nothing more. But now, the duel has drawn a crowd and turned into an event. The noise around him fades as he steadies his breathing. All that matters now is revenge. A week ago, Theo confronted Rendon head-on, his patience at its limit. He told him bluntly that he was a shitty-ass teacher and declared he was fired, ordering him to get out of his sight. Rendon protested, saying he couldn't accept it and that his contract period was far from over. But Theo didn't stop walking. He simply reminded him that as his employer, he could fire him anytime he wanted. His memories burn in the back of his mind, stirring a violent urge to kill Rendon outright. But he forces the feeling down. He knows he still isn't strong enough. For now, he'll hold back, gather information, and learn more about the man and the one behind him. Across the field, Rendon studies Theo carefully. A grim realization crosses his face. This, whatever Theo is planning, could spell trouble for him. If he gets fired like this, his entire mission will end in failure. Desperate, he pleads with Theo, insisting that such an act goes against the rules and could even lead to a tribunal. At that very moment, the status window appears before Theo, displaying the message for the tutorial quest. It said, "Fight and win against Rendon." Before the tension can rise further, Evelyn steps in, her voice calm but firm. She says she has an idea. They should settle this the Ragnar way. A knowing smile crosses her face. Theo looks at her, asking if she means by the rule of the strong. Evelyn nods. Exactly that. She proposes a sword duel to determine the outcome. If they resolve it through combat, Rendon won't have to face the tribunal, and the result will be final. The victor's will shall decide everything. Rendon bursts into laughter, clearly pleased by the suggestion. He thinks it's an excellent idea, confident that will only work in his favor. Evelyn then proposes that the match be held 1 week from now. Theo hesitates, taken aback by the short timeline. Evelyn chuckles lightly, asking if that schedule is acceptable to him. Trying not to show his unease, Theo answers with confidence, even though he knows deep down that a week is far from enough. He cannot possibly defeat Rendon yet. The scene shifts to a week later. The training grounds buzz with chatter as the trainees gather, excited for the upcoming duel. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Many claim they've heard that Theo can barely swing a sword properly. One trainee scoffs at the rumor, saying it's hard to believe. After all, Theo is still a Ragnar. His friend laughs and replies that if Theo were just an ordinary member of the clan, no one would care. But since he's the heir to the Ragnar bloodline, there's no way he could possibly lose to a mid-ranked swordsman like Rendon. As both men step into the arena, tension fills the air. Before the duel begins, Rendon offers Theo one last chance. He tells him that if he apologizes now, he'll pretend none of this ever happened. There's no need to risk his life over something as trivial as pride. Theo smirks and replies that those are the very words Rendon should be saying. If he doesn't want to end up as a one-armed swordsman, he should accept that he's been dismissed. Rendon's expression darkens. Fury twists across his face as he snarls that Theo is really going to keep up this act until the end. He says he had planned to overlook it out of pity, but now he sees that won't do. He'll kill Theo and simply call it an accident. Since the outcome is already decided, he claims there's no issue in doing so. The duel begins. Rendon confidently offers Theo the first strike, convinced that victory is already his. Theo rushes forward and their swords clash with a ringing echo. The trainees watching are instantly captivated, their eyes following every move. But it quickly becomes clear that Rendon is overpowering Theo. Theo seems barely able to handle his sword, constantly on the defensive. Each strike from Rendon drives him further back. At this rate, he might not survive. All he can do is block and endure Rendon's relentless assault. Rendon let out a cruel, mocking laugh, asking what had happened to Theo's confidence. His tone was filled with contempt as he ridiculed Theo for daring to look down on him when he couldn't even put up a fight. In Rendon's eyes, the result of their battle had been obvious from the start. Theo, after all, wasn't even a proper swordsman, only an apprentice. Though his swordsmanship had shown some curious improvement in recent days, it still fell far short of what was needed. Rendon believed that if Theo had somehow reached the level of one of the four hounds of the North, things might have been different. But to him, there was no way the so-called imbecile of Ragnar could ever defeat him. The scene shifts to the past, a flashback to when Theo had confronted Evelyn about her idea of arranging the duel. He had questioned her decision, unable to understand what she was thinking. Evelyn had calmly explained that it was meant as a gesture of goodwill, something done for his own sake. If Theo truly wanted to sever ties with Rendon, she said, then he needed to do it properly. Simply dismissing Rendon would not be enough, especially since there seemed to be someone influential supporting him from the shadows. Theo had been taken aback by her certainty and asked how she knew all this. Evelyn explained that she had grown suspicious after watching Rendon's teaching methods. The way he instructed Theo, his exaggerated movements and unnatural form, had seemed odd and inefficient. Because of that, she had ordered someone to investigate him, wondering where such a poor instructor could have come from. As Theo recalled this, he realized that in his previous life, Evelyn had never uncovered Rendon's true nature. It must have been the earlier incident with his mana hall that drew her attention this time. He remembered her calmly setting down her teacup as she revealed what her investigation had found. Every trace of Rendon's background led back to one place, the Camellia Palace. The revelation had shocked Theo. He had asked whether this was connected to the wretched internal war for the throne, his anger rising with every word. But he had forced himself to calm down, realizing how thorough Evelyn's discovery was. Despite that, he admitted that with his current strength, defeating Rendon seemed impossible. He had asked her what she planned to do next. Evelyn had only smiled at that, saying that he was underestimating his own potential. The memory fades, and we return to the present moment. Rendon, now growing desperate, charges at Theo with reckless rage. His movements are wild and unrestrained, each swing heavier than the last. He tries to taunt Theo, saying that if he were to kneel now, he might still be forgiven. With that, he brings his sword down with full force. But Theo meets the blow effortlessly, his stance unshaken, not even showing strain. Rendon falters mid-strike, confusion flashing across his face. Something feels wrong, terribly wrong. Theo shouldn't be this strong. Yet every attack he makes is blocked with ease. The opponent before him doesn't move like the same weak man he once mocked. Driven by disbelief, Rendon grows frantic, attacking faster and harder, but it makes no difference. Theo's defense remains calm, precise, and unyielding. From the edge of the training ground, Remington and the other trainees watch in stunned silence. One of them whispers that Theo isn't being pushed back at all. He's actually holding his own. Among them, Evelyn watches quietly with her usual calm smile. She had told Theo earlier that just a week of her personal training would be enough to surpass someone like Rendon, who was nothing more than a fraud wearing the title of instructor. Theo, now completely in control of the fight, allows himself a faint grin. Everything had turned out exactly as planned. Gaining Evelyn's debt had proven far more valuable than he'd expected. Still, there was one question that had continued to trouble him. Something he had asked her during their earlier conversation. He had wanted to know why she was helping him so much. Evelyn had admitted that part of her motivation came from what had happened before. But she also mentioned knowing someone who was obsessed with gathering talented individuals. Someone who took great interest in promising people like him. Back in the present, Rendon's confidence finally begins to crumble. His thoughts spin in confusion. Theo wasn't supposed to have any talent. Could he have been hiding his true ability all along? The idea shakes him to his core. Then Theo's voice breaks through his panic. In a calm but piercing tone, he demands to know who is backing Rendon. The question catches Rendon completely off guard, and he stammers, pretending not to understand what Theo means. Theo doesn't buy it. He points out that Rendon had been giving him worthless sword lessons on purpose, and then remarks that perhaps this had something to do with the Camellia Palace. The moment the palace's name is spoken, Rendon freezes. A chill runs down his spine. How could Theo possibly know that? Theo notices the reaction and smiles faintly, satisfied. He tells Rendon that his silence has already given him the answer. Then, stepping closer, Theo's tone darkens as he asks one last question. Whether Rendon has ever known what it feels like to have his arm cut off. In an instant, Theo lunged forward, swinging his blade toward Rendon's arm. Before Rendon could react, his arm was severed, mirroring the fate Theo had suffered in his past life. Horror flooded Rendon's eyes as he watched his own arm fly through the air, drifting farther and farther away. He looked up at Theo in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Remington, too, standing nearby, was equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. Rendon collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Theo's gaze remained cold and unyielding as he stared down at him. I've definitely gotten stronger, Theo thought, a sense of determination surging through him. And I still have so much room to grow. Recalling the words that had haunted him before his death in his previous life, Theo spoke, his voice steady. He reminded Rendon of the blame he had once shouldered. It's your fault this has happened. Rendon's panic was palpable. What are you talking about? He cried, voice shaking. Theo simply readied his blade. It's your fault you're dying here today, he declared. Of all the Ragnars who uphold the rule of the strong, you are the weakest. Those were the exact words Rendon had once spat at Theo, moments before ending his life. Desperation filled Rendon's voice as he shouted, "Wait!" But it was too late. With one swift, decisive strike, Theo decapitated him. Rendon's final vision was his own body, severed from his head. With that, Theo completed his third tutorial quest. The trainees looked on in shock, unable to believe that an apprentice swordsman like Theo had just defeated a mid-tier opponent such as Rendon. Whispered murmurs rippled through the crowd. How did he do that? Theo, however, simply stared down at Rendon's corpse, a look of disdain on his face. So weak, he muttered under his breath, disgusted by how he had suffered at this man's hands in his previous life. But now, everything was different. A system window popped up, notifying him that in addition to completing the quest, he had earned an extra reward, a new ability called observation. Along with it, he regained a year's worth of magic power. Confused yet intrigued, Theo wondered what the observation ability entailed. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing directly behind him with an explosion of aura that shattered the ground beneath his feet. Theo turned to see Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. His overwhelming presence filled the air, an aura so immense that Theo's heart began to pound. How long has he been watching? Theo thought, awestruck. Even Evelyn, normally calm and collected, could not hide her annoyance at the dramatic entrance. Does he really have to destroy the floor every time? She muttered under her breath. Julius approached, his eyes glowing a deep crimson. Theo braced himself, expecting the worst, but instead, Julius burst into laughter, slapping Theo hard on the back. "That was exhilarating," he boomed, his voice carrying across the training ground. He praised Theo's talent, even remarking that he had surpassed his master. Still reeling from everything, Theo could only stare as Julius placed a hand on his shoulder. "Join the white armored dragon cavalry," Julius said, leaving him completely stunned. Evelyn, however, had anticipated this outcome. The trainees, on the other hand, were utterly speechless. There was no way the imbecile of Ragnar had been scouted by the white armored dragon cavalry. They whispered among themselves, disbelief written across their faces. No matter how well he had fought, such a thing seemed impossible. Remington broke the stunned silence, addressing one of the trainees. He asked if there had ever been a case of an apprentice swordsman, one who hadn't even undergone the awakening ceremony, being scouted. The trainee shook his head. He had never heard of such a thing. Remington confirms that it's impossible to accurately gauge someone's potential while their mana hall remains sealed. Even if their swordsmanship is exceptional, their magical ability could still be lacking. He admits that no matter how remarkable Julius's intuition is, even he cannot be completely certain of a person's true capabilities. Yet somehow, it seems that Julius sees something in Theo that others cannot. Remington wonders what kind of potential Julius might have perceived in Theo, and even speculates whether the commander himself might take a personal interest in him. Theo, however, firmly declines the offer, his expression stern and unwavering. Julius is left stunned, unable to speak, as is Remington. Evelyn, in disbelief, drops her cigarette. The arena falls into a heavy, tense silence. Soon, rumors begin circulating among the trainees. Some speculate that Theo refused Julius's offer because he believed his skills were not yet sufficient. After all, it is rare to see a Ragnar display such humility. The gossip spreads rapidly through the ranks. Meanwhile, at Camellia Palace, a woman comments on how complicated matters have become, expressing disbelief over Rendon's death. She is revealed to be Emil Ragnar, the lady of Camellia Palace. Her brother, Ed, reassures her, reminding her that Rendon was not assigned because of exceptional talent. Emil brushes off the loss, claiming it is of little concern to them. She explains that Julius, the demon dragon himself, personally reached out to Theo and that Evelyn had orchestrated it. This means they cannot interfere by assigning Theo a new master. If Theo begins attracting too much attention, it'll be much harder for them to take control of the Rose Palace. Right then, Axion entered. Axion questions Emil's concern over Theo standing out, suggesting that the clan head would take little notice of him anyway, and that their plan should continue as normal. Emil counters, reminding him that their best chance of controlling the Rose Palace without provoking the clan leader is to keep Theo weak and powerless. Axion agrees, noting that Theo is still powerless and questioning how much impact someone like him could have. After all, Evelyn and Julius have always shown favor to underdogs. Ed, however, remains unconvinced, warning Axion that they should have instructed Rendon to exercise greater caution. Axion dismisses Ed's worries, claiming that their mother and uncle are simply overprotective, and boldly announces that he will personally visit Theo to remind him of his place. Back at the training grounds, Evelyn compliments Theo on his performance. Theo thanks her, acknowledging that training under a true master has made all the difference. Evelyn teases him, suggesting it would have been even better if he had joined the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, and asks why he turned down the opportunity. Theo admits that a small part of him regrets refusing, since joining Julius's cavalry had been a dream in his previous life. Still, he believes that joining now would be premature and unnecessary. He points out that the privileges awarded to the top performer at the awakening ceremony far surpass the benefits of simply joining the cavalry. He confides that he does not seek special treatment and is content to continue training under her guidance until the ceremony. Evelyn, satisfied with his answer, remarks that Julius would not be disappointed either. Theo activates his newly acquired skill, observation, to analyze Evelyn. Instantly, he uncovers details about her age, title, rank, and even her admiration for his humility and character. Theo reflects that this skill will be incredibly useful and feels confident he can leverage it to his advantage. As he continues scanning her status, something unusual catches his attention. Her profile notes that she misses the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo raises an eyebrow, intrigued by this revelation. Before he can dwell on it further, a man approaches and introduces himself as Sybil from the Southern Inspection Post. He tells Theo that he has something important to discuss. Finding him slightly intimidating, Theo activates observation on Sybil and is immediately taken aback. Sybil's title is revealed as the dunce of the Southern Inspection Post, yet his demeanor is brimming with enthusiasm and excitement. He admits he longs to cross swords with Theo, though the intensity of his gaze leaves Theo feeling unsettled. At that moment, the final tutorial quest begins. Discard the imbecile of Ragnar. Sybil pleads with Theo, confessing that in the past he had dismissed him, fully convinced that the title of Ragnar's imbecile was well-deserved. Theo briefly considers striking him down on the spot, but Sybil continues, explaining that he has been observing Theo's efforts all along. He notes how tirelessly Theo trains, day in and day out, harder than anyone else. Sybil goes on to say that after witnessing Theo's performance against Rendon and learning that Julius himself invited him, Theo has now become his idol. He recalls being on the verge of giving up, crushed by his own label as the idiot of the Southern Inspection Post, but seeing Theo's determination inspired him to persevere. Desperate, he begs for the chance to spar with Theo. Theo, initially skeptical, uses observation once again to verify Sybil's sincerity. To his surprise, Sybil's admiration is genuine. Reflecting on the reactions of others, Theo realizes that after defeating Rendon and gaining Julius's attention, he had expected challengers driven by jealousy. Instead, he finds individuals who genuinely wish to follow him. For the first time, he feels that perhaps some pride still lingers within the Ragnar family members. Recognizing the importance of loyal allies if he is to rise to the position of clan head, Theo sees this as an opportunity. This final tutorial quest allows him to shed the unwanted title of Ragnar Imbecile, a name he was never able to escape in his previous life. Theo asks Evelyn for permission to spar with Sybil. She agrees, encouraging him to showcase his skills. The two take their positions, formally introducing themselves and their masters. Evelyn smiles warmly as Theo proudly names her as his master. Sybil introduces himself in turn, revealing that he wields the swordsmanship of the core clan, specializing in the quick sword. He exudes excitement for the match. The duel begins. Sybil charges with a rapid flurry of strikes, each one intended to overwhelm Theo, but Theo blocks them effortlessly. Impressed, Sybil comments on Theo's speed, noting that despite his reputation, he moves remarkably fast. He proudly adds that even though he himself was labeled the fool of the Southern Inspection Post, he takes great pride in his agility. Yet, as expected, Theo's skill surpasses all expectations. He fends off every attack with ease, demonstrating that his abilities are genuine and far beyond what his reputation suggests. Theo thinks back to his previous life and realizes how weak he would have been in this situation. Back then, even a handful of hits like these would have left him staggering. Now, though, everything is different. With a single precise swing, he sends Sybil flying across the training ground, crashing into a wall with a sickening thud, enough to make him vomit. Sybil, still stunned, scrambles to his feet and thanks Theo for the spar, admitting that the fight taught him more than he expected. Theo glances at the reflection in his sword and wonders if he can use observation on himself. When he focuses, a window of his own stats opens up. He sees his title, his talents, and a few locked abilities that Red Access had blocked. Level 1. Still level 1, though some parts of his profile are hidden. He studies the numbers. His magic power is surprisingly high, likely a remnant of the dragon magic from his previous life. But his luck stat is negative, a stark reminder of the misfortune he's carried before. He mutters to himself, realizing his past hardships may have been influenced by this. Determined, he decides that raising his luck will be a priority. As he contemplates, Theo notices a circle of trainees has formed around him. Confused, he looks up, only for Evelyn to explain. Even a weaker Rendon was a mid-tier swordsman. Now that Theo has defeated him and gained the commander's approval, the clan's reaction is predictable: envy or admiration. The trainees here clearly belong to the latter. Whispers ripple through the group. Many confess that if they had faced Theo as Sybil did, they doubt they could have blocked even a single strike. The energy in the air changes. It's alive, hungry for combat. Several trainees express their desire to spar with him next. Feeling slightly overwhelmed, Theo calls forward a young man he recognizes. The trainee's eyes widen in surprise. Theo actually knows his name. Theo bows politely and says he looks forward to a fair fight. The man introduces himself. Eod, the third son of Viscount Nalan and a student of double ascension swordsmanship. Theo returns the formality with his own introduction, expressing his hope for a challenging match. Their swords collide repeatedly, sparks flying as they exchange strikes. With every clash, Theo's swordsmanship skill grows. As Eod prepares a powerful strike aimed at Theo's neck, Theo moves with calm precision, deflecting the attack and disarming Eod in a single motion. His skill rises again. Eod, stunned, admits his defeat. Theo gains his respect, and with it, a boost to his luck stat. He realizes that his luck seems to be tied to the reputation he earns. Each victory strengthens his resolve and feeds his determination to keep challenging others. Theo's goal crystallizes: fight as many opponents as possible, grow stronger, and test his limits. Over time, he earns the approval of numerous others, including Benat Romero, Eric, Manfred, and Manuel. Each duel, no matter how brief, increases his luck incrementally. After countless sparring matches, fatigue begins to weigh on him, yet his eagerness remains. He checks his quest progress. Despite the many fights, his completion percentage has barely moved. He reasons that most of his opponents already respected him, meaning future growth will require facing stronger adversaries or those who doubt him. At that moment, Remington approaches, noting the strain on Theo's face. He asks if Theo is all right. Theo shakes his head, saying he'll rest later, not now. Then, to his surprise, Remington steps forward to challenge him, revealing himself as the famed Silver Lion. Theo's eyes widen in disbelief, and the crowd around him murmurs in shock. Standing before him is Remington, one of the legendary Four Hounds of the North, a title reserved for the most formidable members of the Ragnar clan's awakening generation. Remington steps forward and formally introduces himself. He explains that he has come to test the swordsmanship of his fellow Ragnar before the awakening ceremony. With calm confidence, he shares a glimpse of his capabilities, his unparalleled skill with the sword, heightened senses, and tireless dedication to mastery. Even now, his status clearly marks Theo as a rival he did not expect. Theo straightens and responds with respect, giving his full name and lineage. He is the 31st son of Kyle Ragnar, the great guardian of the North. He humbly expresses that it is an honor to face someone as renowned as Remington. Without delay, their duel begins. Steel meets steel, and sparks fly from each collision. The intensity of the fight pushes Theo's quest progress forward. Their blades grind against one another, but in a sudden, heart-stopping moment, fragments of Theo's sword splinter and scatter across the arena. Remington stands unfazed, having broken his opponent's weapon. Shock ripples through the spectators. Evelyn scowls, clearly displeased, while the trainees gape in disbelief. Sybil struggles to reconcile what he has just witnessed. Then, unexpectedly, Remington bows his head and admits defeat, declaring that the victory is his opponent's. Confusion spreads among the onlookers, and Remington explains Theo's sword was already worn, and fatigue from previous battles had weighed heavily on him. Theo's expression remains calm as he points out the truth. In an actual fight, no opponent would pause or grant mercy. Once his blade shattered, the duel was over. A silent understanding passes between them. They exchange a nod and shake hands, acknowledging each other's strength. For Theo, this moment brings a tangible reward, a 5% increase in quest completion. Even Evelyn, despite her initial irritation, cannot hide a trace of satisfaction. As the dust settles, Theo reflects on the encounter. Remington's strength is staggering, far beyond what Theo has achieved, even with his new talents and secret techniques. Though the duel was brief, it has left him wiser, and he feels his luck and reputation rise considerably. Then Remington surprises him further. He did not come merely to duel. He formally invites Theo to join the Scaled Dragon Society, an elite and highly selective group. Sybil, overhearing, is visibly astonished and emphasizes the prestige of the society. Theo contemplates the offer. The society is a place dominated by power and influence, where he is usually looked down upon. Here, however, lies an opportunity, a chance to advance his quest, gain experience, and observe influential figures up close. Without hesitation, he accepts, recognizing the chance to gather intelligence on the Camellia Palace as well. Later, back at the Rose Palace, Cecilia bursts into Theo's room, brimming with excitement. She congratulates him on the invitation and explains the stakes. With powerful figures in attendance, every detail of his appearance and conduct will be under scrutiny. Taking matters into her own hands, she measures him meticulously, preparing him for the event. With a confident smile, she reminds Theo that as a former actress, she knows exactly how to help him make a strong and lasting impression. Theo's mind drifts back to his previous life, to memories he had tried to bury. He remembers the weight his mother carried, the guilt she bore for having a son labeled the child of a concubine. The Ragnar clan had been harsh and unforgiving, leaving them little room for mercy or forgiveness. He imagines the struggle it must have been for her, raising a boy who could never seem to meet expectations. Hugging her tightly in his mind, he vows that every step he takes from now on will be for both of them. With that determination, he steels himself. He will crush the scaled dragon society. The scene shifts to the night of the banquet. Outside a grand carriage, Remington waits, and his surprise is evident when he sees Theo approaching. Theo strides forward confidently, dressed in sharp attire, and gives Remington a self-assured smile. Remington blinks, astonished. He asks if it's really Theo. He looks like a completely different person. They share a laugh, and Remington gestures for him to enter the venue. Theo allows a small smile and admits Remington is right. He's taller, stronger, and more refined after 2 weeks of relentless training. Remington had visited every day, forging a closer bond between them. Theo has also gathered a small group of followers, though he can't help but notice that most of them look like slight variations of the same person, differing only in hairstyle. Evelyn, watching the scene unfold quietly, mutters that she had only intended to train Theo briefly, yet the situation had grown far beyond her expectations. Theo recalls the past 2 weeks with a shudder, the rigorous training, the endless repetition. It was exhausting, but it has shaped him. As they near the banquet hall, Remington mentions that it's Theo's first formal event. Theo confirms this, and Remington reassures him, telling him not to be nervous. He will do fine. Then, he adds a caution. Curious, Theo asks what he means. Remington explains that Axion, his mischievous friend, had extended the invitation personally, eager to meet Theo. Remington hopes Theo won't judge him too harshly, as Axion orchestrated the entire affair. Theo realizes it wasn't Remington who invited him at all. It was Axion. A wry smile forms on Theo's lips. Things seem almost too easy, but he knows that upon arrival, he may face hostility. That knowledge fuels his confidence. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Axion thinks about the infamous imbecile of Ragnar arriving. He can hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of a new toy to manipulate. The carriage rolls into town and comes to a stop. Remington announces their arrival. Theo steps down, and his gaze immediately falls on Camellia Palace. The sight sends a shiver down his spine. The palace holds echoes of his past trauma. It was where the scaled dragon society had interfered with his growth, ultimately destroying the Rose Palace and claiming both him and his mother. Remington asks if he's ready. Theo nods firmly. Remington adds that Axion will meet him personally near the entrance. As they move forward, Theo begins to tune out Remington's voice. He knows Axion intends to assert control, but he is no longer the same man from before. A flicker of blue light from one of the windows catches his attention. The same glow that signals a quest. A hint of curiosity sparks. Could a new challenge await inside? Before he can react, a sudden explosion rocks the area. White powder erupts into the air, stinging his eyes and forcing him to stumble back, fully alert. Remington yells Theo's name and rushes to him, but Theo waves him off, assuring him he's perfectly fine. Remington spins toward the pranksters, his anger barely contained, demanding what they were thinking. Theo, meanwhile, reflects silently. In his past life, he would never have been quick enough to evade something like this. At first, he had suspected that Remington might be behind the trick, but now it's clear. Remington is genuinely confused. Above them, the culprits laugh from a window, claiming it was nothing more than a friendly greeting, a customary gesture among brothers. Remington's face darkens further. A greeting? He snaps. Axion steps forward, calm and composed, telling Remington to calm down. It was merely a gesture between siblings. There's something in his demeanor, subtle, controlled, slightly manipulative, that doesn't escape Theo. Mentally, he braces himself. Challenges like this will come often. Theo meets Axion's gaze, pauses for a beat, and then smiles warmly. "Thank you," he says. His response catches Axion off guard. "With such a warm welcome, I can only be grateful. I'm actually looking forward to the party." The unexpected reaction irritates Axion, though he quickly masks it with laughter, remarking that Theo has grown amusing since the last time they met. Inside the palace, murmurs ripple through the guests. Many wonder why Axion would even invite Theo. Despite his lineage, his infamous title, Imbecile of Ragnar, leaves most skeptical. Remington leans in to apologize quietly. "They usually don't act like this," he says. Theo waves it off, smiling. "I'm grateful, truly." Remington frowns, confused by Theo's calmness. But Theo is quietly pleased. The more they underestimate him, the simpler it will be to outmaneuver them later. His gaze drifts to the blue light upstairs. It must be linked to his quest, though he doesn't yet see a way to approach it naturally. Lost in thought, he doesn't notice Axion descending the stairs. Axion greets him casually, asking how he's enjoying the party. Anxiety spikes for a moment. But Theo forces himself to remain composed, smiling politely. Axion's smile sharpens into something sly. He apologizes for the earlier incident, admitting it may have been over the line. Stepping closer, his tone turns subtly threatening, challenging Theo's response. Remington stiffens, sensing the tension. But Theo surprises everyone. "Why apologize?" he asks casually. "I remember it as a friendly greeting, one that caught me off guard, yes, but harmless." Hearing this, Axion gave a stunned look. Then Axion bursts out in laughter, and playfully he pats Theo on the back, laughing. "You are fun, I never knew you were like this." Axion continues, adding that Theo's changed, and he enjoys this new side. From the sidelines, others laugh quietly, assuming Axion is merely humoring Theo. They whisper about his illegitimate status, convinced he can never rival the Though both Theo and Axion share Ragnar lineage, they are seen as existing on entirely different planes. As the banquet continues, whispers grow bolder. Some compare Troyvon, the prestigious swordsmanship clan of the East, to some random outsider, subtly mocking Theo's background. Theo bites back irritation, especially at the insult directed at his mother, forcing himself to stay composed. Soon, they turn their jabs toward Remington, questioning why he associates with that imbecile. Then, with cruel logic, they remind themselves that Remington is illegitimate too. The comment lands heavily. Remington's expression darkens, and a tense hush falls over the room. Everyone realizes they've stepped into forbidden territory. Remington is clearly struggling to contain the anger building inside him. Watching this, Theo decides he's done being a bystander. He calls out to Axion with a sly, almost playful tone. He tells him it's time to greet his new friends. Without hesitation, Theo grabs Axion's hand and pulls him away from his shoulder, striding confidently toward the group that had been mocking Remington. He scoops up a wine bottle and raises it toward one man's glass. The man, oblivious to the danger, asks if he had said something wrong. Then, in a flash, Theo swings the bottle and smashes it against the man's face. Blood erupts across the room, and the man collapses to the floor, screaming in agony. Axion and Remington stare, frozen in disbelief. The man, shocked and bleeding, glares at Theo and spits out curses, calling him a bastard. Theo doesn't hesitate. A brutal kick sends the man hurtling across the room. He taunts him with biting sarcasm, asking who he thinks he is to insult him, dismissing the attack as just a little greeting. The air in the room shifts. The bystanders start to see a new side of Theo, ruthless, unyielding, terrifying. In the corner of his vision, his quest progress flickers. 41% jumps to 43%. Remington's jaw tightens. This isn't the Theo he knows. Could it be his own inaction that pushed Theo to this? Standing over the fallen man, Theo places his foot on his arm. He leans forward, a cruel smile spreading across his face, and asks if he was wrong. The man screams, pleading for mercy, but Theo remains merciless. With a swift motion, the man's arm snaps, bone shattering with a sickening crack. Panic ripples through the crowd. They had underestimated him, and now they are learning the true meaning of his wrath. The status window in Theo's vision ticks up, 58%. When the man loses consciousness, it jumps another point. Theo releases the arm and scans the room. His gaze lands on the rest of the onlookers. Anyone else want to say hello? He asks coldly. Instantly, his progress surges to 66%. Four men drop from the upper floor, encircling him in a heartbeat. Blades flash in unison, pointed directly at his throat. One steps forward and declares that Theo has committed a grave crime, harming the young master, and that such a sin must be repaid with death. Theo laughs, calm and confident. This was exactly what he had anticipated. He asks who this young master is. The guards answer, Ian, the third young master of the Hanabi clan. Theo smirks knowingly. This was expected. The room is full of enemies. The Hanabi clan is one of the 6 snow clans serving Ragnar. They could never sit idly by while the so-called imbecile of Ragnar began stirring trouble. He shrugs. So what? His voice cuts through the tension, unsettling the guards further. He questions whether these so-called dogs of one of Ragnar's bannerman clans truly dare to demand his death, whether they can bear the weight of their own words. A heavy aura radiates from him, pressing down on the guards. Sweat forms on their brows as dread creeps into their hearts. Slowly, fear dawns on them. This is not the same weakling they mocked for years. This is Theo, the blood of Ragnar himself. Killing him would mean invoking the wrath of the Northern Lord, the ruler of 6 snow clans. The consequences would be catastrophic. The realization hits too late. Before they can react, Theo issues a cold command: kill them all. In a flash, swords strike. In the blink of an eye, all 4 guards fall, their heads severed one by one. Blood stains the floor, but Theo shows no reaction. From across the room, a familiar tap announces a presence: Evelyn. She wipes her blade clean of blood, moving with calm precision that leaves everyone, including Axion, stunned. Theo's quest progress ticks up to 70%. Evelyn asks casually when Theo realized she had been shadowing him. Theo chuckles, saying it was obvious from the start. Though he doesn't fully understand why, having her at his side gives him the confidence to turn the tide without hesitation. Before them lie 4 headless bodies and the unconscious Ian. The scene shifts to a memory with Julius, who pops open a bottle of wine with a teasing grin. He remarks that Evelyn once swore off taking on new disciples, a hint that Theo must hold special significance for her. Evelyn tries to dismiss it, but Julius presses, joking if she doesn't have somewhere better to be, and adds that his amusement may be tormenting her. Evelyn comments on the wine's price and, with a playful grin, downs it in one go. Eventually, she admits that Theo's talent is extraordinary, unmatched among all her disciples. Julius, recalling that Axion also trained under her, asks if that makes Theo superior. Evelyn confirms that, in terms of raw potential, Theo surpasses him by far. Julius laughs, acknowledging her sharp judgment and teasing that she should have seen it long before he did. He sighs, pondering if Theo has been hiding his true strength all along, since such drastic change cannot happen overnight. Evelyn agrees, noting it's unusual for someone to conceal their abilities only to reveal them suddenly. She worries that Theo might be rushing forward recklessly, driven as if by an unseen force. His presence at the banquet feels just as purposeful. Julius sets down the wine and suggests Evelyn follow Theo to ease her mind. When she questions him, he only hints that her worry may be misplaced, but assures her that something significant will occur when ambitious young wolves converge. He encourages her to entice Theo to join their ranks and reminds her she's welcome to return herself. With a smirk, Julius places a uniform on the table, teasing her nostalgia for her former group. He invites her to take responsibility once Theo joins them, then departs, commenting that the wine was exquisite. Evelyn watches, muttering in disbelief that it only tasted good because it was expensive. Back at Camellia Palace, Evelyn observes Theo and realizes that he must have planned this all along. She wonders if attending the banquet was part of his design, and if he was never truly a concern for her at all. She considers when he might have noticed her, though, naturally, Theo had sensed her the instant he entered the carriage. As a bearer of a dragon heart, his heightened energy perception acts like a sixth sense. With everything in place, Theo addresses Evelyn, pointing out that most of the attendees have disrespected a successor candidate. He asks what the proper punishment should be. Evelyn responds that under clan law, immediate execution is permissible. Theo laughs, declaring that since they are children who haven't even undergone awakening ceremonies, a simple punishment, the loss of an arm, will suffice. Without hesitation, Evelyn storms into the crowd, severing the arms of everyone who dared mock Theo. As she executes her judgment, Theo calls out each name and family affiliation, demonstrating just how trivial they are in comparison to the Ragnar family's might. By the time Evelyn's brutal work is complete, Theo's quest progress climbs to 79%. A man, trembling with fear, clutches Axion's pants, begging him to step in. Axion glances down, cool and indifferent, asking why he should even care. After all, he calls this nothing more than a simple greeting. The man opens his mouth to protest, but before he can speak, Evelyn's sword flashes. In an instant, his arm is severed and he collapses, screaming in agony. Axion and Evelyn exchange a quick glance. He admits that he never expected to see her again in this form. Evelyn, composed and steady, simply remarks that it has been a while. A notification flashes. Quest progress, 82%. Axion notices something. Evelyn only struck those who had dared comment on the bloodline. Theo had made it clear before, not even a fellow successor candidate could restrain her. Evelyn turns toward Theo, reporting that she has severed the right arms of all 14 individuals he had commanded. He nods, acknowledging her efficiency with a simple, approving, "Good job," and asks for a status update. Evelyn explains that if they hurry to a priest, the arms could be reattached, though the futurist swordsman might remain wary. Theo nods, satisfied that this is enough. Remington, concerned, asks Theo if he's all right. Watching the subtle exchanges between Theo, Evelyn, and Remington, Axion realizes something striking. Theo has changed. He no longer bears the burden of being called the imbecile of the Ragnar clan. A brief chuckle escapes Axion, but it quickly twists into simmering fury. His desire to crush Theo grows stronger. Theo, however, is unfazed. He announces that it's time to leave, and Evelyn and Remington follow without hesitation. As Theo passes Axion, he taps his arm lightly, smirking, and waves goodbye, teasing that he had fun. This small gesture marks the final barrier he needed to overcome, the last step in shedding the title of imbecile. He tells Axion he will see him later. A notification appears. Tutorial quest complete. Axion screams Theo's name in rage, while Theo revels in the satisfaction that his quest is finally over. Yet deep down, he knows this is only the beginning of his true revenge. Among his rewards is an experience elixir, granting him 5 level-ups as long as he remains under level 30. Theo senses that more rewards are yet to come. As the sun dips below the horizon at Camellia Palace, Emile pores over her papers. Something her attendant just told her leaves her visibly shocked, and she demands he repeat it. The attendant thinks silently. She won't like this. The scene shifts to a lively tavern, a stark contrast to the stiff, noble banquet they had attended earlier. Sybil leads the celebration, raising his voice to cheer for Theo and his successful social debut. The trainees laugh and revel, and even Theo allows himself to relax, joining in the camaraderie. Compared to the rigid etiquette of the noble party, this tavern feels infinitely more comfortable. Back in Camellia Palace, a sharp slap echoes through the room. Emile berates Axion furiously, demanding how he could let that imbecile act with such freedom, even allowing people's arms to be severed. Axion mutters a weak acknowledgement, glancing away. Emile's anger flares further. She shouts that she had warned him repeatedly not to underestimate Theo. Instead of forcing him into submission, Axion gave him the opportunity to act freely. She reminds him once more, if Theo stands out, gaining influence, controlling the Rose Palace will become far more difficult, a danger she had foreseen and warned him about. From their window, the Rose Palace came into view, closer than anyone had realized. Axion tried to reassure Emile that he would handle the situation, but she cut him off sharply. She wasn't interested in excuses. He needed to face the consequences of his recklessness, and the way his thoughtless indulgence had nearly derailed her carefully laid plans. Bitterly, Axion promised he would remember. Emile fanned herself, trying to cool down, and muttered a question about whose traits he had inherited to be so impulsive. From the shadows, a voice replied that it was Ed who had once commented that Axion reminded him of Emile in her youth. Emile turned to glare at him, disbelief etched on her face. Was that meant to be a joke? Ed remained calm, cautioning her not to take it too seriously. In fact, he suggested this incident might not be as disastrous as it seemed. Curiosity got the better of her, and Emile asked why. Ed explained that the Rose Palace had once been part of the domain of the clan head harem, making it complicated to assert ownership. Although it had fallen into disfavor and become a gathering place for lesser people, it still carried the clan head's support. To gain control, they needed a legitimate reason. And Theo's actions at the banquet had provided exactly that. He elaborated, saying that Theo was gradually positioning himself as the representative of the Rose Palace. With the event in which he had severed several people's arms, the path was now clear to initiate legal measures against him. Emile's expression softened as she folded her fan, curiosity quickly giving way to determination. How soon could the plan be set into motion? Ed chuckled, assuring her that everything was already prepared. By the next morning, she would receive the news she wanted. He even mentioned an aromatic candle imported from the volcanic region of Akron, intended to make her evening bath a moment of relaxation. Their closeness lingered in the air, unnervingly intimate for siblings, as Emile wrapped her arms around him, praising him as she always did, admitting that this was why she adored him so much. Meanwhile, at the tavern, Remington could hardly believe what he was witnessing. He was stunned by the lengths Theo had gone to protect him. Theo, confused, asked what he meant, suspecting that Remington might have been drinking too much, though he'd only had orange juice. Remington explained that he was referring to the banquet. While he had endured insults directed at himself, the moment someone disrespected Theo's friend, Theo had acted without hesitation. He admitted his own inaction, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Watching Theo, Remington realized just how remarkable he was. Despite the scorn he had faced as an untalented, illegitimate child, Theo had grown into someone formidable. Even when facing opponents far beyond his abilities, he showed courage and determination, wielding his sword to protect a friend. He had challenged the Camellia Palace, a force no one else dared confront, and yet he had moved without hesitation. Theo noticed that Remington seemed to think his actions were motivated by how much he cared for him. He corrected him gently, pointing out the misunderstanding. Ignoring this, Remington declared that although his clan head had once instructed him to build alliances with Axion, he had changed his mind. From now on, he wanted to follow Theo. The other trainees erupted in excitement, cheering that it was only natural for the strong to recognize and follow strength in others. Theo, still skeptical, insists that Remington is misunderstanding the situation. Then, almost like a whisper in his mind, Evelyn's voice reaches him. Through telepathy, she tells him to just let Remington be. Surprised, Theo glances at her and sees her smiling softly. She tells him that perhaps it isn't such a bad misunderstanding. Maybe everyone is just trying to connect with him. Theo, caught off guard, admits that he really isn't anyone special. He pauses, reflecting on everything that has happened. Could it all be the result of the mysterious message window he carries? The window that sent him back in time, granted him Ragnar's talents, and made him stronger? He can't quite define it. At first, he thought it was fragments of his past regrets, but the level of detail in the window is far too precise for that. A faint sense of déjà vu lingers, but he decides it doesn't matter. It's helping him, and that's what counts. As the banquet winds down, Theo notices that he has leveled up. Each increase grants him stat points, which he can distribute however he likes, allowing him to enhance his abilities at will. The realization sends a thrill through him, tempered by a tinge of fear. The potential to grow stronger is intoxicating. But first, he knows he must prepare for the inevitable retaliation from Camellia Palace. Turning to Remington, Theo gives him a casual nickname, Remy, and asks if he might help him with something. Eager, Remington leans forward, curious, though still surprised by the nickname. Theo pulls out a piece of paper and explains that the struggle for the throne is about to intensify. To stand a chance, he needs Remy's help. Remington blinks in surprise. Theo continues, explaining that in the future, Remington will become head of the Narrow Clan, leading an army strong enough to rival even the Ragnars. His strength and leadership, Theo says, will be represented by the Silver Lion, a symbol he hopes will be by his side. Theo hands over an envelope, sincerely hoping Remy will accept it. Still caught off guard, Remington takes the envelope and pledges his loyalty, promising to help in any way he can. Theo laughs, grateful, while Remington shakes his head, still teasing him about the nickname. Suddenly, someone calls out Theo's name from beyond the door. It swings open, and a group of knights storms inside. Shock silences the room. These knights, the swords of the law, essentially medieval enforcers, present Theo with a warrant for arrest, charging him with threats, assault, and intimidation. Evelyn, outraged, demands an explanation. Theo, calm and collected, tells her to stay calm. As he examines the warrant, he notices the ink is still wet. The document was clearly prepared in haste. Smirking, he tells the knights he's ready to go. They handcuff him and lead him away. Remington calls out, and Theo turns, flashing him a grin. Both he and Evelyn exchange knowing glances, silently acknowledging that this is likely part of Theo's plan. Their eyes drift to the envelope in Remington's hand, the key to what's coming next. Meanwhile, Theo sits in a carriage, escorted by the night watch. Peering out the window, he mutters that it's been a while since he last saw this place. As the grand, imposing tribunal comes into view, he realizes this will not be a simple imprisonment. No. His actions at the banquet have triggered a trial. By bringing Ragnar's successor before the tribunal, the authorities are openly questioning his worthiness to claim the next throne. When Theo arrived, the knights ordered him to step out immediately. He could sense their intent. They wanted to break him completely. But instead of fear, a grin spread across his face, because that was exactly what he had been waiting for. As they escorted him inside, one knight announced, "We've brought Theo." A commanding voice from within answered, instructing them to bring him forward. As the doors swung open, Theo thought to himself that if he was going to unveil what he had prepared, this was the perfect stage. The chamber before him was grand, and atop a raised dais, 4 figures sat like statues, their gazes sharp and appraising. Theo felt sweat bead on his brow. The gathering was impressive. Among them, he recognized Julius and Ed, and he realized that 4 of the 9 dragons who guarded the Ragnar clan were present. Reflecting on his previous life, Theo knew that, back then, he would have been overwhelmed, perhaps unable to breathe. Now, he observed calmly. The lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Osa Ragnar, the sword dragon herself, sat with quiet authority. Beside her, the elder dragon and head counselor, Wolfgang Ragnar, exuded an air of unyielding power. Wolfgang called out Theo's name. Theo inclined his head in acknowledgement, noting that it had been a while since they last met. He also registered Wolfgang's thinly veiled contempt. The man valued bloodlines above all, and surely regarded him as an illegitimate half-blood, something he did not even bother to hide. There was no room for pleasantries. Wolfgang spoke sternly, declaring that Theo had been brought to answer for his reckless actions. He recounted the suffering he had caused, the lives ruined, limbs lost, and warned that many now threatened to sever ties with the family. Could a bastard like Theo bear the consequences of his deeds, he asked, his tone sharp and unyielding. Theo would be held responsible for dragging the Ragnar name through the mud. Theo remained calm. He admitted everything Wolfgang accused him of, that he had been far too reckless. But then, his gaze hardened, and he added that he should have gone further. Severed heads, not merely limbs. A hush fell over the chamber. Shock rippled through the gathered dragons, and the tension grew palpable. He continued, voice ringing with conviction. A lord's subjects, he argued, are granted land and honor, and in return owe their loyalty, their very lives. That is the essence of chivalry. How dare they threaten their lord? Had he known of their insolence, he would have beheaded them without hesitation. They must be punished if the principles of chivalry were to be upheld. How could he stand idly by while Ragnar's 1,000-year-old honor was trampled? Wolfgang's fury nearly lifted him from his seat. But Julius only chuckled, intrigued by Theo's audacity, muttering that a simple punishment would never suffice. Wolfgang accused Theo of cloaking mockery and rhetoric, but Osa spoke up. She admitted that while Theo's words were bold, they were, in principle, correct. Wolfgang blinked, startled that she would even consider agreeing with Theo. Osa explained that Ragnar, however strong, could never truly be great if it ruled without hearing the voices of knights and vassals. Tyranny alone led only to ruin. Theo nodded thoughtfully. He would remember that. From this, more about Osa became clear. She was the first wife of the clan head and one of the North's most formidable swordsmen. Surprisingly, she bore no open hostility toward Theo, though he recalled her involvement in the fall of the Rose Palace in his previous life. Before the hearing could progress, Osa addressed him once more, noting that his punishment would be justified and hoping he understood that. Theo asks what his punishment will be. Wolfgang hesitates for a moment before finally saying he will serve 3 months of probation. Theo immediately protests, pointing out that the awakening ceremony is only 2 months away. Wolfgang snaps at him for daring to talk back, but Osa steps forward, her tone calm and reassuring. She explains that she had anticipated the timing and arranged for Theo to take part in next year's ceremony instead. Furthermore, the 15 children he injured will also participate in that same event. Nearby, Ed leans back, a smirk playing on his lips. He notes that because of the demon dragon's interference, Theo's punishment is lighter than expected. Later, he explains to others that while a lenient punishment might seem problematic, it actually serves his purpose. With the ceremony postponed, Theo will carry a heavy mark of dishonor within the Ragnar clan. And as the Rose Palace's representative, this shame gives the Camellia Palace a perfect opportunity to rise above them. Ed reflects that if Theo tries to resist, they could easily eliminate him, but he doubts Theo is foolish enough to take such a risk. Before Ed can dwell further on his plans, Theo shocks the room by announcing his intention to appeal. The declaration sends ripples of disbelief through everyone present. Ed bursts into laughter, covering his face, calling Theo an idiot. He marvels at the boy's audacity, noting that such arrogance only makes things easier for him. Julius turns to Theo, his expression serious. He asks if Theo truly understands the weight of an appeal. Theo meets his gaze calmly and nods. He is fully aware that a simple 3-month probation could never resolve this situation. In the proud Ragnar clan, filing an appeal is essentially a declaration of war. Theo has no intention of accepting a mere slap on the wrist. In his eyes, only the voice of the victor carries weight, and he expects to be rewarded rather than punished. At that moment, a blue notification appears in Theo's status window, signaling the start of the main scenario. Osa and Julius exchange startled looks as the window explains that completing the scenario will allow Theo to uncover many hidden truths about the world. It wishes him success as the Successor's Path quest begins. The scene shifts to the Sarah Merchant Guild branch, now consumed by flames. Among the chaos, mercenaries lie dead, some torn apart by blades. Remington surveys the destruction, muttering, "So this is where they were hiding," just as young Lord Theo said. He and Evelyn spot a small chest and realize that with this discovery, the Camellia Palace's plans have been effectively destroyed. Back in the tribunal, silence hangs heavily before Wolfgang finally speaks. He asks Theo if he truly plans to turn what could have been a simple probation into a full-scale war. He accuses Theo of arrogance, questioning whether he really believes he can face the combined might of 15 clans alone. Theo responds with quiet confidence. He explains that in situations with such extreme power imbalances, appeals are typically resolved through proxy battles. Julius nods, elaborating that while appeals usually mean war, when a fight is impossible due to the difference in strength, each side may send a representative to duel one-on-one. This is the proxy battle Theo referred to. In this case, Theo will represent himself as the defendant. It is almost certain that Axion will represent the plaintiff, making victory nearly impossible. Julius wonders why Theo would choose such a reckless course, suspecting he might be relying on Julius or Evelyn to step in as his proxy. But he knows they will not intervene, meaning Theo will face Axion alone. Ed confirms his plan, declaring that Axion will be sent to ensure Theo learns his place through death. As he continues naming the representatives, a sudden, icy voice cuts through the room, freezing everyone in place. Whispers circulate that they had always considered Theo a quiet, unassuming child, but witnessing him maneuver so cleverly now proves he has changed since their last encounter. The voice belongs to Kyle Ragnar, head of the Ragnar clan, a towering figure whose presence commands absolute attention. Every dragon at the tribunal bows in respect, and Theo follows suit, kneeling to greet Kyle as the incarnation of the great dragon god. Theo's status window flares to life once more, revealing his next objective: take over the Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. The first tutorial quest begins. A flicker of regret crosses Theo's mind. He should have investigated the blue notification during the banquet. But he shakes it off, focusing on the intensity in his father's gaze as Kyle approaches. Theo steels himself, knowing that the unexpected arrival of his father could unravel his carefully laid plans. He wonders what has brought Kyle here. Without preamble, Kyle commands him to stand, explaining that he learned of Theo's predicament on his way to the tribunal. He acknowledges the complexity of the situation and that Theo intends to appeal through a proxy battle. Theo hesitates briefly, then confirms the plan. Kyle considers this, questioning who Theo planned to select as his representative. Realizing the test, Theo admits there is no one suitable. He intended to fight himself. A ripple of unease passes through Ed. Kyle's expression hardens, stating plainly that Theo is likely to lose. Theo meets his father's gaze unwaveringly, insisting that victory cannot be known without effort, and that even if forced to yield, he will not bow willingly. Kyle's stern visage slowly softens into a grin, then bursts into hearty laughter. To everyone present, he declares that these words define his son. Even when forced to bend, he will not lower himself. Kyle commends Theo, praising the attitude as the very essence of a Ragnar. Theo, slightly taken aback, admits that the proxy battle was merely bait. He has no intention of fighting. The work assigned to Evelyn and Remington will expose Camellia Palace's treason, securing victory without bloodshed. Kyle, however, is not finished. As leader of the Ragnar, he announces that he will personally test Theo with a single strike. If Theo can withstand it, all charges will be dropped. Theo is stunned, unsure whether his father is serious. Kyle orders him to step outside, declaring that surviving this strike will prove his worth. Ed's panic is immediate. He knows that if Kyle tests Theo, it signals potential approval as a future leader. Though he doubts Theo could survive the blow, he understands that if Theo does, the clan head's endorsement is inevitable, something Ed cannot accept. With controlled urgency, he objects, insisting the tribunal proceed as planned. Kyle cuts him off with chilling authority, declaring that any vassal bold enough to challenge the Ragnar bloodline must simply be removed. The tribunal falls silent, the tension thick, as Theo prepares for the test that could change everything. Ed bites his lip, muttering that he understands, though his eyes betray his tension. Kyle glances at Julius, who is barely hiding a chuckle, and asks if he has something to add, noting how entertained he seems. Julius waves it off, saying it's just rare to see Kyle take such a keen interest. Kyle dismisses the comment as trivial and refocuses on Theo, questioning whether he truly intends to face the challenge. Theo pauses, reflecting on how a single strike from his father has upended all his plans. Yet, instead of despair, a small chuckle escapes him. The unexpected disruption excites him. With a confident smile, he remarks that his father's blow feels excessive. How could a single strike compare to battles fought against mere vassals? Kyle arches an eyebrow. Is Theo refusing? Theo shakes his head, clarifying that he only wants to point out the unfairness. He has no intention of backing down. Intrigued, Kyle presses him to explain. Boldly, Theo suggests that if the trial has become this extreme, perhaps the reward should rise accordingly. Kyle raises an amused brow. What exactly does Theo have in mind? Theo's gaze drifts across the room and settles on Ed. Meeting the stare head-on, Theo states plainly that he desires something comparable to Camellia Palace. Ed's fists clench tightly, fury barely restrained. Wolfgang watches silently, thinking Theo's audacity borders on madness. Only someone blind to reality would propose a deal with the clan head. A deal implies equality, and arrogance this blatant can only lead to ruin. Yet their astonishment deepens when Kyle unexpectedly agrees. If you aim to succeed me, Kyle says, you will need this kind of boldness. He looks to Ed. Do you object? Ed seethes, but admits he cannot. Everything in Ragnar's domain belongs to Kyle. Questioning him is impossible. Kyle smirks. Then it is decided. He commands that preparations begin. Theo Ragnar will be tested here and now. Theo stands in the arena, a mix of anxiety and determination crossing his face. Across from him, Kyle readies himself, eyes locked on his son, aura flaring. 4 of the 9 dragons observe intently, while Ed sneers inwardly. His trap, intended to ensnare Theo, has morphed into a stage elevating him instead. Even if Theo has grown stronger, Ed reminds himself, no one can withstand a single strike from the clan head, not even the most elite swordsmen. Theo must fail. Yet, despite his thoughts, he notices Theo's subtle smile. Unseen by Ed, Theo is fully prepared, bolstered by a recent tutorial reward. Kyle narrows his eyes, sensing a shift in Theo. Did you take an elixir in secret? He asks. Even with one, such rapid growth would be unlikely. I'm curious to see how strong you've truly become. Theo nods, acknowledging Kyle's perceptiveness. Even the 9 dragons didn't notice, he admits, but I am ready. Kyle gestures to his weapon. Though he usually wields a greatsword, today he opts for a rusty steel blade, fairer for Theo, who has yet to master mana. Any objections? He asks. Theo's voice remains calm. None. Kyle releases a wave of fiery red aura. The pressure is immense, forcing Theo to stagger slightly, blade lowered. Kyle commands him to brace himself. Theo trembles under the force, yet meets his father's gaze without flinching. He feels the surge of power coursing through him, a product of the experience elixir and all his training. His strength has nearly tripled. Heart racing, Theo convinces himself he can withstand this one strike. The extraordinary lies before him, and he is ready. As Kyle stepped forward, Theo felt an invisible wall rising before him, immense and immovable. The air itself seemed to tense with anticipation. Around them, the crowd held its breath, frozen in silence. When the swords finally met, the impact shook the ground violently, sending a shockwave rippling outward. Theo's vision blurred from the force, but Kyle sensed the tension and eased back, a low laugh of satisfaction escaping him. Theo's sword splintered in his hands, breaking apart with a sharp crack. Yet instead of scorn, Kyle's face showed pride. He chuckled quietly, remarking that it had been years since he had felt such pride in a son. With that, he declared Theo's innocence proven. The trial was over. Theo swayed, overwhelmed, before collapsing while still standing. He had completed the single strike of Kyle Ragnar quest. Rewards appeared before him, a personal inventory, and a mysterious blue key. The scene shifted. Theo awoke in his bed, the room spinning slightly. Cecilia was there, gripping his hand with relief shining in her eyes. She told him he had fainted while standing and admitted how worried she had been. Theo reassured her he was fine, though he still felt disoriented and asked where he was. Julius entered at that moment, bringing news that made Theo freeze. The former lady of Camellia Palace, Axion, along with the intelligence director, had been removed by order of the clan head. Theo's eyes widened in realization. Julius nodded with a grin, confirming that Theo now resided within Camellia Palace. A scenario update appeared, listing his new task: uncover the palace's secrets. Outside, the gardens were in chaos. Emile stomped on a delicate flower, fury radiating from her every movement as she protested being forced from her own palace. The butlers tried to calm her, while Axion observed silently, watching the scene unfold. Ed approached, resolve written on his face. Calling out to Axion, he immediately triggered an aura of lethal intent. Coldly, Axion asked what he wanted. Ed demanded Theo Ragnar's death. Calmly, Axion proposed a less extreme measure: injure Theo during the awakening ceremony, perhaps take an arm. But Ed interrupted, insisting Theo's head was the only solution to undo the chaos Theo had wrought. Axion studied him carefully, noting his rat-tail hairstyle and desperation. Meanwhile, inside Camellia Palace, Theo took a moment to assess his situation. Everything had shifted dramatically in his favor. Without even using his trump card, he now controlled the palace. A new power had also awakened within him: the inventory system. Curious, he reached into it. First, he pulled out an apple and took a bite, marveling at the convenience. Reaching again, he drew the blue key, recognizing that it must open a dungeon. A faint bluish aura shimmered near a nearby door. Approaching carefully, he found a small keyhole. The blue key fit perfectly, and as he turned it, the door creaked open to reveal a vast hidden cave. A notification window appeared, announcing that he had discovered a dungeon for the first time, and that all experience gained inside would be doubled. Theo's eyes lit up. This was another quest. Bowing briefly, he prepared himself to conquer it and maximize the rewards. But he paused, realizing it would be reckless to enter unarmed. Sprinting through the palace, he collected weapons, filling his inventory with swords until he was fully prepared. The cave walls glowed with blue torchlight, guiding him toward a wide, open chamber. There his heart skipped a beat. A massive silver wolf stood before him, muscles rippling beneath its fur, teeth bared in a feral snarl. Its size and aura suggested it could rival even a demonic beast. Without warning, the wolf lunged. Theo raised his shield instinctively, but the beast's jaws tore straight through it, leaving a gaping hole in its place. Theo pressed forward, refusing to admit defeat in this trial of strength. He swung his sword at the massive wolf, but the creature moved with unnerving speed, sidestepping each strike as if anticipating his every move. Frustration surged. The wolf's thick hide shrugged off weak attacks, and its fluid agility made landing a blow nearly impossible. This was no ordinary beast. Its power rivaled that of the demonic monsters said to roam the northern seas. A massive paw descended toward him. Theo rolled under it, every muscle taut, replaying his father's awe-inspiring strike in his mind. He lifted his sword overhead, striving to mirror the perfect motion, yet the wolf sidestepped with ease. He leapt back, creating distance, and realized imitation alone would not suffice. The key lay not in copying, but in capturing the essence of his father's technique, the single strike, designed to end a fight in one lethal blow. Determined, Theo cast aside his shield and focused everything on speed, precision, and the combat lessons Evelyn had instilled in him. He lunged, moving so fast the wolf momentarily lost track of him. By the time it realized his presence, it was too late. Theo's blade had already pierced its eye. The beast howled in pain, blood gushing as it staggered, now one-eyed. Sensing the tide turn, Theo braced himself for the final blow. With a roar, both he and the wolf lunged, preparing for the decisive clash that would determine victory. 2 months later, training ground number 4 had become a bustling arena. A crowd had gathered, drawn by the rising fame of Theo's single strike. Manuel noticed the swelling audience, and Sybil, standing beside him, suggested that they might soon need a larger training field. Theo's skill had begun attracting challengers non-stop, eager to test themselves against him. Suddenly, an arrogant voice cut through the crowd's murmur. Henry Morris, an apprentice swordsman from Plum Blossom Palace, home to Osa, called out loudly, demanding to know when Theo would appear. He mocked Theo's absence over the past 2 months, suggesting he had fled out of fear of failure. He went further, ridiculing Theo's victories, claiming his tribunal win was a fabrication and that his triumph over Camellia Palace was nothing more than rumor. Before Henry could finish, Sybil's fist shot forward, striking him squarely in the face and sending him sprawling. His companion rushed over, panicked, shouting in disbelief. Furious, Henry pointed at Sybil, demanding to know how a dropout dared hit him. Yet every trainee in the area stared back with unwavering support for Sybil. Sybil didn't flinch. He retorted with scorn, mocking both Henry's skill and his appearance, declaring him inferior to the young master. Manuel stepped forward, chastising Sybil for insulting someone's appearance, but Sybil merely shrugged. Troublemakers like Henry had never been welcome, and now that they had insulted Theo, they had gone too far. At Sybil's words, the trainees drew their swords in unison. They declared that if this was to be a fight, the challengers better be ready to face the consequences. Henry's companion sneered, confident that these dropouts were seeking their own deaths. Then, the temperature dropped sharply. Both Henry's companion and Sybil froze, their swords suspended midair as an icy barrier materialized between the two sides. Stepping through was Ray Ragnar, one of the legendary 4 hounds of the North, known as the Frost Sword. Sybil's jaw dropped. He hadn't even noticed when Ray arrived. A low chuckle followed. Hulkus, another of the 4 hounds, known as the Black Bear, made his approach toward the training grounds. Sybil, already stunned by Ray's sudden appearance, was now further shocked to see Hulkus as well. Hulkus scans the crowd with a sneer, clearly unimpressed. His eyes fall on the trainees, and disappointment etches his face. "Where is Luster Tiger, the supposed master of this training ground?" he demands, his voice booming. Brandishing a massive blade reminiscent of the legendary Dragon Slayer, he shouts again, as if repeating the question might summon the answer. Ray stands silently nearby, and it's obvious who Hulkus is referring to. Theo. Cut to Theo, deep in the dungeon, lungs burning, sweat dripping down his face. His sword lies in splinters beside him. A notification window flickers before his eyes. Level up. And not once. Multiple levels gained in rapid succession. He leans back against the corpse of a massive wolf, taking stock of his progress. 170 demonic beasts have fallen by his hand, leaving only one foe remaining. With a deep breath, he uncorks a potion and drinks it in one gulp, marveling at how close he came to death countless times, and at how this elixir has kept him alive. The impossible is slowly becoming routine, each level gained making him stronger, faster, sharper. 2 months have passed since he first entered this dungeon. The dim glow of the cave does little to calm the tension in his chest. A powerful presence thrums through the air. The last beast is near. Theo grips his broken sword tightly, preparing himself. There is only one conclusion. A boss fight is imminent. He climbs to the 5th floor, scanning the stairs ahead. His shattered blade offers no hope. It's beyond repair. Tossing it aside, he reaches into his inventory and pulls out his final sword, a ceremonial blade, a gift from his mother on his birthday. The answer to whether he had any weapons left lies in his hand. In his previous life, he had ignored this blade, letting it rust while tensions with his mother grew before the awakening ceremony. Now, examining it, he realizes its true value. Crafted from rare white snow steel, a weapon of extraordinary quality. Regret stings as memories flood back. He recalls his mother opening his door, radiant and smiling, wishing him a happy birthday, eager to shower him with gifts. Instead of gratitude, he had snapped, insisting he had no time for celebrations. With the awakening ceremony looming, he had coldly told her no equipment could change his bloodline and demanded she leave. The pain on her face had been unmistakable, and it haunts him still. Determined not to repeat the same mistakes, Theo approaches the boss room. A warning flashes across his vision. A powerful demonic beast is about to appear. Proceed with caution. Tension coils in his chest as the creature comes into view. Scales glint. A dragon-like snout rises from its hulking blue body. It's a lesser drake, sleeping peacefully, yet radiating danger. Theo breathes a quiet sigh. At least it isn't a full dragon, but he cannot ignore the resemblance. The Ragnar lineage traces back to dragons. Could it be coincidence that this dungeon's final guardian is draconic? One thing is clear. Defeating this beast is his only path to completing the quest and uncovering the dungeon's secrets. Victory is uncertain, yet retreat is impossible. Theo steels himself. Dragon or not, he must fight. He narrows his focus on the single flash technique he has perfected. Swift, precise, honed against countless wolves. Not as formidable as his father's Dragon Strike flash, but enough, he hopes. Blue energy flares around him as he charges, every fiber of his being locked on the lesser drake. The creature's eyes snap open just as Theo brings his ceremonial blade down with all the strength he can muster, channeling the full force of his dragon heart. Blood sprays into the air as Theo's strike lands, wounding the lesser drake. The creature roars in pain, and relief floods Theo. His attack has connected. Before he can fully react, the drake lashes out with a swift tail swipe. Theo ducks to the side, muttering that he had hoped to pierce its brain, though his blow didn't penetrate deeply enough. Still, the creature is now partially blinded, and Theo senses he has the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity, he grips his sword tightly and activates a technique called Jester's Footwork, weaving around the drake and landing a flurry of precise slashes. For the first time, he allows himself to believe he might actually win. Positioning himself behind one of its legs, he plans to distract the beast with a normal attack before targeting its weak point. But the drake has other plans. It unleashes its fear ability, letting out a bone-chilling roar that rattles Theo to his core. His movements slow by 10% as the fear status takes hold, and his body feels sluggish. The drake doesn't hesitate. It slams a massive paw down at him. Theo raises his sword in defense, but the force of the strike hurls him into a wall with a deafening crash. Blood drips from his head as he groans, muttering, "This really is a boss battle. I can't afford to drag this out." Both combatants charge at each other again. Theo knows he must strike its weak point. His gaze scans the beast, moving from its gaping mouth to its neck, and he spots it, a reverse scale, the telltale weakness of a dragon. With precision, he thrusts his sword into the scale. To his surprise, it pierces through. The drake screams in agony, and Theo, driven by fury, strikes again and again, relentless. Though injured, the drake isn't defeated yet. It spins around, snapping its jaws at him in fury. Back at the training ground, the scene shifts. Trainees watch their swords frozen mid-air. Hulkus steps forward, demanding a match with Theo. Ray quickly dismisses him as a loser, mocking that his skill hasn't improved in years. Provoked, Hulkus turns his attention to Ray, challenging her to a duel and boasting that he has closed the skill gap over the past 3 years. He swings his massive sword, but she easily blocks it with a flick of her blade. Syl and Henry exchange nervous glances, unsettled by the tension. Suddenly, another figure steps forward, Remy. He interposes himself between Hulkus and the others, scolding them for causing trouble on Theo's turf and insisting they take their fight elsewhere. Undeterred, Hulkus declares he's long wanted a duel with Remy too. Remy's tone turns deadly. He warns both challengers to leave, his presence radiating an intense killing intent that silences the arena. But then, an even more powerful aura fills the space. Ree glances around, curiosity and apprehension mixing in her eyes, as Remy mutters in shock, wondering what has happened to him during his training. The figure advancing slowly becomes clear. It's Theo. His gaze is cold, fierce, and terrifying, emanating the Drake's fear ability. A flashback shows Theo landing the final blow on the scarred Lesser Drake, watching it collapse lifeless at his feet. The system announces his success. The hunt is complete. Exhausted, Theo admits he nearly lost when he touched the reverse scale, but the Drake had worn itself out over time. He's relieved the scale's weakness wasn't a myth. His rewards appear. The Lesser Drake's tooth and claw, rare and valuable materials for weapon enhancement. Inspecting his mother's gifted sword, Theo decides he will use these materials to restore it after it wears down in battle. Finally, he receives the Lesser Drake scale. To his surprise, it is a D-ranked item with 1% mastery, granting him a unique ability to release killing intent specifically against drakes, instilling fear in anyone weaker than him. Only a select few have the ability to wield such power, and Theo can't help but marvel at the opportunity before him. He tosses the spoils from the dungeon into his inventory, though he isn't entirely sure how useful the scale will be, given the other powerhouses within the Ragnar clan. With the Camellia Palace dungeon now cleared, Theo feels prepared for whatever comes next. He steps out of the room, closing the door behind him, and notes that the scenario quest is complete. As a reward for finishing it, a special item materializes before him. Reaching out, he finds it's called the Nest Compass, a device that guides its holder toward the nest. Unsure what this means, he speculates that it may be tied to his next quest. Shrugging, he stores it in his inventory, making a mental note to investigate later, and realizes just how exhausted he feels. Deciding to return to his room for rest, he turns to leave. But before he can go far, a maid comes rushing down the hallway, visibly panicked. She urgently tells Theo there's a pressing matter requiring his attention, clearly shocked to see him out of the dungeon. When she asks where he's been, Theo simply asks, "What's going on?" She explains that a brawl is unfolding at Training Ground 4, and immediately, Theo recalls the ongoing situation there. Back at Training Ground 4, chaos reigns. Theo activates the Drake's fear ability, and his intense aura sweeps over everyone present. He scowls, commanding them all to leave. He needs rest. Henry's subordinate, overwhelmed by the pressure, starts foaming at the mouth, while Henry himself stammers in horror, declaring the aura nearly toxic. One by one, the combatants collapse under the oppressive presence. Hulkus, however, is unfazed. Laughing at the scene, he's visibly impressed by the killing intent radiating from Theo. Charging forward, he declares that he always knew Theo would prove a worthy challenge, eager to gauge his strength firsthand. Hulkus swings his massive sword downward, but Theo meets the attack with an upward deflection, sending Hulkus flying backward. Remy and the others watch in shock. Even Hulkus seems stunned at how easily his strike was repelled. Theo, internally surprised, realizes that he actually managed to block Hulkus's blow. Recovering his balance, Hulkus smirks and lunges again, insisting he won't yield so easily. Theo reminds himself that although Hulkus is considered the weakest of the four hounds, his raw strength remains formidable. As Hulkus swings another powerful strike, Theo executes the single slash technique, smoothly deflecting Hulkus's blade down the side of his own and countering with a precise, seamless motion. To Theo's own astonishment, his blow lands cleanly. Hulkus coughs up blood as a deep wound opens across his abdomen, and he stumbles to the ground, defeated and bleeding heavily. Theo notes with mild shock that he had used his full strength without even realizing it. He thinks to himself that Hulkus's survival is lucky. Anyone else might not have been so fortunate. Sybil and the other trainees freeze for a moment before erupting in cheers, shouting in disbelief that Theo has just defeated the Black Bear, one of the four hounds, with a single strike. Theo waves them down, reminding them that Hulkus is still alive. But just as he speaks, his sword suddenly snaps in two, clattering to the floor. Staring at the broken pieces, dread fills him. It was the sword his mother had gifted him. The trainees, however, seem even more exhilarated, declaring in awe that Theo broke his own sword with one powerful strike. Theo looks around at them, bewildered, and asks why they're so thrilled over a broken sword. Nearby, Remy and Ray watch quietly, with Ray's gaze fixed sharply on Theo. She seems lost in thought, her expression distant as memories from years ago surface. In a flashback, a young boy asks a small girl who she is. The girl is revealed to be a young Ray, shivering from the cold. Without hesitation, the boy wraps his scarf around her and insists she come to his house until the snowstorm passes. That boy is none other than a young Theo, who promises to take her home once the storm clears. Ray smiles softly at the memory, then quickly turns away, leaving Remy to wonder if he just caught a glimpse of her smile. Later, at the Camellia Palace, Theo wears a new hat, receiving congratulations from the maids for his recent title, Luster Tiger. They praise his hard work and remind him that he must maintain this momentum until the awakening ceremony. His mother brings out a table overflowing with food, her excitement evident as she fusses over him, even as she rants while stuffing food into his mouth. Theo wishes she would stop talking, but seeing her so joyful, he reflects on the sadness of her fate in his past life and on how poorly he once treated her. This time, he chooses to embrace the moment, telling her that the food is delicious. After a while, Theo shows her the broken sword. She gasps in shock, demanding to know what happened. He explains it broke during training and apologizes, feeling guilty that her precious gift was damaged. Furious, she blames the craftsman who crafted it. Theo is taken aback as she explains that the craftsman claimed it was made of white snow steel and ebony steelwood, insisting it would never break. Theo, puzzled, asks if she means the ebony steelwood from the southern Gaia jungle. She confirms, explaining that the craftsman assured her it was made from rare, precious materials, yet now the sword lies broken. Theo is impressed, noting that ebony steelwood is rare because it's a plant that feeds on iron, giving it the flexibility of wood and the strength of steel. He realizes it was a fine weapon, but he hadn't understood just how valuable it was, and wonders how she managed to acquire such a sword. Cecilia dismisses his apologies, declaring it unacceptable. She decides to get a new sword from the finest workshop in Winra, refusing to let Theo attend the awakening ceremony with a broken, shabby weapon. Though Theo offers to use another sword, she insists. She says the people are finally seeing his true worth, and he must maintain that image. With that, she heads off, and Theo follows, asking where they are going. She announces it's time for a custom weapon at the Basque workshop. Arriving at the Basque workshop, one of the three great weapon manufacturers of Winra, Theo is awestruck. The building is immense, rivaling a factory in size, and is renowned for its master craftsmen and elite blacksmiths of special rank. Suddenly, a woman appears, and Cecilia, calling her mother, yells at her to stop smoking. Theo is shocked. He never knew his mother had family, believing she was an orphan. The woman, Kirsten, a high elf known as the Elf of Capitalism Incarnate, and a demon craftsman, responds coolly that their relationship ended when Cecilia chose to leave home. Theo, stunned, realizes this revelation makes him a quarter elf and muses that this might explain his striking appearance. Kirsten asks why Cecilia has come to visit. Cecilia tosses her the broken sword, explaining she's here to return a defective product. Kirsten catches the sword, surprised at the accusation. When she draws the sword from its scabbard, her eyes widen in shock at the visible damage. Cecilia insists that if this isn't a defective product, she doesn't know what is. Intrigued, Kirsten asks who wielded it, and Cecilia replies, "Who else but my son?" She gestures to Theo, who stands behind her. Kirsten looks him over and asks if he is truly the boy she claims. Cecilia bristles, warning Kirsten to watch her words and insisting that Theo is a genius, destined to lead the Ragnar clan. Theo formally introduces himself, expressing how honored he is to meet the famed master of the Basque workshop. Kirsten acknowledges that she has heard of him, but quickly redirects the conversation, questioning whether he truly was the one who wielded the blade. Theo confirms it, while Cecilia insists again that the sword must have been defective. Kirsten, looking like she has much to say, gestures for them to follow her inside, indicating that this conversation is going to be long. As they walk, Theo asks Cecilia how she is connected to the master craftsman. Cecilia responds thoughtfully, saying that everything he's heard is correct. Theo presses further, asking if Kirsten is really her mother. Cecilia explains that, for a short period of 6 months, Kirsten acted as her foster mother, and Theo's image of her as a purely ethereal elf begins to fade. She continues, describing Kirsten as someone who loves everything she finds beautiful: jewels, music, theater, and even people. That is why she took Cecilia in as a foster daughter. She must have been very fond of her. Kirsten, sounding annoyed, tells Cecilia to stop reminiscing, calling it pointless. Cecilia laughs lightly, insisting that Kirsten doesn't truly believe that. Theo then asks how Cecilia ended up leaving the workshop. Before she can answer, Kirsten interrupts, stating that Cecilia left on her own, determined to marry the head of the Ragnar clan. She scoffs, calling it foolish to leave for such a miserable place. Though she grudgingly admits that it is impressive Cecilia has survived this long. Cecilia grins, claiming that she left because the clan head was too handsome, too dashing, too devoted to her. Kirsten, exasperated, retorts that for all Cecilia's bravado, she came crawling back last year, asking her to craft a sword as a gift for her son. She shakes her head in disbelief, saying she has never seen anyone so shameless. As the two bicker, Theo watches with amusement, realizing he has never seen his mother behave like this before. A wave of regret hits him. He reflects on how blind and ungrateful he was in his past life, too consumed by the clan to notice the people around him. He glances at Kirsten, sensing that she also cares for his mother, and wonders why she never helped in his previous life. They reach a door, and Kirsten announces that they have arrived at her master's office. Cecilia complains, asking why they have come so far inside, and insisting that Kirsten must give Theo the finest sword as compensation. Kirsten tells Cecilia to wait outside, then takes Theo's hand and shuts the door behind them, leaving Cecilia behind. Inside, Kirsten's gaze sharpens on Theo, who feels a bit startled. She bluntly asks whether he possesses a relic of the primordial dragon. Confused, Theo asks if she means an artifact connected to the guardian dragon that protects their clan. He explains that he has heard the legend, how the progenitor of their clan distributed the primordial dragon's treasures across Winra for Ragnar descendants. Growing impatient, Kirsten draws a blade and demands to know if he is going to keep pretending ignorance. She questions how her sword could have ended up damaged if it hadn't clashed with a relic. She emphasizes that she poured her heart and soul into forging it, and that it would never break against anything except a relic. Tears begin to form in her eyes as she asks if Theo understands the cost and effort that went into creating it. Theo apologizes, explaining that the sword was damaged in a battle with a drake, and wonders aloud why she keeps mentioning a relic. Kirsten sighs, saying it will be easier to just show him. She pulls a set of chains and asks Theo what he sees behind her. He notices a coffin glowing with a blue light, the same glow he had seen from the door to the dungeon in Camellia Palace. Kirsten explains that she cannot see or sense anything from it herself, but judging by Theo's reaction, he clearly can. She confides that she has tried countless times to open the coffin and obtain its contents, but has always failed. Finally, she places it carefully on the floor in front of him. Kirsten begins recounting the legend of the primordial dragon's relic. In the age of myths, she explains, the primordial dragon had removed one of its fangs and forged it into a blade, the legendary Moonlight Blade. She tells Theo that if he can break the seal on the coffin and retrieve the sword, she will grant him the White Moonlight Blade. Theo is taken aback, and Kirsten warns him that attempting it may cost him his life. She asks if he is still willing to try. Despite the danger, a thrill runs through Theo, and he grins, declaring that the sword will be his. The next scenario quest begins to unfold, chosen by the sword itself. Kirsten provides more details about the White Moonlight Blade. It is the weapon of the leader of the Black Snow and one of the 9 dragons, known as the Black Dragon. Yet few have ever seen it, because nearly everyone who did either vanished or died. A flashback reveals a younger Theo observing the Black Dragon, who glances over his shoulder and questions whether anyone could truly perceive the sword. By sheer chance, Theo had glimpsed the true form of the white moonlight blade. He recalls how the black dragon had spared him, seemingly unsure of what to do, finding him more troublesome than dangerous. Returning to the present, Theo wonders why a relic of the primordial dragon is in Kirsan's possession. He realizes that he would meet the black dragon 4 years later, which means the sword must have remained with Kirsan during that time. Kirsan asks once more if he is willing to attempt it. Observing the surroundings, Theo notices that the place resembles Camellia Palace. His eyes fall on a keyhole on the coffin, and he wonders if the blue key might fit. To Kirsan's surprise, he produces the key, inserts it, and turns it. The lock glows, the chains around the casket snap, and a powerful aura bursts forth. Even Kirsan can feel its intensity. Suddenly, energy flows from the casket, engulfing Theo. Darkness overwhelms him, his vision blurring. He finds himself staring at the Rose Palace in flames, shocked to witness it all again. His gaze falls on his mother's lifeless body, and he reflects on how powerless he had been. He recalls his burning desire for strength, the power to defeat the tyrant and crush Camellia Palace. The sword's true form manifests before him, attempting to claim him by feeding on his desire for power. It tries to pierce his mind, but Theo shuts its beak firmly, defying it. He tells the creature that manipulating someone through their hunger for strength is futile, especially when he already has his own quests to pursue. The creature scoffs, calling him insolent, and asks how he escaped its influence. Theo explains that he conquered that despair long ago, mocking the sword's attempts to tempt him with mere power. Surprised, the creature questions his words. Theo observes that it looks different from the griffin he remembers. Where it once stood over 10 meters tall, it now appears roughly his size. He suspects that the sword's long confinement has weakened it. Seeing an opportunity, Theo declares that he will claim the sword by force. The griffin, caught off guard, attempts to reason with him, insisting that it is quite civilized. Meanwhile, Cecilia is frantic, trying to wake Theo. She taps his face repeatedly, calling out to her mother in panic, demanding to know what she has done. Cecilia insists that she wanted a sword forged for her son, not for him to die. Kirsan, visibly concerned, explains that the sword's energy has merged with Theo's bloodstream, something she has never seen before. She had assumed he would be fine since he already possessed a relic, but now she is uncertain. Tears fill Cecilia's eyes as she looks at her mother, vowing that if anything terrible happens to Theo, she will never forgive her. Tension fills the room as Theo tightens his grip on the blade. A dark aura begins to swirl around him, coalescing into a black orb that sinks into his chest. Cecilia calls out in confusion, and Theo finally opens his eyes. Relief washes over her as she embraces him, tears of joy streaming down her face. Theo reassures her that he's fine and she has nothing to worry about. With the completion of his second quest, Theo now wields the white moonlight blade. Kirsan exhales with relief, acknowledging his achievement in claiming the legendary sword. Theo reflects that he was fortunate. The griffin had been easy to overpower, thanks to its recent unsealing, and its attempts at psychological manipulation had failed completely. Absorbing the sword's immense energy, Theo's magical power surges dramatically, granting him an additional boost of 30. His total power now exceeds 200, and a faint white aura radiates from him, hinting at the divine potential of his magic. He realizes his abilities are now comparable to those of a high-ranking swordsman, though he regrets that he won't be able to fully harness this power until after the awakening ceremony. His stats are extraordinary. Kirsan, clearly impressed, congratulates him on his success. Theo asks if she will honor her promise, and Kirsan reassures him confidently. Elves do not lie. Suddenly, Theo feels the sword vibrating. Puzzled, he looks to Kirsan for an explanation. She tells him the blade is resisting, not because it doubts him, but because it has been trapped for hundreds of years. Now finally freed, it longs to release its pent-up energy. Pointing to a nearby wall marked with sword strikes, she encourages him to give it his all. Theo hesitates, asking if it's truly safe, but Kirsan laughs, brushing aside his concern. She boasts that even the white moonlight blade could not possibly damage the Basque workshop when wielded by a boy who hasn't undergone his awakening. Theo finds her words slightly irritating, but recognizes this as the perfect chance to test his sword. As he approaches the wall, he contemplates whether to channel his magic, quietly asking Kirsten for forgiveness. The sword's bandages begin to unravel, revealing its true form. Theo's eyes darken as he imbues it with his magic, widening his stance in preparation for a powerful swing. Kirsten realizes too late what he is about to do and shouts for him to stop. But Theo unleashes a single, blinding flash, mimicking his father's technique. The wall is obliterated in an instant. In fact, the destruction is far greater. The entire side of the Basque workshop is sliced cleanly down the middle. Cecilia stares in shock, while Kirsten, wearing a mystical mask, screams in horror over the damage and the financial loss. Theo sheepishly admits that he may have overdone it, noting that the sword drained all his magic in a single strike. Suddenly, Kirsten is in front of him, pressing her hand against his stomach. Taken aback by her speed, Theo realizes she is assessing him. She comments on his lack of proficiency with magic, noting that she cannot detect a mana core, and asks whether the devastating cut came purely from the sword's sharpness. Looking into his eyes, she confirms that he is indeed a genius, and realizes this prodigy is her grandson. Calculating the potential wealth and fame he could bring, she places a hand on his shoulder and declares that she will become his patron. All he needs to do is showcase his skills to the world, and he will become the greatest advertisement for her workshop. Theo is stunned by her sudden interest. Even Cecilia is taken aback, remarking that she can practically see dollar signs in Kirsten's eyes. That night, as Theo and his mother prepare to depart, Kirsten lingers behind, carefully holding the treasures he had retrieved from the dungeon. Theo had plans to use them to repair the workshop's damaged wall. Kirsten watches the loot with a warm smile, marveling at the remarkable young man her daughter has raised. She guesses that he must have earned these spoils while recovering the relic and laughs, admitting how proud she feels. As they begin to leave, a voice calls down from above, greeting Kirsten after what seems like ages. Her brow furrows as she looks up, spotting a figure perched in a tree. Through the bird resting there, she demands to know why this person has come. 5 days pass, and the day of the awakening ceremony arrives. Theo trains alongside Evelyn, his strikes nearly pushing her backward. Yet she parries with precision, gradually forcing him onto the defensive. She remarks that his swordsmanship has become noticeably sharper and faster. Theo can't help but relax at the praise. Nearby, the other trainees watch in stunned silence. Evelyn reflects on the progress he has made over the past 6 months. He has grown strong enough to challenge her now. With his magical powers awakening today, she is certain he will rise to extraordinary heights, marking the birth of a true powerhouse. She smiles, commending his progress, and suggests that he might even achieve valedictorian status at the ceremony, wishing him luck. Theo chuckles, attributing his growth to her training, and jokingly promises that if he wins, he will mention her in his speech. Evelyn cringes at the idea, while the other trainees immediately demand he mention them too. Theo laughs at the complication of sudden popularity, causing Evelyn to cringe even harder. With a casual wave, he excuses himself, hinting that he has another place to be. The scene shifts to the central headquarters of the Ragnar family. Theo stands before the massive gates and announces his presence, instructing them to open. A crowd has gathered, eagerly awaiting the awakening ceremony, the clan's most important annual event. As the gates swing open, he steps inside, noting the anticipation on every face. Becoming a Ragnar swordsman is the first step toward honor and recognition, and everyone here hopes to achieve just that. Inside, the hall is packed with competitors. Anxiety prickles at Theo as he realizes that every member of the clan, including his father, is watching. He steels himself, determined to perform his best. Among the attendees are the 9 dragons, as well as Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head from 2 generations ago. Theo studies her, incredulous that someone could be 150 years old, yet he feels reassured by her presence. Suddenly, the drumbeats of ceremony echo through the hall, signaling the start. Vanna, a judge, calls for attention and announces the beginning of the preliminary examination. The task is simple in theory. Each participant must lift a sword from the ground and strike the steel wall in front of them, leaving a mark. The wall is forged from white snow steel, impervious to ordinary blades. Only strikes infused with magical power can leave a trace. Vanna explains that he will distribute the necessary magic to each participant, ensuring that everyone has the chance to display their skill. One S pill grants 10 years worth of magical power. It is an elixir meant to help the user open their mana hall, which resides in the abdomen. Only after this awakening can they cut through the white snow steel wall with their blades. The depth of their strike determines the results of their trial. The instructor calls out the participants' names, one by one. First up is Theo. As he steps forward, he recalls that in his past life, Axion had been the valedictorian. Determined, he reaches for his pill and picks up one of the blades, vowing that this time he won't let Axion overshadow him. His goal is clear. He will become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Nearby, Hilda turns to Kyle, asking if Theo is the descendant he had mentioned earlier. Kyle nods, confirming that Theo has indeed caught her attention. Hilda admits that she had grown curious after hearing about him and looks forward to seeing just how capable her descendant truly is. Theo exhales sharply and begins to limber up, admitting to himself that he feels a bit nervous. It has been a while since his last trial. Vanna instructs him to swallow the pill. Theo responds with a firm okay. In his past life, consuming the S pill had caused him to lose control over his mana, severely injuring his Danon. This time, he assures himself, it will be different. He swallows the pill, and immediately, magical power surges through his body. He staggers slightly under its intensity. Vanna exclaims that he's acting foolishly. Generating a mana wave of such magnitude without care is dangerous. When consuming the pill, one must allow the mana hall to stabilize within the Danon. Even the most talented Ragnars, with their vast reserves of mana, risk crippling themselves if they are reckless. Just as it seems Theo might succumb to the overwhelming power, the mana unexpectedly settles. He channels it into an orb surrounding his body. Vanna watches in astonishment. Theo has managed to endure it. Clenching his fist, Theo realizes he now possesses a dragon heart and a fully awakened mana hall. He reflects briefly, somewhat disheartened that he succeeded so easily compared to his previous life. But from this moment on, he is officially able to wield mana. With his newfound power, he prepares to leave his mark. Mana flows around his blade as he assumes a battle stance, ready to strike with full force. A vision of a dragon manifests behind him, radiating immense presence that overwhelms the audience. The four other hounds immediately recognize the gulf of difference between them and Theo. As the dragon's aura swings forward, Theo performs a technique called single flash, leaving an enormous mark etched deeply into the wall. The cut is so profound that it can be seen from afar, nearly splitting the wall in half. Axion glares furiously at the sight, while Vanna is taken aback, momentarily speechless before announcing Theo's past achievements. Theo walks away confidently, while the trainees murmur in awe, whispering that they have never seen anything like this. They refer to him as Young Master Theo, questioning if this could truly be the slash of someone wielding mana for the first time. With his reputation skyrocketing, Theo notes that his luck has now dropped to 0. But he is relieved to see that his status window confirms the curse of bad luck that had plagued him is finally gone. His fame has begun to spread across the realm. The exhilaration of the moment hits him. He has finally reached the same starting point as everyone else. Many have noticed his extraordinary performance. Osa expresses a desire to take him on as a disciple, while Julius fumes at the attention Theo is receiving. Even Robert Ragnar, as previously mentioned by the bird Kierson, regards him with caution. Hilda, too, watches with interest, smiling as she observes the unfolding scene. Theo reflects that, although the appearances of the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon were unexpected, he is particularly thrilled to have captured Hilda's attention. After all, she possesses the heart of Garuda, and if he can gain her favor, the possibilities before him expand immensely. Now it is Sybil's turn. With all his strength, he delivers a powerful swing that leaves a mark etched into the wall, securing his pass. Overcome with emotion, he sheds manly tears, proudly proclaiming his success. Following him, Ray, Hulkas, and Remington also leave their marks, each one perfectly reflecting their sword techniques. However, poor Sybil quickly realizes that while their marks are impressive, none can compare to the impact of Theo's. Finally, the last participant, Axion, steps forward as his name is called. The crowd murmurs, noting that it seems the competition has come down to a duel between Theo and Axion. Some even whisper that perhaps Axion himself cannot match the level Theo has just demonstrated. Annoyed by the speculation, Axion grips his blade and swiftly consumes a power-enhancing pill. As he begins infusing his aura into his sword, Vanna urges him to wait, but it is already too late. Axion releases a dragon-type aura reminiscent of Theo's, but it produces a harsh, grating sound as it clashes against the wall. Vanna exclaims in disbelief, declaring the act outrageous. Even today, he has been surprised multiple times. Axion's strike is as grand as Theo's, leaving a striking X-shaped mark on the wall. The onlookers murmur in astonishment. Their marks are nearly identical. At this point, precision grading will determine the victor. Axion inspects his mark, a hint of displeasure crossing his features, before turning away. Once every participant has completed their turn, Vanna announces the completion of the first stage of the ceremony. He commends the participants for their hard work and expresses satisfaction at the number who have improved their scores. Those who passed are instructed to prepare for the second stage, which will begin in 4 days, when the eagerly anticipated rankings will be revealed. The crowd buzzes with excitement as the announcement approaches. Both Theo and Axion stand in tense anticipation, waiting to hear the results. The scene is punctuated by a booming voice declaring the end of the first stage and preparing to reveal the outcomes. Suddenly, Theo's name is called. The crowd gasps in shock as he is declared valedictorian, achieving a perfect 10 out of 10 in every category and earning the nickname Flash Tiger. Whispers ripple through the audience, marveling that Theo has outperformed Axion, who was once considered unbeatable. The announcer notes that Theo's sword mark closely mirrors the legendary marks of Thorki, Ragnar, leaving everyone in awe. Meanwhile, in the snow-covered mountains, Thorkel Ragnar, a prominent figure in the clan's succession, walks alone, his presence signaling his significance. Back at the ceremony, Axion is announced as second place, his perfect score narrowly edged out by Theo's slightly longer sword mark. Axion's blazing eyes betray his fury as silence falls over the crowd, tension hanging thick in the air. The announcer concludes by congratulating all participants and informing them that the second stage will take place in 3 days in the Winter Mountains. The 87 examinees now prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. Later, Theo celebrates with Remington and their friends in a warm, cozy cabin. He humbly thanks them, emphasizing that their journey is far from over. Noticing Remington's shame over his own performance, Theo brushes it off with a smile, reminding him of their enduring friendship and reigniting his determination. The group raises their glasses, toasting to the challenges and adventures that lie ahead. Later, alone amidst the snowy peaks of the mountains, Theo reflects on his recent victory. He knows this is far from the end and remembers his true adversaries, Axion and the Sky Dragon. He pulls out the nest compass, watching it point decisively toward the Winter Mountains. Realizing that the second stage may reveal the nest's location, he steels himself for what is to come. Suddenly, sensing someone behind him, Theo vanishes and reappears instantly, sword pressed against the intruder's throat. The man introduces himself as Jotun, a member of the elite Gill Sword unit. Jotun explains that his captain was impressed by Theo's performance and offers him a chance to take the entrance exam for their prestigious squad. Still wary, Theo questions why a test is necessary if the Gill Sword unit is so eager to recruit him. Jotun clarifies that being invited to the test alone is a rare honor. Before the conversation can continue, a sharp, fiery voice cuts through the tension. Addressing Jotun and his companions as fools of the sword platoon, the vice commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, nicknamed the Fire Goblin, appears. She wastes no time offering Theo a position in her unit, claiming that her offer far surpasses anything the Gill Sword unit can provide. Chaos erupts as representatives from other elite units arrive, each vying to recruit Theo into their ranks. The competition grows heated, with each group attempting to outshine the others. Theo, amused by the spectacle, considers quietly slipping away from the madness. Just as he prepares to leave, a calm yet commanding voice fills the air, silencing everyone. Flower petals drift gently around as Prunus Ragnar, the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, steps forward, stunning the crowd with her graceful presence. She announces her interest in Theo, leaving onlookers awestruck. Elsewhere, Axion, consumed with rage over Theo's victory, unleashes a furious rampage, striking down anyone nearby. His uncle intervenes, effortlessly halting Axion's sword with just 3 fingers. Cheating him for losing control, his uncle advises focus and leans in with a chilling promise. Follow me, and I'll show you how to make the second stage Theo Ragnar's funeral. Back with Theo, Prunus steps forward with elegance and authority, commanding the attention of all. Her mere presence leaves a strong impression, whispers of admiration and speculation spreading through the crowd. As some try to impede her, she releases a surge of energy, silencing opposition and creating a private space for herself and Theo. Within this mystical aura, she demonstrates her sword technique, Celestial Flower Rain, a style defined by grace, precision, and control. In contrast to the overwhelming destructive power of Lord Kyle Ragnar, her movements are accompanied by a mesmerizing flurry of flower petals. Theo watches in awe, absorbing every detail of her flowing, elegant style. Prunus reassures him that mastery is not required immediately, encouraging Theo to contemplate the essence of her technique. With a final radiant burst of energy, she invites him to seek her out after the ceremony for further lessons, leaving him both inspired and humbled by her gift. 3 days later, the scene shifts to the vast winter mountains near the northern Great Wall, an expansive, forbidding range that has served as humanity's shield against the horrors beyond for over a millennium. Amid this historic and treacherous landscape, the second stage of the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Jackie Ragnar, the ceremony supervisor, steps forward to address the assembled participants. He stresses the sacred duty of the Ragnar clan as humanity's shield against the Demon Sea, a cursed land teeming with monstrous creatures. He reminds the apprentices that one day this burden will fall to them. For this test, they must remain within the Great Wall. Venturing beyond is far too dangerous. The objective is straightforward: hunt beasts, collect the bells hanging around their necks, and survive the harsh winter mountains for 15 days. The bells come in different colors, with higher value ones indicating tougher challenges. Jackie warns of a beast so powerful that it can only be defeated through teamwork, hinting at the significant rewards awaiting those who succeed. Participants are free to use any means necessary, including stealing bells from others, as this trial is a survival of the fittest challenge, the very embodiment of the Ragnar way. He also points out the totems marking safe zones where they can rest and resupply. As soon as the test begins, the participants scatter, diving into the snowy terrain. Theo's allies head into the forest to gather supplies and support him. The red-haired siblings, Hulkus and his sister, charge forward eagerly. Axi and Ragnar race through the mountains with grim determination, haunted by the chilling words of their uncle that this test might be Theo's grave. Watching from the shadows is Ray Ragnar, one of the clan's 4 hounds, keeping a careful eye on Axion. Meanwhile, Theo prepares to enter the forest, but is stopped by Remington. After days of reflection, Remington admits that he now sees Theo not just as a friend, but as a rival. Theo smiles warmly, accepting the challenge, and the two part ways with a renewed sense of resolve. Alone again, Theo steadies himself and pulls out his compass, letting it guide him toward the dragon's nest. The compass lights up, pointing the way through the snow-covered wilderness, and a thrill of anticipation builds as he sets off. Elsewhere, deep in the mountains, a mysterious blue light glimmers on a steep, snow-covered cliff, a hint that secrets lie waiting to be uncovered. Trudging through the snowy outskirts, Theo mutters to himself about the difficulty of navigating in such conditions, joking that a shovel might have been more useful than his prized moon-white sword, Griffin. Gripping the hilt, he feels the blade tremble, as if alive. Swinging it with all his strength, a surge of blue energy erupts from the sword, clearing a path and revealing a hidden trail beneath the snow. Suddenly, he senses someone watching him and calls out, daring them to reveal themselves. From behind a tree, 3 figures emerge. One chuckles, asking when Theo first noticed them. Theo instantly recognizes the trio, Hai, Cho, and Lon, notorious as the roughnecks of the mountains. These are no ordinary thugs. In his past life, their missions had left a massacre of over 700 innocents in their wake. A horrifying scene Theo had once been forced to clean up. Confronting them now, Theo suspects Axion might have sent them. The trio dismisses the notion, sneering that they take no orders from someone their age. Pressing them further, Theo's questioning forces the truth out. They were sent by the Senate. Understanding the stakes, Theo calmly draws his sword. The leader mocks him, but in a flash, Theo's blade erupts with the energy of a blue dragon. 3 swift, precise strikes tear through the attackers, leaving blood staining the snow. Their bodies collapse in a heap, their severed heads left intact as a grim warning. Gazing at the carnage before him, Theo mutters that he doesn't want to become like those responsible, before tossing the heads off the cliff. Reflecting on Lady Prunus's technique, Celestial Flower Rain, he acknowledges just how far he still has to go before mastering it. Then, something catches his eye near the cliff's edge, a partially concealed staircase carved into the rock. A system alert pings, revealing a hidden quest. Find the invisible staircase and explore the blue cave. Without hesitation, Theo leaps down the spiraling stairs, descending deep into the mountain. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, tension is high. An announcer updates the rankings. Axie and Ragnar lead in first place, closely followed by Ray Ragnar, as the second stage begins in the unforgiving Winter Mountains. Seated at a large round table, Julius quickly asks about Theo's progress. The announcer hesitates before admitting that Theo has yet to secure any kills or allies. Julius raises an eyebrow in surprise, while the announcer speculates that Theo may be hiding or preparing an ambush. Before the conversation continues, Prunus opens her mouth to speak, but Wolfgang interrupts with a menacing laugh, dismissing Theo's chances in the current round. He sneers that excelling in the first round doesn't guarantee success here. Wolfgang mocks Theo mercilessly, labeling him a coward with no real-world battle experience and even ridiculing him as an illegitimate child. Smirking maliciously, Wolfgang thinks of the rough necks he sent after Theo, confident they've already eliminated him. Across from Wolfgang, Ed narrows his eyes, suspicion flashing. He telepathically questions Wolfgang about any involvement in Theo's current predicament. Wolfgang chuckles, admitting he didn't see the need to inform Ed. Frustrated, Ed clenches his jaw, fuming silently at Wolfgang's recklessness. Ever since Theo seized control of the Camellia Palace, Ed and his allies had relocated to the Rose Palace, giving him a chance to search for the ancient dragon artifact. Despite his efforts, it remains elusive, and now he suspects Theo holds the key. Determined, Ed silently orders a subordinate to locate Axion and urge him to accelerate plans to eliminate Theo. Meanwhile, Prunus warns Julius that the Senate is likely plotting something and suggests a backup plan. Julius dismisses her concerns, confident in Theo's resilience. He believes Theo is simply biding his time, and with a smirk, he reminds Prunus that he hasn't forgotten she met Theo behind his back. Prunus laughs off the remark, insisting that what truly matters is Theo's perspective. Deep in the mountains, Theo has entered a dark cave littered with skeletal remains. Bones and skulls are scattered across the ground, and as he ventures further, the skeletons seem to stir, emitting eerie roars meant to unnerve him. But Theo remains unfazed, his mental fortitude holding steady. Placing a hand on the cold cave wall, he activates his sensory perception skill. A surge of awareness flows through him, mapping the cave's paths. His lips curl into a smirk as he detects a faint, glowing trail. This must be the hatchling's nest. A memory surfaces from his past life, Hool discovering a legendary item in this very cave years later. Determined to claim it first, Theo follows the trail to a massive ancient door. Standing before it, he feels a pang of pity for Hule, knowing he's about to claim the treasure long before Hule ever has the chance. As he steps closer, the door seems to awaken. A presence stirs behind it. Then he sees it. A massive eye, wide open, staring from the darkness. Dumbfounded, Theo pushes the door open and steps into a vast chamber. Glittering gold, rare swords, and treasures from across the world fill the room. Yet instead of excitement, unease grips him. This isn't the hatchling's nest he anticipated. It is something far greater. This is the lair of the ancient dragon. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as the enormity of the situation sinks in. Challenging a dragon of this caliber was unthinkable. Survival alone would be nothing short of miraculous. As he scans the treasure around him, Theo wonders whether he arrived years too early or if Hule's intel had been wrong. Resolving to retreat, he turns to leave. But an intense gaze freezes him in place. Slowly, he looks back and sees a massive, gleaming golden eye locked onto him. The dragon has awakened. Its voice resonates through the cavern with ancient authority. You are the first selector in a very long time. Lounging atop the treasure hoard, the dragon studies Theo intently. Overwhelmed by the honor, Theo drops to his knees, bowing deeply, and greets the dragon as his ancestor. The dragon, amused, tilts its head at the term ancestor. Quickly, Theo explains, recounting his clan's history. Wasn't this guardian dragon the lifelong companion of Sigurd, the great progenitor of the Ragnar clan? Wasn't it also the mother of the famed dragon that birthed their bloodline? The dragon snorts, the sound tinged with sarcasm. Its voice is laced with amusement as it clarifies the myths. That bastard Cigar certainly spread quite the tale, it says. While it is true that Cigar and the dragon shared a bond of mutual respect, there was no familial lineage or romantic connection. Their relationship was forged through a deep, sacred pact, not through blood. After all, it adds with a sly grin, a human and a dragon, hardly a compatible mix. Theo feels his cheeks flush at the implication, but presses forward, asking if the claims that all Ragnar families carry the dragon's blood are merely exaggerated propaganda. Lodbrok nods, confirming that while the claim is mostly mythical, it is not entirely false. The contract with Sigurd did leave traces of the dragon's power, though only in a symbolic sense. Feeling a measure of relief, Theo recognizes the rare opportunity before him. This is not about fighting. It is about learning invaluable truths that could help him rise to the top of the Ragnar clan. Sensing Theo's anticipation, Lodbrok explains that, as the guardian dragon, it is bound by an ancient pact. Any worthy selector who passes its test earns the right to ask 3 questions. The scene shifts to Axion Ragnar, who is in the midst of taking down a ferocious beast with a technique known as Thousand Dragons Roar. In a single, devastating strike, he brings down a tiger-like creature, which collapses at his feet. Smirking, Axion plucks a small green bell from the beast's neck. Muttering that it is his 57th, he tosses the bell to a subordinate and asks if there has been any news about Theo. Orin, a loyal member of Axion's group, reports that Theo's location is still unknown. He can't help but admire Axion's strength, thinking about how effortlessly his leader dispatches creatures that others would avoid. But his admiration gets the better of him, and he mutters something about Theo's intelligence. Axion's expression darkens instantly. Before Orin can react, Axion grabs him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. With a deadly glare, he growls that true strength is fearless. Gasping for air, Orin stammers an apology. At that moment, another messenger arrives with urgent news. The Central Intelligence Bureau has ordered them to hasten their mission. Axion releases Orin, still radiating menace, and brushes off the message. He tells the messenger to inform the Bureau that no one is more eager for Theo's death than he is. His body hums with unrestrained bloodlust, leaving his intentions unmistakable. Meanwhile, Theo remains deep in thought, carefully considering how to frame his 3 questions for Lodbrok. He knows each one must carry weight. After a moment, he takes a steadying breath and asks the first question that has been on his mind. Why are you here? Lodbrok's eye gleams with approval. A good start, it remarks with a chuckle. The dragon begins to speak, revealing that far beyond the known world lies a being called the Nameless Monarch, a creature of unimaginable power. For thousands of years, it has been Lodbrok's sacred duty to shield the world from this threat. The grandeur of Winter Mountain, as imposing as it seems, is merely an outpost in a far greater conflict. Theo feels a chill run down his spine as he realizes that even this ancient and powerful dragon harbors fear of the Nameless Monarch. Pushing aside his unease, he asks his second question. What is the ancient dragon's relic? Impressed by Theo's curiosity, Lodbrok explains that 3 relics are tied to its soul, each a powerful artifact. Then, with a mysterious glint in her eye, the dragon reveals that Theo already possesses 2 of them. Shock courses through him as he recalls the dungeon in the Camellia Palace and his moon-white sword, Griffin, but he wonders about the 3rd relic. Lodbrok identifies it as paper, a fragment of the dragon's soul split into 31 pieces, each entrusted to humans to aid in defending against the Nameless Monarch. She explains that these relics can take many forms: an item, a weapon, or even an event. Theo's mind races as the pieces fall into place. Could his miraculous regression, a phenomenon he once thought impossible, have been caused by a relic? The realization leaves him stunned. In other words, he himself was the relic of the primordial dragon. Yet, it still didn't make sense to him. Every other relic had been guarded by draconian beasts, except for the time relic, which had caused his regression. With that thought in mind, he asked one final question. Why was he chosen? He wonders why someone once deemed talentless would be selected to face the nameless monarch over others far stronger or more gifted. Lodbrok meets his gaze with a knowing look and counters with a question of her own. Why does he think he is the only one chosen? Theo's eyes widen as the implication sinks in. Others must have been selected by relics as well. His mind races to figures like Ed and even the Black Dragon. Did they know about the relics? Could they have experienced regression too? The weight of the dragon's revelation leaves him reeling, filling him with both clarity and new questions. A terrifying nameless monarch, an ancient dragon bound by duty, and the possibility of other regressors. The enormity of it all settles heavily on his shoulders. Breaking the silence, Lodbrok declares that Theo's 3 questions have been answered, completing the hidden quest. A system notification appears, congratulating him and offering a reward. Lodbrok gestures to the vast troves surrounding them, inviting Theo to choose whatever he desires. Gems, relics, elixirs, skill books, or armaments, each beyond ordinary imagination. Scanning the treasures, a spark of boldness lights in Theo, and he surprises even himself with a smile as he declares, "I want you." Lodbrok freezes, utterly stunned by his unexpected request. She lets out a booming laugh, amused, remarking that her popularity must truly be eternal, calling Theo's claim an amusing jest. But her tone sharpens, demanding to know what he genuinely desires. Theo remains silent for a moment, then cryptically hints at something about her standing atop the treasure. Confused and increasingly irritated, Lodbrok narrows her eyes. "That wasn't a joke, was it?" she demands. With unshaken confidence, Theo confirms her suspicion. Spreading her massive wings, Lodbrok generates a gale-force wind that nearly topples him, pressing down with the overwhelming aura of dragon fear. She demands, teeth bared, "Are you seriously trying to claim all my treasure and my knowledge with clever wordplay?" Theo braces against the oppressive force, blood trickling from his eyes and mouth, summoning the fear of lesser drakes. A blue, smoke-like energy emanates from him. Lodbrok sneers at the display, mocking him. How foolish, she says, to think such a minor fear could challenge her. Yet Theo stands resolute, defiantly declaring that the guardian dragon promised he could claim any treasure within her nest without limitations. Boldly, he suggests that she herself, as the heart of the horde, could be considered a treasure. Knowing the risk, Theo clenches his jaw and presses forward. He understands that Lodbrok, the legendary guardian dragon, who once forged a pact with Ziggur, the Ragnar clan's progenitor, represents an unparalleled claim to legitimacy. Summoning every ounce of his will, he declares that he will not let this opportunity slip away. Blood continues to drip as he demands that she honor her promise, boldly choosing her as his prize and asking her to stand by his side. Lodbrok watches quietly as Theo stands firm beneath her overwhelming aura. There's something about his resolve that stirs a memory deep within her, a determination that echoes Sigurd's centuries-old courage. Slowly she exhales, and the fire in her eyes softens. With a voice that mixes amusement with a trace of nostalgia, she finally speaks. She accepts his request. Theo freezes, trying to process her words. Before him, her massive dragon form begins to shimmer and shift. A dense mist rises, wrapping her golden eyes in an otherworldly glow. When the fog fades, the dragon is gone, replaced by a breathtaking humanoid figure. Horns curl elegantly from her head, and her eyes gleam with ancient golden light. Every movement radiates an air of timeless majesty. She steps closer, letting out a soft, teasing laugh at Theo's stunned expression. "You seem taken with my appearance," she says, her voice light but not unkind. Then, with a sudden shift to solemnity, she reveals her true age. Over 2 millennia. Curious, Theo asked about the hole in Lodbrok's chest. With a somber expression, she revealed that she had lost her heart 50 years ago and had been waiting for her death ever since. She explained that she had no more than 3 years left to live, which was why she could no longer leave the nest. Extending a hand toward him, she asks plainly, does he still wish to choose her as his reward? Theo smiles, unwavering. My answer is the same, he says firmly. I choose you, Lodbrok. A system notification confirms his choice. He has selected Ragnar's guardian dragon, Lodbrok, as his reward. She shakes her head, part amused, part resigned. You're a fool, she murmurs, but her tone carries a hint of approval. Yet that kind of stubbornness is just what a chosen one needs. The system updates, granting Theo two new titles, Guardian Dragon's Significant Other and Descendant of the Progenitor. Bloodied but resolute, he straightens, determination blazing in his eyes. Lodbrok regards him silently, her expression unreadable. Theo swears silently to grow stronger, to seek relics of the primordial dragon, and to find a way to restore her lost heart. Another system notification flashes. A soul link has been established. Theo's gaze hardens. He promises Lodbrok he will uncover a relic capable of replacing what she lost. As the confirmation message appears that he has gained experience points and leveled up, Theo clenches his fists. I will do this, he vows. I must earn the right to be called Guardian Dragon's Significant Other. Lodbrok smirks. Then care for me, she instructs, as my chosen partner. But know this, until a solution is found for my heart, I cannot leave my nest. I will enter hibernation soon. Before vanishing, she produces a glowing blue book, appearing directly in front of him and pressing it to his chest. Study this, she instructs. It will awaken your mind gate and allow a true soul link to form between us. She gestures around the cave, indicating the nearby food supply. Take your time. Learn what you must. A system notification announces, Theo has acquired the Grimoire of Aman. Theo stares in disbelief. The system explains, this mystical tome contains principles rooted in the primordial sound of creation itself, a holy resonance embodying the universe's fundamental truths. He marvels at his fortune and asks Lodbrok how long it will take to awaken his mind gate. She tells him the first stage requires roughly a month. Theo's stomach tightens. He has only 15 days left before the second stage of the awakening ceremony ends. Anxiety gnaws at him as he asks if he can return to her nest once the trial concludes. Perched atop one of the treasure chests, Lodbrok radiates a teasing yet authoritative presence. Her golden eyes gleam as she declares that Theo will not be allowed to leave until he opens his mind gate. Theo freezes, realizing she is deadly serious. The pressure intensifies. He has only 13 days to accomplish what would take others a full month, all while his competitors scavenge bells and fight relentlessly to secure their rankings. 3 days before the second stage begins, snow blankets the grounds of the Central Intelligence Bureau. But the chill in the air isn't solely from the freezing weather. Ed explains the marble's purpose. It amplifies the energy of fiends trapped within, creating an anti-field zone that repels other fiends. To demonstrate, he shatters the marble, unleashing a swirling haze of purple and black miasma. From it emerges a hideous four-eyed creature, wielding a maul large enough to engulf Axion whole. Before Axion can react, shadows surge from his uncle's feet, forming a dragon that annihilates the fiend in a single devastating strike. The spectacle leaves Axion torn between awe and disbelief at the monstrous legacy he has inherited. Unfazed by Axion's inner turmoil, his uncle continues outlining the next step. The second stage's objective is simple: exterminate fiends and gather points. But Axion's personal mission is far more precise and vindictive. His task is to lure Theo out using the marbles. Never one for subtlety, Axion suggests torturing Theo to extract every scrap of information about the Rose Palace relic. His uncle, the pragmatic voice of reason, reminds him that Theo is not someone to underestimate. Restraint has never been your strong suit, he chides, earning a murderous glare from Axion, whose clenched fists crack audibly. Instead of direct torture, they would exploit Theo's emotional vulnerability, targeting the companions he holds dear from the training ground. Fast forward to the present. Axion's plan is unraveling. Theo has refused to take the bait. Instead of hunting fiends like the other contenders, Theo has opted for a stealthy, elusive approach, a sort of Where's Waldo strategy. With only 12 hours remaining on the clock, Axion broods in frustration. His 860 points do little to soothe his temper. Behind him, pulsating lights signal the arrival of Felix Ragnar, a swordsman from Plum Blossom Palace, currently ranked 7th with 446 points. Ever the self-proclaimed investigator, Felix suggests that Theo may have been captured by council scoundrels. Axion's retort is icy and merciless, his gaze piercing like a blade. Your deductions are as pathetic as your rank. To make matters worse, he ridicules Felix's connection to Lady Plum Blossom. Felix's jaw tightens, his hands tremble slightly, but he restrains himself, unwilling to retaliate. Axion dismisses him with a wave, declaring that it is time to flush Theo out of hiding. Gathering the scaled dragon society within Plum Blossom Palace, Axion lays out a methodical plan to hunt down Theo's companions. The members grin maliciously, savoring the anticipation of the chase. Hidden behind a tree, Ray Ragnar, ranked third with 561 points, listened carefully to the forest around him. In the distance, the shriek of a dying forest lizard echoed through the shadowy trees. A small band of hunters loomed over the carcass, reveling in their victory. The stench of blood mixed with damp moss and earth, clinging to the air. This was no ordinary prey. The creature was a mid-tier fiend. Yet the hunters, blinded by their own pride, treated it like a monumental accomplishment. Among them, Sybil, ranked 68th with a meager 31 points, clutched a yellow demon bell, a token from a previous, even less impressive victory. His companions, Gordon, ranked 53rd, and Romero, 62nd, shared in the smug satisfaction of their modest achievement. Though their points were pitiful, at least they had survived. Sybil glanced at the time remaining, 12 hours, and muttered a complaint about Theo, more irritated about wasted resources than concerned for his rival. The group's self-styled strategist speculated that Theo must be planning something grand, not merely scraping by for points. The optimist in the group suggested that Theo might even take the top spot again, but the comment earned exasperated looks from everyone else. Suddenly, Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with 173 points, struck with lethal precision, driving his sword into Sybil's back. The sound of flesh yielding to steel echoed sharply through the forest. Sybil's triumphant expression froze, replaced with shock, as blood darkened his clothing. Orion withdrew his sword smoothly, declaring that Sybil was no more than expendable fodder. His gaze, cold and dangerous, swept over the remaining hunters, daring them to act. As he lifted his blade again, chaos erupted around them. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, Theo faced an entirely different test. Deep within Lord Brock's nest, the ancient dragon herself watched him, her glowing amber eyes a mixture of curiosity and appraisal. Her voice rumbled like distant thunder as she commented on Theo's progress with the Mind Gate, a feat he had achieved in under a month, a pace so fast that it could intimidate even the most talented sorcerers. A system notification confirmed his partial mastery of the Grimoire of Aman, a legendary relic known for its complexity and demanding both vast mana and a dragon's heart. Theo allowed himself a wry, amused smile, thinking how his life was always just short of perfection, overachieving but still somehow falling short of the impossible standard. Though he possessed both mana and the dragon's heart, giving him twice the normal progress, the system reminded him that his stats remained mediocre. It granted him a skill called hatching, which allowed him to manipulate lingering thoughts through psychokinesis. Impressive in theory, but not the kind of flashy power he had hoped for. Lord Brock, unimpressed by his commentary, closed her enormous eyes and reminded him that he had barely qualified to call himself her consort. The word shocked Theo, and he struggled to comprehend what kind of partnership the dragon envisioned. She pressed further, stating that he would require rigorous training to master advanced skills and emphasizing the urgency. With only 2 years left, prioritizing her restoration was essential, or both of them would face doom. Motivated rather than intimidated, Theo resolved to accept the challenge and promised he would see it through. Satisfied with his determination, Lord Brock began the primordial covenant. Wisps of smoke coiled around Theo as her molten gold eyes burned brighter than ever. She pronounced him her consort, the first in a millennium. In an instant, she vanished, teleporting Theo to a snow-covered mountain cliff. Surrounded by the vast frost-bitten wilderness, he exhaled, watching his breath mingle with the icy air. 12 hours remained. Despite his accomplishments, the harsh landscape and pressing time reminded him that much still needed to be done. Thinking it through, Theo realized he had only one option: to take the other examinees' bells. In his previous life, Axion had been the first to do so. If events unfolded the same way, Theo could claim first place by defeating him. With that thought, Theo steeled his resolve. A sudden rustling shattered the silence. Theo's head snapped toward the sound, his pulse quickening. A figure emerged, staggering through the snow and leaving a trail of blood behind. Then came a voice, faint, chilling, and slicing through the cold air like a knife. Theo froze, every muscle locked. Theo scanned the surroundings for movement until he finally recognized the person stumbling toward him. It was Ray Ragnar. Her body was drenched in blood, trembling as she staggered toward Theo. Alarmed, Theo rushed to her side, demanding to know what had happened. Had she been attacked by a monster? But as his eyes fell to her chest, his breath caught. A deep, fresh sword wound ran across her torso. Before he could say another word, Ray reached out, her voice quivering as she urged him to head west. Each step she took seemed heavier than the last. Then her strength gave out. She stumbled forward, collapsing against Theo. The sudden weight and the shock of her condition left him frozen in place. Her tone was urgent despite her exhaustion, and as Theo eased her to the ground, her hand loosened on the sword until it slipped entirely from her grasp. Instinctively, Theo caught the weapon. The moment his hand closed around the hilt, a brilliant flash of light consumed him. A system notification appeared, announcing that hatchling synchronization had begun and that it was accessing the memories stored within the sword, specifically those of its owner, Ray Ragnar. His vision twisted, and he was pulled into a vivid memory. Ray crouched behind a massive trunk, her gaze sharp and focused on a group ahead. In the center of the clearing stood Axion, commanding the space with an icy presence. Around him, Theo's captured comrades were bound, bruised, and bloodied from repeated abuse. One reported that there was no sign of Theo yet, but the traces they left behind would surely lure him in. Another added that they even let monsters roam the area to ensure that if Theo were alive, he would come. After a tense pause, he questioned aloud whether it was necessary to bring so many hostages and suggested that executing a few would send a clear message. Just as a subordinate's blade descended toward the captives, a resolute voice rang out from the shadows. Ray had stepped forward, sword drawn and stance unyielding, demanding the release of Theo's companions. Axion was momentarily irritated and surprised, realizing she had come to intervene, but he responded with mockery, teasing her for siding with Theo. Ray glared at Axion, her voice cold as she told him he had gone too far. Axion shot back angrily that it was none of her business and she should stay out of it. Unfazed, Ray raised her sword, energy crackling along the blade as she demanded he release the hostages. Enraged, Axion's bloodlust burst forth, chilling the air around them. Ray charged, and Axion met her head-on. Their swords collided with a blinding flash, sparks scattering through the clearing. In the next heartbeat, Axion's strike cut deep, and blood spilled from Ray's chest. Right then, a system window flickered before her eyes, saying memory fragment. Accessed, partial data only due to insufficient echelon level. The memory faded, and Theo returned to the present. Ray was leaning against him, breathing shallow and labored. The intensity of the recollection left him reeling. He wanted to know why Axion had captured his friends and what his objective was. Ray explained that Axion had been desperate to draw Theo out. When he failed to appear, he had taken the companions as bait to force him into action. Anger, guilt, and determination surged through Theo. Ray's frustration surfaced immediately, her voice quivering as she argued that even if sacrifices were necessary, she could not bear to lose anyone else. Theo's words cut through the tense forest like a blade. He had already suffered far too much to endure more loss. Not again. Meanwhile, in a secluded grove, a subordinate approached cautiously, bowing before speaking. Theo had been spotted at the northern cliffs, currently in communication with Ray Ragnar. A malicious smirk spread across Axion's face. Finally, Theo Ragnar, he would learn the price of defiance. A deep, raspy voice echoed in his mind alone, instructing him not to confront Theo directly, but to extract information about the relics. Axion's expression darkened as he agreed, adding coldly that he intended to make Theo suffer before compliance. Meanwhile, Theo remained steadfast. Ray pleaded with him to reconsider, warning that he was heading straight into an ambush. Yet his determination did not waver. He thanked her for the warning, but refused to watch his comrades perish while he did nothing. Memories of his past, of watching the Rose Palace fall helplessly, surged within him. This time, armed with strength and resolve, he could not remain passive. The air around Theo thickened, charged with energy, and a faint, dragon-like aura flickered behind him, embodying his unwavering determination. Ray's eyes widened. Her breath caught in her throat at the sheer intensity of his presence. "Where is Axion?" Theo demanded, voice firm and commanding, his gaze unyielding. Elsewhere, three figures stumbled upon a grim scene. Scattered supplies, faint streaks of blood, and an ominous stillness. Remington, ranked second, knelt beside a blood-stained box, noting somberly that these provisions belonged to Theo's team. Behind him, Hulkus and Eric scanned the surroundings, unease clear in their expressions. "This doesn't look promising," Remington said grimly, then turned resolutely to his companions. They had to locate Theo's team before it was too late, and they needed to support one another fully. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Theo faced a gargantuan white creature, its massive weapon descending with terrifying force. "Perfect," he muttered dryly, narrowly evading the strike that shattered the ground. Calm and focused, he tightened his grip on his blade. "Just a giant brute with no manners," he quipped before striking precisely at its weak points. The beast collapsed with a guttural roar. Theo did not pause. His mind remained fixed on his imprisoned allies as five identical monstrosities emerged, their crimson eyes glowing ominously, heralding the next wave of battle. Theo surveyed the carnage with icy detachment. "What is this? Axion's discount monster factory," he muttered under his breath. Drawing upon the dragon's third claw, he unleashed a devastating sword strike that obliterated the pack in one flawless motion. The beast roared, and Theo responded with lethal precision. Leaping high into the air, he descended like a meteor, driving his sword deep into its skull. The monstrous roar cut off abruptly, leaving only silence in its wake. Meanwhile, Ray lingered behind in the quiet, watching the aftermath of Theo's battle. Memories of the past flooded her mind, young Theo gripping her hand, courage shining even in his small frame. She scolded him silently, frustration mixed with fondness. "Always reckless, but that's just how you are." Clenching her fists, she resolved not to stand idle. "Go on, play the hero, but don't think I'll let you have all the glory." With that, she vanished into the forest, determined. Back in Axion's lair, Theo's captured allies struggled against their bonds, rage burning in their eyes. One shouted defiantly, "You'll regret this, Axion." True to form, the flamboyant villain responded with cruel theatrics. He slammed his boot into the captive's face, forcing him to the ground, a mocking smirk spreading across Axion's features. Drawing his blade with flair, he leveled it against the man's throat, a clear threat. But a smooth, condescending voice echoed from the shadows. "Young Master Axion, remember the Bureau's instructions. Any reckless action could ruin the operation." Axion's jaw tightened, and though begrudgingly, he sheathed his blade. Yet, he couldn't resist theatrics entirely. He perched atop the captives as if they were a mock throne, muttering with barely restrained fury. A flicker of light through the trees caught his eye. "How charming," he said with sarcasm. "Apparently, my uncles think I'm too incompetent to handle one low-born child on my own, so they sent 4 elite prosecutors to assist me. Fools." His fingers curled into tight fists, betraying his simmering pride and resentment. Then Theo stepped into the clearing, radiating a quiet, commanding power. Every eye turned to him. Axion rose, feigning calm, irritation hidden beneath a mask of indifference. "So, you've finally decided to show up, Theo Ragnar," he sneered. Theo remained silent, scanning the scene with meticulous precision. His hand gripped the sword tightly, the tension in the air sharp and palpable. Theo's gaze fell on the captive beneath Axion's boot, and he stepped forward deliberately, each movement measured and unnerving. Axion's hand moved toward his weapon, but the shadowed voice intervened once more. "Young Master Axion, do not let him provoke you." Axion exhaled sharply, forcing himself to regain composure. Theo, meanwhile, exuded authority, calm and controlled. Theo's voice cut through the tension like a blade as he interrupted Axion, asking if he was frightened. The words were sharp, direct, and merciless. Theo stepped closer, the cold edge of his tone leaving no room for pretense. He asked whether Axion feared being defeated by him. The words struck hard, and behind Axion's mask of composure, anger doubled uncontrollably. He hissed at Theo, infuriated by such insolence. Theo didn't back down. He suggested that if Axion weren't afraid, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths, holding hostages, surrounding himself with guards, and creating the entire elaborate spectacle. He taunted Axion, demanding to know what exactly terrified him. Axion's jaw tightened, fists trembling, his rage barely restrained. He cursed Theo as insufferable, but Theo only smiled, daring him to disprove his claim. He raised his blade, challenging Axion to fight him like a true Ragnar, unless, of course, Axion had already abandoned his pride. The clearing around them fell silent, the air thick with anticipation. Axion's fury finally erupted into a venomous laugh, mocking Theo's audacity. He ridiculed the idea that a concubine's child could even challenge him. Ignoring the desperate warnings of someone unseen, Axion drew his sword, declaring that if it was a duel Theo wanted, then it would be settled immediately. High above the battlefield, a team of covert operatives watched from the treetops. Cloaked and silent, they observed the escalating confrontation, whispering among themselves about how out of control the situation was. One reminded the others to stick to the plan, while another muttered under his breath that they should have had lunch first. They agreed that if Axion lost control, they would intervene. Back on the ground, Axion theatrically addressed his followers, commanding them not to interfere. He framed the duel as a matter of Ragnar honor, gesturing to Theo as if unveiling a prized fighter. He added that the captives would remain unharmed until the fight concluded, but Theo didn't wait for the speech to end. He struck with blinding speed, catching Axion off guard and forcing him to scramble defensively. Theo's blade gleamed with a cruel, almost vindictive light as he mocked Axion, daring him to fight seriously. Enraged, Axion released his ultimate attack. A colossal, blazing red dragon erupted from his blade, roaring as it barreled toward Theo with destructive fury. For a moment, Theo froze, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the assault. But he quickly recovered, summoning his own glowing blue sword. With a single precise motion, Dragon's third claw, Theo met the fiery monster head-on. The impact was blinding, and when the light dissipated, Axion's dragon had vanished, reduced to a wisp of smoke. Axion stared in disbelief, jaw slack with shock. Theo, meanwhile, remained composed, brushing off his sword as if deflecting a cataclysmic attack were a casual task. He smirked, confident and sharp, daring Axion by questioning whether he was even capable of teaching anything at all. The battlefield trembled under the force of clashing swords. Orion Gardner stared in disbelief. Theo had just countered Axion's thousand-dragon roar with effortless precision. Orion's carefully maintained composure shattered. Unbelievable, he whispered. Everything he expected to happen today had gone wrong. For weeks, he had dismissed Theo as a minor obstacle, someone Axion could crush without thought. But now Theo moved with calm, measured confidence, dismantling Axion's flashy assaults as if swatting a trivial fly. A gnawing unease stirred within Orion. This is bad. Theo's skill raised uncomfortable questions. Am I backing the wrong side? For a moment, the temptation to betray his own team flickered across his mind. Theo was competent. His group was disciplined. They seemed far less likely to collapse from arrogance or error. The thought vanished as quickly as it appeared. The Central Intelligence Bureau's operatives were close by, their oppressive presence a silent warning. Even if Axion fell, the Bureau would intervene, restoring order and keeping their operations intact. Turning to the scattered members of the Scale Dragon Society, he barked, "We're not cleaning up Axion's mess. Spread out, stay hidden, and avoid this chaos." Across the years, memories of Axion's training surfaced. On a sunlit field, an 8-year-old Axion gripped a wooden sword. Across from him stood his uncle, Axion, voice sharp with authority. "Remember your purpose. You're not just a Ragnar. You're a Troyvon. That bloodline runs stronger in you than anything else." Axion looked up with wide, questioning eyes. Back in the present, Axion's crimson eyes burned with anger and unresolved pain from his childhood. He glared at Theo. Without hesitation, he charged. "Theo!" he roared, his voice slicing the tension of the battlefield. Axion swung with the full weight of his anger, frustration, and buried childhood insecurities. Steel met steel, sparks flying from the impact, illuminating their intense expressions for a fleeting moment. A faint, unsettling smile crossed Theo's lips. Not one of arrogance, but something far more unnerving. The shadowed halls of the Central Intelligence Bureau loomed like a fortress of whispered secrets. Julius, the flamboyant chief advisor, paced with the restless excitement of a child hearing gossip. Theo Ragnar was still alive. That stubborn boy had proven far more resilient than anyone had imagined. Across the room, Wolfgang stiffened, sweat forming on his furrowed brow as the revelation sank in. Theo had survived. Ed Ragnar's hands trembled slightly, a rare crack in his usually unshakable composure. As the weight of the report settled in, a slow, deliberate smirk curved his lips. Theo was alive. That fact alone was an opportunity. In his mind, he began planning. Axion would uncover the relic's secrets, and his swordsman would make sure Theo paid for his defiance. The moment was interrupted by the room's informer, who spoke with evident nervousness. There was more information. Ed's composed expression faltered slightly, and he demanded to know the details. The informer revealed that Theo and Axion were currently dueling. The words hit Ed like a physical blow. On the battlefield, Theo moved with lethal grace, every step precise, every motion unpredictable. Axion matched him with equal intensity. He deflected the first strike, parried the second, and narrowly avoided the third. Theo's strength surprised him, but he quickly reassured himself that speed and calculation would still give him the edge. Axion's crimson eyes gleamed with cold confidence as he hurled his sword in a precise, deadly arc. Time seemed to slow as the blade soared toward Theo, and a burning memory surged through him. The sudden appearance of the throne sword, the searing pain of his death. Landing lightly on the snow, Axion let the swirling flakes form a protective veil around him. His gaze, sharp and icy as frost, fixed on Theo. He pointed out the flaw in Theo's approach. Relying on flashy, predictable movements made him easier to anticipate. But before Axion could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief. Theo had caught the descending blade with his bare hand. Blood trickled down his fingers, yet his expression remained calm, cold even, as realization struck him. "So it was you," he muttered. His mind flashed back to his previous life, the night he was slain by a cloaked figure. The truth now stood before him. That figure had been Axion all along. In the present, a sinister grin crept across Theo's face, his eyes glowing with the fire of vengeance long suppressed. Axion Ragnar, arrogant enough to use a move that risked losing his weapon, had no idea what he had just awakened. Still gripping the blade with his bleeding hand, Theo's fury surged. The sword trembled under the pressure, cracks spreading along its edge as his blood dripped onto the ground. Then, with a single, forceful snap, Theo shattered the blade in two. Axion's eyes widened in disbelief as he registered what had just happened. The sight of a man breaking a sword with his bare hands left him momentarily speechless, his voice shaking in shock. Gripping the shattered remains of the sword, Theo's eyes hardened with resolve. He had made up his mind. This time, he would save himself and every one of his comrades. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the broken blade toward Axion, disdain burning in his gaze. Axion didn't even flinch. As the fragment hurtled toward him, he tilted his head slightly, letting it pass by with ease. A mocking smile curved his lips. "Still terrible at aiming, I see. A half-baked imitation at best," he sneered. In the next instant, a surge of crimson energy erupted from Theo's body, filling the air with crushing pressure. The ground cracked beneath his feet as his killing intent poured out like a living storm. Axion's composure faltered. This was no ordinary bloodlust. "What is this mana?" he muttered, tightening his grip on his sword as unease flickered in his eyes. Theo stood surrounded by swirling crimson light, his dragon heart glowing fiercely within his chest. Behind him, the spectral form of a massive crimson dragon took shape, radiating raw, ancient power. Axion hesitated, confusion twisting his expression. Was he hiding this during the first round? Before the thought could settle, Theo vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Axion, his sword already swinging. The blow came so fast, Axion barely raised his weapon in time. Their blades clashed, golden sparks bursting into the air as Axion staggered backward under the force. Theo didn't relent. His strikes rained down one after another, each heavier and faster than the last. Axion struggled to keep up, his defenses faltering as Theo pressed on relentlessly. "When are you going to show me that so-called mighty strength?" Theo taunted between blows, his voice sharp with fury. Snarling, Axion caught Theo's wrist mid-swing and yanked him forward, thrusting his other blade toward Theo's face. For a moment, panic flashed across Theo's eyes, but he twisted his body at the last second, narrowly evading the strike. In one fluid motion, he countered, his sword slicing through the air as both fighters slid apart, each regaining their stance. But before Axion could steady himself, Theo vanished again, his speed blurring beyond sight. A split second later, he reappeared right in front of Axion, his sword striking with explosive force. Axion's weapon flew from his grasp, spinning high into the air. Theo's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, his voice low and venomous. "Tell me, Axion, do you know what it feels like to be pierced by a sword?" His gaze burned with vengeance, his blade inches from Axion's neck. Axion's confident grin faltered as fear crept into his eyes, realizing too late that the predator before him was no longer the same Theo he once knew. In the distance, Remington and his group watched the chaos unfold. "The scene doesn't resemble a monster attack. It looks more like someone was taken," one observes. "The only one capable of such an act is Axion," Remington concludes, grim and certain. Hulkus, Erica, and Remington exchange uneasy glances. "Axion, but he's in first place," Remington adds, narrowing his eyes. Hulkus frowns. Does he want to collect more bells? He wonders. Remington pieces it together. Axion has likely taken Theo's subordinates hostage to lure him out. He's planning to eliminate Theo during the second blooming ceremony, he warns. Hulkus seethes. What? He should face him fairly. What is he even doing? Erica remains calm. Turns out Axion's a coward, she states. Hulkus snaps back. So what? This is Ragnar's blooming ceremony, Erica continues, her voice steady. Situations like this are common. Remington falls silent, contemplating the scene. Finally, he speaks, disapproval evident. That's why I dislike Ragnar. Even in a contest of strength, such actions are unacceptable. Erica fixes him with a sharp gaze. Your words are dangerous. Are you serious about this? Remington's resolve hardens. I must save his subordinates. If it were Theo, he would do the same. Turning to Erica with urgency, Hulkus pleads. Sister, if you come with us, you'd be a great help. No, she replies bluntly. I followed you because I thought I'd meet Theo Ragnar, but I don't see him. And to be honest, I despise weak men. I have no desire to save them. Hulkus stares at her, stunned. Nuna, are you trash? Erica snaps. What did you just say, you punk? Remington steps forward, voice calm. Erica, I understand why you want to meet Theo. If you help us now, I guarantee it will bring you closer to your goal. Erica's eyes widen, caught off guard. Suddenly, movement erupts across the snow-covered field. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica sprint forward, urgency driving them. Remington glances back. Hold on a little longer, everyone. A sword materializes in their path, blocking the way. The wielder commands sharply, stop. You cannot go any further. From the distance, a group appears, swords drawn, forming a formidable barrier. Recognition flashes in Remington's eyes. Scaled Dragon Society, he mutters. One figure steps forward, smirking. It's been a while, Remington. I can't believe you abandoned us to hang out with some dumbass. And now you're running with those stupid, bare-brained muscleheads. Orion sneers. Hulkus explodes. What did you just say? Dumb muscle-headed bears? Finding innocence, Orion mocks, I didn't say all that. Remington's voice cuts through sharply. Move aside, Orion. I don't want to fight an old friend. Orion shakes his head. I refuse. Remington's grip tightens on his sword. If you won't move, then I'll remove you myself, he warns. Blades clash with deadly force. Blood splatters across the pristine snow, stark against the white expanse. Nearby, Sybil struggles against his bindings, eyes fixed on Axion's broken sword discarded after Theo deflected it. Grasping it, he thinks, this is the chance the young master gave me. I must cut these ropes. His gaze flicks to the battle, Theo locked in combat with a hooded figure, sparks flying as swords collide, echoing sharply through the snow-laden silence. Theo, dressed in his white uniform, parries a vicious strike from a dark-haired foe. A single tear rolls down his cheek as he whispers to himself. Finally, he is stepping forward. The opponent is revealed, Liam Troyvon. His expression is grim, voice heavy with resignation, as he addresses Theo formally as young Master Axion. He adds that he will accept his punishment after the blooming ceremony. Their duel intensifies, blades moving in a deadly synchronized rhythm. Liam shouts an order to his men, escort the young master. In the background, Axion watches the battle, his face unreadable. One subordinate responds promptly, confirming the order. The snow-laden battlefield grows chaotic. Each strike and parry drives the fight toward an uncertain conclusion. Liam moves through the snow with remarkable speed, a streak of lethal energy. One of his men steps forward, holding Axion's discarded sword with care. "We've recovered your weapon," he announces. Axion takes it silently, tightening his grip on the hilt, eyes steady and focused, though a glimmer of resolve flickers within them. Liam refocuses on Theo, swinging with immense force, the blade cutting through the air like a deadly wind. Theo meets the attack head-on, sparks fly as their swords collide, the clash ringing through the silent forest. Theo grits his teeth and manages to deflect the blow, forcing Liam off balance. Seeing a chance, Theo prepares a counterattack, but Liam quickly regains control. His blade arcs again, aimed straight at Theo's exposed side. Theo steadies himself, determination and defiance blazing in his eyes. Liam's face remains cold and composed, yet his mind races. Theo is far stronger than I expected. He would not fall to Axion, or even the senior prosecutors I brought. But this is my only chance, with no one else here to interfere. Regret flickers across his mind. It feels wasteful to kill someone with such potential, but sacrifices must be made for the greater good. Resolute, he swings his sword in a final, decisive strike. "Goodbye, Theo Ragnar," he mutters, voice steely and unwavering. Suddenly, Theo's eyes ignite with a fierce, unnatural red. The air thickens, heavy with a foreboding aura. Power surges from him, overwhelming the battlefield. Blood splatters across the pristine snow as Liam staggers backward, clutching his chest in shock. His eyes widen in disbelief at the sword embedded in him, horror and pain twisting his face. Shock shifts to rage and dread. Axion, struggling to keep his emotions in check, stands frozen. Theo watches in stunned silence, witnessing the anguish and betrayal etched across Liam's face. Blood dribbles from Liam's mouth, and his wide, disbelieving eyes lock onto Axion, unable to process the treachery. With a wet, sickening sound, Axion pulls his sword free, spraying blood across the snow, a brutal display of merciless resolve. Liam collapses to his knees, clutching the wound that leaves him pale and gasping. Axion's subordinates freeze in place, their faces a mixture of horror and confusion. One is completely speechless, while another can't help but cry out at the sight of their fallen leader. Axion's eyes blaze with an intense, almost demonic red glow. He reveals that their betrayal stems from the assumption that he would lose, an insult not only to him, but, in his eyes, to the very air itself. Theo's expression shifts between shock and grim understanding as he realizes the extent of Axion's ruthlessness, pointing out that he is harming his own family. Turning to Theo, Axion allows a cruel smirk to curl his lips, acknowledging Theo's strength, though his tone drips with condescension, masking respect as mockery. Memories flash through Axion's mind, taking him back to a younger version of himself standing before Ed. Ed had told him that the weak are worthless, but someone born with talent like Axion should crush others beneath him to rise above them. Only by dominating others could he ever claim the throne of Ragnar. Back in the present, Axion's arrogance and pride are palpable. He assumes that Theo must be weaker than him, claiming it as the only logical conclusion, his gaze filled with disdain. Raising his sword, Axion's stance radiates raw power and unshakable ambition. He declares his intent to become the strongest and claim the throne, convinced that defeat at the hands of someone like Theo is impossible. His grip tightens on the hilt. Without warning, he launches a furious attack, his sword a crimson blur against the snow-covered battlefield. Theo remains steadfast, his eyes narrowed in unwavering focus. As Axion's blade comes down with explosive force, Theo dodges with incredible speed and strikes back, his sword cutting into Axion and spraying blood into the cold air. Axion staggers, his face a mixture of pain and disbelief. Nearby, Liam's men rush to his side, supporting him as he struggles to maintain consciousness. They question his condition, their voices laced with concern, but Liam coughs, pale yet resolute, showing no intention of surrendering. Despite the agony coursing through his body, Liam forces out a desperate command, insisting that his subordinates leave him behind and focus on helping Axion. He urges them to kill Theo Ragnar, his eyes burning with an intense, almost fanatical determination. Axion, spitting blood and twisting in pain, refuses to relent. Theo presses forward relentlessly, Shock and disbelief flash across Axion's face, his mind unable to reconcile Theo's strength. In a fleeting moment, memories intrude again. Ed appears, smirking slightly, warning Axion with chilling certainty that when dealing with the Ragnar bloodline, one must always expect the unexpected. A flickering lantern in a dark room comes to mind, its flame dancing unpredictably, threatening to die out before flaring brilliantly again. Back in the present, Axion's expression hardens with grim determination. A bead of sweat slides down his cheek as he forces himself to focus. He refuses to accept what he sees, growling that it cannot be true. Another memory surfaces. Ed's sneering face, dismissing concern over the weak and untalented, reminding Axion of the ruthless hierarchy of power and talent that has driven him since youth. In the memory, Axion clutched a card in his hand, a smug grin spreading across his face. He thought to himself that he would toy with his opponent, reminding him of his inferior place. From the shadows, Ed's voice echoed, calm yet brimming with confidence. He pointed out that the gap between Axion's skill and Theo's was not as vast as Axion believed. Axion's face twisted with fury as Theo's strike bore down on him. He thought of his opponent as nothing more than worthless trash, certain that such an attack could be torn apart with ease. With a roar, Axion unleashed all his power. Energy whipped around him like a storm, and a massive spectral entity emerged behind him, its gaping jaw screaming dominance in silence. Despite the overwhelming presence, Theo stood his ground. He reminded Axion that countless men had died because of his greed and ambition. Clenching his fist, Theo summoned energy, ready to destroy any ambition Axion refused to relinquish. Blue energy flared around him, and a magnificent dragon formed behind his back, eyes blazing with righteous fury. He channeled his ultimate attack, imagining the dragon striking with 3 claws. The spectral entity behind Axion roared silently as the dragon surged forward, unstoppable. Liam, wounded and shaken, could hardly believe the display of power. Subordinates around the battlefield watched in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of awe and fear. From afar, Remington, Hulkus, and Erica observed, faces reflecting the tremendous forces colliding before them. Axion strained against Theo's attack, every ounce of his strength tested. As Theo moved in for the final attack, Axion steadied himself and took his stance. But in the very next moment, Theo's strike landed. Blood burst violently from Axion's head, obscuring the impact of Theo's blow. Behind them, snow and debris exploded in a violent eruption from the sheer force of the attack. The entire forest trembled under the magnitude of Theo's power. When the snow finally settled, Axion was on his knees, blood still dripping from his body. His decapitated form then collapsed to the ground as dark blood poured from his torso, while his severed head flew through the air. The head fell with a dull thud and slid to a stop beside Theo's foot. Standing before it, Theo cast a chilling gaze as blue energy rippled behind his back. Liam's expression froze in disbelief, horror and denial written across his features as his eyes stayed fixed on Axion's lifeless form. Axion's lifeless eyes stared at the unyielding sky, the battlefield enveloped in heavy silence, broken only by the labored breathing of the survivors. Liam's subordinates were pale, stammering in shock and fear. He whispered the command to kill Theo, voice trembling yet filled with determination. Theo stood among the wreckage, his once pristine white coat soaked through with blood. Though battered and weary, he refused to yield, scanning the remaining members of the Central Intelligence Bureau with sharp, calculating eyes. He acknowledged the peril of his situation. He was far from capable of taking on 4 senior proctors at once, and his stamina and mana were nearly exhausted from the previous attack. The odds were impossible. Yet a flicker of hope crossed his mind. He knew help should be arriving soon. And then, as if summoned by his thoughts, right then, 3 figures came running toward Theo. At the final moment, Remington, Hulkus, and Erica appeared before Liam's subordinates, intercepting and blocking their attacks. Theo's eyes gleamed as he watched the 3 of them standing in front of him, fighting on his behalf. He asked how they knew he was there. Still holding back the enemy's assault, Remington replied firmly that they were there to assist a comrade in need. Hulkus grinned, shouting that he had never seen anyone as strong as Theo, while Erica smirked and remarked that Theo looked even better in person. Sybil too stepped forward, declaring that his loyalty lay with Theo and that he could never flee after causing him so much trouble. Meanwhile, the tide of battle turned. The remaining agents of the Central Intelligence Bureau, overwhelmed and outnumbered, were forced onto the defensive. Liam, twisted with pain and frustration, watched his meticulously planned operation crumble before his eyes. His subordinates, panicked, pleaded for guidance, suggesting drastic measures to eliminate everyone and contain the disaster. Liam's mind raced as he considered the situation. They had failed to uncover anything about the Rose Palace's artifacts. Theo had survived. Sir Axion was dead, and now they were exposed. For a moment, despair threatened to overtake him, but then a dark, calculating smile crept across his face. He would cover up the failure. The solution, he decided, was simple: eliminate every living witness. Surveying the battlefield littered with corpses, he coldly reasoned that framing the deaths as an internal outbreak among the examinees would erase all traces of their involvement. Reaching into his coat, he produced several dark orbs, fifth-grade monster summoning stones, to create chaos and mask the massacre as an accident. His subordinates hesitated briefly before bowing under his commanding glare, accepting the grim plan. But before Liam could set his scheme in motion, a sharp blow struck him, causing him to choke and stumble. A voice rang out, demanding an explanation, and the battlefield stilled for a moment. The sudden arrival of three supervisors, representing the White Dragon Clan, Plum Blossom Palace, and Daffle Palace, brought a wave of authority and concern. Their eyes swept the destruction, analyzing the scene with suspicion and caution, halting the chaos that had threatened to spiral completely out of control. Supervisors Sefford Garner of the White Dragon Clan and Sally Garner of Daffle Palace stepped forward, their expressions demanding answers. The devastation around them was impossible to ignore. Natasha Keppel, representing Plum Blossom Palace, took in the ruined scene with a grim and sober gaze. The remaining members of the Central Intelligence Bureau froze as the supervisors confronted them. One of the supervisors called out to a group of three, commanding them to stop. They warned that anyone who failed to follow their instructions would meet the same fate as Liam. The tension in the air was thick, filled with silent threats and uncertainty. Amid the turmoil, Theo stood quietly, observing the unfolding scene. He had survived against impossible odds, but the weight of victory pressed heavily on his shoulders. He spoke softly, expressing relief that the supervisors had arrived in time to intervene. But right after, Theo's body gave out from extreme fatigue, and he collapsed. At the final moment, Ray appeared and caught him before he hit the ground. Without looking up, Theo thanked her softly, acknowledging that she had arrived just in time. Ray, her face filled with concern, scolded him gently, saying he could have died and that his actions were far too reckless. As the battle finally came to an end, Theo turned his gaze back toward the battlefield. Liam's subordinates had been captured, and Axion's lifeless body lay motionless on the ground, a silent reminder of the fierce struggle that had just concluded. Survivors gathered around Theo. Remington, Holkaz, and Erica approached, their faces marked by both exhaustion and relief. Sybil and the other students from Training Ground Number 4 could not hold back tears. They expressed their gratitude, saying that even if it cost them their lives, they had no regrets because of everything Theo had done for them. As Theo leaned back in Ray's arms, a faint smile crossed his face as he recalled the resolve and loyalty his comrades had shown. Answering Ray's earlier question, Theo murmured that this, the strength born from trust and unity, was his idea of power. Ray's expression softened into a smile filled with recognition and admiration for him. Theo, still weak but composed, motioned for her to take the bell from him, reminding her that he still needed to claim first place. Far away at the Central Intelligence Bureau headquarters, Ed listened to a report from a subordinate, his face drained of color as the words sank in. Axion was dead. The revelation hit him like a hammer. Around him, council members Wolfgang, Osa, and Julius sat in stunned silence. Years of planning and manipulation had been destroyed in a single night, leaving their intricate schemes in ruins. Everything had come to an end. Meanwhile, in a snow-covered forest clearing, a crowd had gathered, looking toward the source of a formal announcement. Murmurs ran through the assembly, confusion and curiosity flickering across every face. Two observers exchanged glances, their expressions marked by fatigue and disbelief from the trials they had endured. The crunch of deliberate footsteps cut through the murmurs. An examiner approached, boots pressing firmly into the snow. The voice that followed commanded attention, declaring that everyone present had worked hard. It was Feral Ragnar, the ascendant dragon, whose presence dominated the clearing. He declared the official conclusion of the second round of the blooming ceremony, causing gasps and whispers to ripple through the crowd. Many were shocked to see him, noting that he rarely appeared in person. Farrell remained composed, continuing to address the crowd. He announced that 45 out of 87 candidates had passed, praising the quality of the year's talents. A subtle energy pulsed through the air as he remarked on the astonishing achievements of the highest scorers. His glowing eyes reflected the immense power he commanded, emphasizing the weight of his words. He proceeded with the formalities, explaining that those who had passed would be promoted from apprentices to entry-level inspectors of Ragnar, urging them to take pride in their accomplishments. Among the crowd, Remington and Sybil exchanged words, noting that everyone present had qualified. Finally, Farrell's voice rang out once more, announcing that the scores would now be revealed. Farrell announced that Theo Ragnar had taken first place with 1,121 points. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Gasps, murmurs, and looks of disbelief spread immediately. People whispered in astonishment that Theo Ragnar had claimed the top spot, scoring over 1,000 points despite having none until the very last moment. Others explained that his sudden rise was because of Axion, though their voices were quickly lost in the noise of the gathering. Farrell continued down the list. Remington Nario held second place with 926 points. Erica claimed third with 843. Ray Ragnar came fourth at 789, and Hulkus followed. At the bottom, Issa Lehman occupied the 45th and final place with only 28 points. He paused, letting the results sink in before the candidates. While acknowledging their efforts, he reminded them that the blooming ceremony was not yet complete. The third round awaited. Confusion rippled through the group. Some candidates wondered if they had qualified, lamenting their failure to collect enough bells. Farrell then instructed those who had made it to raise their hands. Remington's went up first, followed by Erica, Hulkus, and Ray. Amid the crowd, Theo's gloved hand shot up, standing out starkly against the light. Farrell explained that the second round had hidden a critical part of the quality breathing method. Only those who had both collected the bells and deciphered the ancient words during the exam could channel its power into their magic and proceed. Theo's thoughts drifted to his past life. He remembered that back then, he could not understand the mysterious inscriptions, though he had seen a bell etched with strange symbols. Now, his bright blue eyes glowed as a system notification appeared, indicating that hatchling synchronization had activated, granting him the ability to read the thoughts of objects. The memory shifted vividly to a battle, with brilliant lights and raw energy filling his mind. The words of the method revealed themselves as images, and this time, he understood everything. Determination blazed in him as he prepared for the challenges ahead. He marveled at the rarity of 4 candidates qualifying for the third round, recalling that in his past life, Ray and Remington could not grasp the method. He wondered if this was a result of his own actions rippling through time, a butterfly effect. Farrell's stern voice called the candidates to step forward and demonstrate their achievements. Theo's resolve remained unshaken. With Axion gone, he thought the future could finally be better. As he moved forward, a faint blue aura shimmered at his feet. He proclaimed that he would show what he had gained. The surrounding air crackled with power, and his blue eyes narrowed in concentration. A system notification appeared, commanding him to grant, express, control, expand, and solidify his magic. Theo first granted the mana of the thunder attribute. Then, he expressed it. The ground shook violently as brilliant lightning erupted around him, illuminating the area in sharp flashes of energy. Observers were stunned, unable to believe that Theo had reached such a level of expression. Some whispered in awe, and Sybil cried out in excitement, praising him as expected of young Master Theo. Lightning coiled around him like a living creature, his power drawing astonishment and disbelief from the crowd. But Theo smirked, determined to push even further. Concentrated energy surged through his chest, and with a sudden burst, he unleashed a massive wave of lightning that tore through the ground, while the sky above roared with bolts raining down. Erica admired him quietly, while Hulkus yelled in amazement at his display. Farrell observed calmly, his deep voice cutting through the stunned silence as he remarked on the control Theo displayed, noting that he had not expected such mastery. Theo said nothing, letting his energy speak for him. Another explosion of lightning erupted, leaving everyone in awe. His red eyes gleamed as he roared the spell Thunder Dragon, the manifestation of his power stunning all onlookers. Some gasped in disbelief, shouting that he was attacking the supervisor, unable to comprehend the magnitude of his display. Farrell let out a quiet, amused chuckle, clearly entertained by the display. He noted that Theo had already reached the level of expansion. With a simple flick of his hand, water spiraled around him, effortlessly countering the lightning. Farrell declared that Theo had earned the right to test him. Theo met Farrell's gaze steadily, unshaken. The spectators gasped, captivated by the intensity of the exchange. Impressed, Farrell awarded Theo an additional 1,000 points, his grin wide with satisfaction. Theo simply acknowledged it with a calm thank you. Murmurs of admiration ran through the crowd as people commented on how the Ascendant Dragon always rewarded those who rose to the challenge. The updated score display appeared. Theo Ragnar held first place with 2,121 points. Remington Nario followed with 926 points. Erica Ragnar had 843, and Ray Ragnar was at 789. Someone in the crowd exclaimed that 2,000 points was insane, remarking that Theo was nearly on par with Lord Thorkel. Farrell's quiet chuckle confirmed his amusement. The attention then shifted to the remaining candidates. Remington Nario stepped forward, earning 500 points. Ray Ragnar gained 300, and Erica Ragnar also scored 300. Farrell, holding a scroll, praised the group for their exceptional talent, noting that surpassing 1,000 points normally secured the top spot. Yet here they were, 4 contenders exceeding expectations. The updated rankings reflected this. Theo remained first with 2,121 points. Remington moved up to 426, Erica held 1,143, and Ray reached 1,089 points. The snowy mountain range stood imposingly behind them as Farrell addressed the crowd, acknowledging everyone's effort and stating that those not advancing to the third round could leave, with the nomination ceremony scheduled in 1 week. As the crowd dispersed, leaving the 4 candidates before him, Farrell remained atop the stone platform. Suddenly, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the mountain peak. A crimson aura radiated outward, and the ground trembled violently. The candidates stumbled, thrown off balance by the overwhelming force. Farrell's voice carried a dark, resonant power as he asked if they were ready to begin the third round. Theo's eyes widened as a strange, unfamiliar energy coursed through him. His vision blurred, and before him appeared the faint outline of a dragon. None other than Roadbrock. He realized that the third stage of the exam required them to meet the clan head. Anything could happen during this encounter, as the clan head held absolute discretion to determine whether a candidate would be nominated. Being nominated signified recognition as a promising successor, as each of the 5 major candidates had previously served under the clan head's guidance. Theo assumed that the figure waiting at the top was the clan head, but an energy signature he sensed told him otherwise. Slowly, he understood that the one who might have claimed Lodbrok's favor was none other than his father. The old man instructed them to overcome their fear of the dragon and greet the clan head. The pressure intensified to the point that the candidates collapsed to their knees, barely able to remain upright. Erica, struggling under the weight, asked how they could possibly reach the top in this state. Theo, gripping his wooden sword, shook his head, advising her to abandon the idea of brute force. He explained that the only way to advance was to align themselves with the dragon's mana wavelength. Erica was utterly lost, struggling to make sense of what Theo and Remington were discussing. Her blank expression betrayed her complete confusion. She simply couldn't follow the technical talk, much to her own frustration. Remington stepped in, turning to Theo for clarification. He explained that Theo was referring to creating an anti-phase wave, a type of magic that could interfere with and neutralize the oppressive pressure they faced. Theo nodded approvingly at Remington, impressed by how quickly he understood the concept. Erica, however, remained dumbfounded, her mind unable to process a single word of what they were saying. Theo went on to explain that this was essentially a method of culling those who lacked proper control over their magical power. Anyone unable to manage their energy correctly had no right to approach the clan head. Remington immediately grasped the principle, while Erica still couldn't make sense of it and wondered aloud if they were speaking some kind of foreign language. With a patient sigh, Remington began to simplify the concept for her. He explained that magical power behaves like a wave with vibrational properties, and naturally, the clan head's aura was made up of similar waves. To overcome it, one had to generate an opposing wave that could cancel out the pressure. Erica's mind reeled, still struggling to comprehend the technicalities. She boiled it down to its simplest form. All they needed to do was create magical energy that opposed the incoming pressure. Theo confirmed that her interpretation was essentially correct. She chastised him lightly, remarking that he could have explained it in such simple terms from the start, calling him a goody two-shoes. As Theo and Erica bickered, Ray tried to keep up, quietly noting that Theo's serious, so methodical explanation made him sound much older than 17, almost like a boomer. Meanwhile, Theo focused intensely, concentrating his energy until a powerful blue aura emanated from him, stunning everyone around. He carefully balanced his mana, and the overwhelming surge of energy completely neutralized the oppressive magical pressure. In a cold, commanding tone, he made it clear that such a feat was to be expected, for he was the next clan head. Remington's face showed shock, the old man stiffened in disbelief, and Erica's earlier confusion turned to serious determination. Without hesitation, Theo turned on his heel and marched forward, each step measured and purposeful, giving the impression that the outcome had already been decided. Behind him, the remaining participants shouted in frustration, desperate to catch up. The Zenith Dragon watched the three remaining contestants with amusement, its eyes glinting with interest. Its deep, resonant voice carried a surprisingly cheerful tone, as it reminded them that the order of arrival would determine their points. The words struck the participants like a thunderclap, heightening the stakes even further. Erica's irritation quickly transformed into fierce determination. Wasting no time, all three participants pushed themselves to the limit, shattering the heavy aura around them and sprinting toward the next stage. As their footsteps faded into the distance, the Zenith Dragon chuckled softly to itself, marveling at the strange twists of fate that had led it to desire a disciple even in its old age. The scene then shifted to Camellia Palace, where the grand halls bustled with activity. A voice rang out, calling urgently for a daughter who seemed to be hiding. The palace staff exchanged knowing glances, anticipating what was coming. One maid whispered nervously that the demon craftsman was at it again, while another chuckled at the predictable chaos. Ever since Theo had risen to fame, it seemed nothing could stop him. Inside one of the palace rooms, Cecilia was calmly conversing with a guest when the door suddenly burst open. Kirsten entered, grinning widely, and immediately rushed toward Cecilia, clearly too excited to care about decorum. Cecilia turned to her mother, requesting politely that proper manners be observed inside the palace. But Kirsten ignored her, sweeping Cecilia into an enthusiastic hug. She raised an eyebrow, unimpressed, thinking only of her own gains, remarking that she stood to become ridiculously rich. Though she was already well off, Theo's fame had created an unprecedented demand for the workshop's weapons, armor, and other creations, burying them in orders and making them richer than ever. A soft smile crossed Cecilia's face as she watched her mother's excitement. She had always believed Theo would succeed, yet seeing him in action now stirred an uneasy worry within her. Her smile faded, replaced by a furrowed brow as she clenched her fists. She worried about what might happen if he got hurt, or if the pressure proved too much for him, leaving her powerless to help. Meanwhile, Kirsten's energy seemed boundless as she rambled on about the future. The days of merely crafting weapons were over. She planned to branch out into bracelets, necklaces, and perhaps even a full line of jewelry. The bold declaration sparked an idea in Cecilia, sharpening her expression as inspiration struck. She asked her mother if she had ever considered creating a prosthetic arm, a question that hung in the air even as the scene shifted. The windswept field appeared suddenly, quiet except for the distant hum of power. There, Kyle Ragnar, the head of the clan, sat amid a graveyard of swords. His deep laughter echoed across the serene expanse. A crow perched on his shoulder, its sharp eyes glinting with intelligence as it reported updates on Theo's progress. Kyle's grin widened as he absorbed the news, understanding the concerns yet remaining resolute. Even a parent, he thought, could not stand in the way of a child's dreams. He reached for the hilt of his sword. He reflected that the fire of youth could never truly be extinguished, recalling how even he and his generation had once burned with the same ambition. The countless swords around him testified to that truth, each blade representing a dream, a challenge, a legacy. The crow let out a sharp, questioning squawk, as if doubting Kyle's confidence. Kyle only chuckled, but did not waver. He reassured himself and the bird that the prosperity of the Ragnar clan was his priority, and any threat to it would be dealt with directly. Yet beneath his calm exterior, a hard truth lingered. Even if his own son was a regressor, the weight of expectation remained unchanged. The air around Theo was a blur of red energy. The clan head's presence weighed heavily upon him, a growl of recognition, more like a declaration than a greeting. Kyle stood as an imposing figure, a massive sword at his side, marking the beginning of everything Theo was about to face. The air pressed down on him, thick and suffocating, each breath ragged from exertion. The climb had taken 4 hours instead of 1, leaving Theo's legs trembling and his body barely able to support him. Red energy swirled chaotically around him, oppressive and relentless, while the ground lay littered with swords, fallen tombstones of those who had come before, shrouded in a crimson haze. Kyle's voice broke the silence, asking if Theo understood where he stood. Seeing it firsthand, Theo realized that this was the graveyard of broken swords, a place containing the weapons of those he had defeated. He struggled to steady his voice as he acknowledged the enormity of the scene. Kyle's words cut sharper than any blade as he explained the role of the clan head. It was a position that demanded solitude against unending threats, a place where reliance on others was impossible. The position existed by the rule of the strong. One had to rise above all else through personal strength alone. Kyle pressed the point, forcing Theo to confront the question of whether he truly had the right to claim such a role, his tone lowering into a dangerous, almost predatory intensity. Theo responded with quiet firmness, a small but defiant spark in his voice. Kyle's expression darkened, clearly displeased. He scolded Theo for answering lightly, reminding him of the thousands he had slain to reach this point. Could Theo endure the same burden? Could he bear the hatred of countless lives lost? Before Theo could reply, the air shimmered with violent energy. Ghostly blue figures began to materialize, their faces twisted with anger and sorrow. Their voices rose in unison, cursing Kyle for eternity and denouncing his atrocities. The spirits of those he had murdered swirled around them, their hatred so intense it felt almost tangible. Despite the storm of wrath and the howling of vengeful spirits, Theo did not falter. He stood firm, declaring that his determination remained unchanged. Kyle, narrowing his eyes, demanded why that was. Theo explained that his resolve came from a desire to avenge his past life and to rise as the clan head, ending this endless, cursed battle for the throne. Clenching his sword tightly, he vowed to face any challenge in pursuit of this mission. Even as he spoke, a flicker of doubt passed through his mind. He sensed that Kyle would not accept this answer. In response, Theo raised his sword with decisive motion, letting his blade speak for him. Kyle's lips curved into a cruel grin, a hint of excitement glimmering in his eyes. From that moment, he would no longer see Theo as his son, but as a challenger. He warned Theo that he would test what he had learned from her teachings. The mention of her startled Theo, confusion flashing across his face, but there was no time to dwell on it. The question hung in his mind. Did Kyle just say her? Drawing his blade with grim resolve, realization widened in Theo's eyes. But the moment to react vanished as chaos erupted around him. The world seemed to explode into fragments, and a sharp gasp escaped him. For an instant, he felt detached from his body, questioning if he was even alive. Suddenly, a shocking surge of power tore through the battlefield. Kyle unleashed a devastating attack, his cruelty replaced by cold disinterest. A black bird appeared beside him, perching with calm authority. Kyle spoke to it, questioning whether their little prodigy might perish. The bird chirped twice in response, glowing eyes tracking every movement. Kyle nodded, his expression hardening, acknowledging that only those with unyielding will and determination could survive the heart's sword. He muttered that the trial was exceptionally harsh for someone so inexperienced, especially amid the awakening ceremony. Yet if Theo's resolve proved insufficient, Kyle concluded it was better for him to die here, to vanish as nothing more than a wandering soul. Kyle decided that he had no need for a regressor who could only bring ruin to the clan. The world around Theo dimmed, swallowed by a suffocating darkness that seemed to seep into his very being. He realized with a detached clarity that he was dead. Being struck down by his father had been inevitable. Yet even as the thought crossed his mind, it felt strangely clinical, almost like observing someone else's end. Despite it all, he told himself he had no regrets, a sense of calm washing over him. His life played before his eyes in fractured snapshots. He remembered his deeds with a heavy mind, the theft of Camellia Palace, the killings of Renan and Axion. Each action pressed upon him like a weight, yet in truth, he recognized that everything had been nothing more than luck. Even so, as the images of his past flickered and faded, a peculiar serenity settled over him. This life, he realized, had been happier than the one before. A soft smile crept across his lips as he accepted the end. He thought quietly to himself that it was time to let go. A hollow voice echoed in the distance, distant and almost mournful, telling him to rest peacefully. Darkness closed in, and oblivion seemed absolute. Then a harsh, guttural voice tore through the silence, startling him. It was commanding, brimming with authority, and unmistakably meant to interrupt his descent. From the shadows emerged a magnificent creature, a being spun from both light and darkness, magnificent and terrible. The creature's words cut sharply through the void, telling him to rise and stop sulking, and even teasing that if he wished, it could have simply devoured him. A small spark ignited in the endless void, faint but intense. It flared and spread, flames licking at the edges of the darkness. Theo felt it ignite something deep within himself, a surge of life and power. He realized he was not yet done. He thought to himself, "Thank you," as the cold grip of death loosened and determination returned. He refused to let things end here, remembering the promises he had made to himself. Raising his head, Theo felt his eyes burn with fierce inner light. His mind sharpened, and every muscle in his body came alive with strength. He drew his sword and felt energy rushing through him. He acknowledged, even if his body might break, he would never yield. His roar echoed through the void, a raw challenge to the darkness around him. His movements became instinctive, a flawless symphony of power and precision. Each swing of his sword shattered the darkness, breaking it into countless fragments. As the chaos settled, Theo stood dazed, the world around him slowly reforming. With a brilliant blue glow illuminating his blade, yet he had survived. Kyle, standing nearby, lowered his gaze, his face unreadable beneath shadowed brows. Finally, he declared that Theo had passed. The sharpness of his tone remained, but beneath it, a flicker of pride shone through. Theo had been pushed to his absolute limit and emerged victorious. 1 week later, the clan headquarters buzzed with activity. The day of the nomination ceremony had arrived, and the anticipation in the air was almost tangible. The grand hall was alive with murmurs, tension weaving through the crowd like a living thing. Holkus stood uneasily beside Erica, muttering that there were far too many people present, the sheer number making him anxious. Erica rolled her eyes at him, amusement dancing on her lips, teasing that someone as large as him could still be so timid. Holkus bristled at her remark, insisting he wasn't timid, only that she was too bold. Erica merely shrugged, her smirk widening as she pointed out the scale of the gathering. Commanders from every unit, the 9 dragons, the former clan head, and the current one. So many heroes in one place, she noted, deliberately exaggerating to rattle him further. Erica, noticing his distress, muttered that he was acting like a baby. She scoffed, pointing out that no one would care about someone who hadn't even mastered elemental breathing, her tone laced with mockery. Holkus froze, incredulous, unable to comprehend her words. His frustration and embarrassment contorted his features into a deep frown, his lips pressed tight. A sudden jolt shook him, and he trembled as he demanded to know what Erica had received from the clan head during the 3rd stage. She responded coolly that it was a secret. Hulka's face twisted in outrage, exclaiming that she was being stingy. He insisted that his Theo would have shared it willingly. Erica raised an eyebrow, mixing skepticism with amusement, questioning what he meant by my Theo. Hulka's expression hardened as he explained that as a Lank, his purpose was to serve as a Ragnar's sword, dedicating his life to protecting them. He recalled the awe-inspiring image of a dragon, a creature of bone and fire, surrounded by a horde of bears, and resolved that he wanted someone strong and admirable, someone who possessed power, character, and ambition. That someone was Theo. Hulkus felt a strange light in his eyes as he declared that this was why Theo was his, a determination that Erica questioned sharply. He hesitated, acknowledging that Theo hadn't agreed explicitly. Hulkus admitted that he had only intended to join the same unit as Theo, yet the clan head had stated that Theo would not be taken into the clan in the usual manner, and so Hulkus resolved that he would follow him, regardless of the obstacles. Vanna Ragnar raised his staff and announced the commencement of the nomination ceremony. The crowd erupted in cheers when Theo Ragnar was named overall valedictorian, their voices filling the vast space. Theo stepped forward calmly, poised and composed, with the sprawling headquarters behind him. From the crowd, a voice noted that all eyes were on him, questioning where he would choose to serve. Evelyn observed from the sidelines, a faint longing in her eyes, silently wishing that he would join the white-armored dragon cavalry, though she recognized it as wishful thinking. Theo remained alone at the center of the courtyard. Vanna commended him, praising his excellence in every category as inspiring. But a sharp sound interrupted the moment, drawing every gaze. Vanna's face shifted to shock as Ed, the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, appeared, his expression unreadable. Murmurs rippled through the crowd at the sight of him. Some whispered that Ed, known as the Sky Dragon, might be there to avenge Axion. Others dismissed the idea, noting the presence of the 9 dragons and the clan head, who watched silently. Vanna strained to maintain control, requesting Ed to sit, but Ed ignored him, speaking with calm authority. He addressed the Ragnar directly, his presence commanding attention. Theo's eyes narrowed in recognition. Ed was the Sky Dragon, and he must still bear anger over Axion's death. Yet even so, he would not dare disrupt the nomination ceremony. Ed extended a hand with a charming smile, offering Theo the position of deputy director. Theo's suspicion deepened. He trusted Ed not at all. Theo's valedictorian status carried deep symbolic meaning. It represented the extraordinary journey of a Ragnar who had started at the very bottom. The cracked dark egg among twigs symbolized his humble beginnings, while the silhouette of a majestic dragon soaring across a radiant sky embodied his triumphant rise. Whispers swept through the crowd. People acknowledged his strength, his victory over Ashen, and the tale of how he had nearly slain a proctor before being stopped. The story of the once-dismissed imbecile of Ragnar, who had risen from ridicule to greatness, inspired awe and admiration among aspiring swordsmen. A notification suddenly appeared before Theo, announcing that he had become the overall valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Another alert followed immediately, congratulating him on completing scenario quest number 3, declaring him the victor of the ceremony, and informing him that he had obtained an ether core as a reward. The item had already been stored in his inventory. Theo blinked at the message, thinking about the ether core. Considering how long the quest had taken, he realized it must be something highly valuable. His gaze shifted to Ed Troyvon, standing among the crowd as a representative of the Central Intelligence Bureau. Suspicion immediately sharpened in Theo's eyes. Ed smiled warmly and extended a hand, signaling his intention to offer Theo the position of deputy director. Theo remained silent, studying the man closely. Activating his skill, he assessed Ed. Age 46, title Skydrag, and talent described as wolf in sheep's clothing. Theo's analysis revealed Ed's true aim, to recruit him as a pawn in order to uncover the secrets of the primordial dragon's relics. A faint, grim smile appeared on Theo's lips as he considered the possibility that Ed already knew he possessed one of these relics himself. Clenching his fist, he silently vowed that nothing would go Ed Troyvon's way again, and that he would personally ensure his defeat. Julius Ragnar, the central director, demanded an explanation, his face tense and his voice filled with authority. Ed responded smoothly, stating that he was simply following procedure by offering a promising individual a role, and questioned whether there was any issue with that. Julius's eyes flashed with anger as he accused Ed of making a poorly concealed attempt at revenge for his nephew. Ed chuckled softly, insisting with a sly smile that Julius's assumption was mistaken. While he might harbor personal anger as central director, his only objective, he claimed, was to recruit top talent. Julius noted internally that Ed cared about nothing but his mission, even after the death of his nephew, thinking bitterly that he was a true snake. Vanna Ragnar then stepped forward, intervening. He acknowledged the importance of recruiting skilled individuals, but reminded everyone that the official proceedings had not yet begun, advising restraint. Theo admitted that he had not fully decided yet, explaining that he wanted to hear all the offers first. His gaze swept across the grand hall, and Osa Ragnar stepped forward. She announced that she offered to take Theo as her disciple and simultaneously appoint him as junior lord of the Plum Blossom Palace. The crowd erupted in whispers and astonishment. Several attendees reacted audibly. One expressed shock at the title of junior lord, another remarked that Lady Plum Blossom did not have any children, and a third noted that the offer was effectively equivalent to adopting Theo. Amid the murmurs, Theo observed Osa Ragnar calmly, fully aware of the weight of her proposal. One onlooker remarked that Theo would become the successor of the Sword Dragon, casting an impressed glance at him. Remington pointed out with enthusiasm that 2 of the 9 dragons had already made offers, emphasizing Theo's remarkable position. Hulkus added that most commanders and directors would be unable to rival these offers, and Erica commented that the offers were truly extraordinary. Suddenly, a lone figure appeared among swirling clouds, accompanied by a bird flying nearby. The powerful presence announced its intention to make an offer as well. A tremendous force crashed down, shaking the foundations of the hall as the figure descended, surrounded by dark energy. As he landed, he revealed himself as a man with long white hair and a face partially hidden by a dark mask. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Some attendees whispered in recognition and awe that this was the Black Dragon, Robert Ragnar, marveling that even he had personally intervened. Robert's piercing gaze settled on Theo. He conveyed that he had been observing him throughout the awakening ceremony, and Theo met his stare with unwavering focus, realizing that he had indeed been watched. Robert then invited Theo to Black Snow, offering him the prestigious rank of Null Snow. Null Snow, the highest rank in the Black Snow Intelligence Agency, allowed agents to maintain public personas and earn fame and honor. In his previous life, Theo had never imagined reaching that rank, but now it seemed almost within his grasp, a reality far easier than he could have expected. Farrell Ragnar cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. With a warm, approving smile, he remarked that Theo had left a strong impression during the 3rd stage and hoped that Zenith Academy would not be forgotten. Aaron, the Zenith Dragon and the supervisor who had once saved Theo, reacted in disbelief at the acknowledgement. Evelyn, standing nearby, noted that this marked 4 of the 9 dragons acknowledging him, while Aaron quietly reminded everyone that the commander still had yet to speak. Evelyn added with admiration that the commander was the demon dragon himself. Stepping forward, Julius Ragnar, the commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry, declared firmly that Theo Ragnar would receive no special treatment from the cavalry. Aaron was surprised to see the commander adhere to principle, while Evelyn acknowledged the decision with pride. Julius continued, explaining that honor had to be earned through one's own merit. Though he personally wished to recruit Theo, showing favoritism would be unfair to the other recruits. The only promise he could make was to fully support Theo's growth and uphold the pride of being a dragon. Standing alone in the center of the hall, Theo took a deep breath and briefly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, determination blazed within his gaze. He decided with full confidence that he would choose his own path. Suddenly, a sharp, commanding voice cut through the hall. Theo turned in shock to find a woman seated regally on a throne. Hilda, the former head of the clan. His throat tightened as he struggled to respond, carefully masking any hint of fear. Hilda's expression was calm, almost amused, as she complimented Theo's performance, noting that his demeanor and composure were impressive for someone who had experienced a previous cycle. Her words implied knowledge of his regression, though she did not reveal how much she knew. Theo's mind raced to understand what she meant, questioning whether there was a limit to the number of times one could regress. Vanna Ragnar, observing his distress, asked if he was feeling unwell. Theo requested a moment to collect his thoughts, and Vanna nodded in agreement, reminding him that the decision ahead was important, but that he should not linger too long. Hilda leaned back with a faint smile, revealing that she too had experienced regression, though her cycles had now ended. Theo's thoughts spun as he processed the implications. There could be more regressors than he realized, possibly many. He forced himself to ask directly whether it was truly possible to regress multiple times. Hilda's amusement deepened, and she noted that Kyle had never shared this information with him, likely due to his disdain for regressors. She added that she had found it unusual that Kyle had allowed Theo to survive. Though his questions were many, Hilda explained that there was no time to answer them all, and that he should seek her out later if he wished to learn the secrets of the clan and the world. Theo's mind swirled with unfinished questions and half-formed theories, recalling that during the third stage of the awakening ceremony, his father had given him no answers, only the heart's sword. Memories of his father's hatred for regressors resurfaced, mixed with the energy he had sensed from Lobbrock at the time. A realization struck him: the stolen heart of Lobbrock. Perhaps his father had taken it, and perhaps Lobbrock, as an ancient dragon, welcomed regressors. Though a human defeating an ancient dragon seemed impossible, it might be achievable for his father, who was known as a demigod. Theo's gaze shifted to Kyle Ragnar, seated silently on his throne, observing and guarding the secrets of the clan. He knew he had no choice but to uncover the truth. Vanna Ragnar's voice broke through his thoughts, asking if Theo's heart had decided where he would go. Taking a deep breath, Theo steadied himself, resolve firming within him. He raised his voice, declaring with unwavering confidence that his decision had been made. Theo steps forward to declare which side he will choose, leaving the final outcome hanging in suspense. Without hesitation, Remington pledges himself to the Zenith Academy and becomes a disciple of the Zenith Dragon. Theo can't help but think that Remington's choice was influenced by their shared use of the water current breathing technique in their past lives. Unlike his previous life, Remington returns to his Narcio clan to grow stronger and eventually sparks a rebellion against the Ragnar clan. But this time, he does not abandon the Ragnar clan altogether. Theo is certain that this is another opportunity, a second chance brought about by his own actions. The two friends shake hands firmly, exchanging words of encouragement. Theo tells Remington to do his best and promises they will meet again once they've grown stronger. Remington responds with a respectful smile, expressing his anticipation for that future reunion. As expected, Ray returns to the Daffodil Palace, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, resides. It is the perfect place for her. Theo's own followers wish to join him, but their rankings aren't high enough. He feels a pang of regret at having to part with his friends, yet the ceremony concludes. He gazes skyward, silently wishing success for everyone. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. It's Hulkus, who didn't expect to end up in the same unit. By his side is the muscular, imposing Weifu, who had fought with him. Theo smiles, relieved to see new allies, and thanks them for their support back in the second stage. Erica Shy quietly reminds herself that Theo owes her one, thinking that strong men are always useful. Hulkus, like a protective brother, shares the same admiration for strength. As the two bicker good-naturedly, Theo wonders why they suddenly seem so focused on him. A supervisor interrupts, instructing everyone to pay attention. The commander is about to arrive. Regardless, Theo feels a quiet satisfaction. He has joined the most prestigious unit, the ideal place to begin his plans to become clan head, the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. The commander arrives, offering congratulations to the new recruits. Theo notes to himself that he will see Hilda later to settle unresolved questions. Then, the commander asks each recruit to make their declarations. Hulkus enthusiastically declares his ambition to become an awesome dragon. Another recruit shouts that he wants his name to be remembered across the land. Erica proclaims her goal of becoming the strongest in her generation. One by one, the recruits speak, until all eyes turn to Theo, awaiting his words. Before speaking, Theo allows himself a brief moment of reflection, thinking about the great war that will come 5 years from now. Then, with unwavering determination, he announces that he will become the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry within 5 years. The supervisor raises an eyebrow, impressed by Theo's audacity to speak so boldly in front of the commander. Julius laughs heartily, telling Theo that grand dreams belong in a place like this and that he is exactly where he should be. He addresses all the recruits. No matter why they chose this cavalry, one truth remains. Every drop of blood and sweat they shed will be remembered in Ragnar's history. The hardships they endure today will become the pride of tomorrow. Their shields will not break, their swords will not yield, and they will always have their comrades' backs, just as their comrades will have theirs. With a knowing smirk, he concludes that glory awaits those who walk a road forged by blood and sweat, and congratulates them for joining the White Armored Dragon family. As his words echo across the field, a colossal dragon lands behind him, shaking the ground and scattering debris. This flying dragon is the commander's partner. Julius proudly introduces it as Gula, the mighty flying dragon, and the living symbol of the White Armored Dragons. From the sky, multiple dragons descend, their massive forms cutting through the clouds. An old man instructs the students to mount their senior dragons. Climbing onto his own, he announces the start of the admittance test, the moment for each of them to claim their own dragon partner. As he watches the dragons soar gracefully through the air, he marvels at their majesty and wonders if he might be paired with one of his own. His thoughts are interrupted by a familiar voice. It is Evelyn, beaming with delight that he has joined the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Theo, shocked, asks if she is on active duty again. Evelyn smiles, admitting that, in a way, she is. The surprise on Theo's face deepens as he notices her new arm. The scene shifts into a flashback. Theo's mother, accompanied by her own mother, visits Evelyn to express gratitude. Seeing them, Evelyn is taken aback and greets them respectfully. She explains that even without her help, Theo's immense talent would have allowed him to flourish. Theo's mother responds that this might be true, but Evelyn is someone who genuinely trusts and cares for Theo, willing to help without expecting anything in return. Truly one of the most important people in his life. Evelyn, stunned, protests that she is merely a one-armed trainer. Theo's mother elaborates, telling her that light guides the way in darkness. Often, one cannot know how brightly they will shine. But Evelyn is that kind of light, destined to guide Theo. Shocked, Evelyn absorbs these words as the scene shifts back to the present, where she is riding her dragon. She silently thanks Theo and his mother, acknowledging that their guidance allowed her to reclaim her reins and rejoin her squad. Theo reflects that perhaps he should have done this himself earlier, but at least his mother ensured it was done. Evelyn, in turn, expresses her gratitude to Theo once more and pledges her loyalty, not just as a comrade, but in a more personal, devoted way. As they fly across the vast expanse, Theo laughs, enjoying the breathtaking scenery. Eventually, they arrive at a specific location, the White Dragon's Nest, home to the flying wyverns used by the White Dragon unit. Evelyn explains that the unit carries out operations with wyverns, and the introduction ceremony will be held here. To join, Theo must select a partner. He asks if it is possible to join without finding a partner. Evelyn admits it can happen, but it is exceedingly rare. Concerned for his friends, Theo wonders if they would fit in here, but quickly imagines that this would likely not be the case. Evelyn encourages him to explore, explaining that usually one can sense immediately which wyvern will become their partner. Theo first encounters the Opturks, a massive predatory dragon that can grow up to 15 meters long. Next is the poison dragon Avalon, with its sinuous snake-like body and stinger. Then comes the blade dragon Shajika, a calm herbivore that retaliates fiercely if it senses danger. Finally, he observes the velociraptors, agile and intelligent, often hunting in packs and capable of breathing fire. Theo only observes them for now, feeling overwhelmed. Evelyn explains that the wyverns managed by the White Dragon Corps are generally divided into 4 types and asks if Theo feels any connection. Theo, mentally panicking, can only think that he has an eye for a guy, but is unable to perceive it clearly. 6 years after the Great War, a wyvern known as the Shadow Evil Dragon suddenly raided the White Dragon unit. It annihilated over 100 carefully raised wyverns, burned 8 villages, and killed dozens of inspectors. In the end, it was finally subdued by the combined might of the demon dragon and the sword dragon. Its nickname, Lurker, came from its uncanny ability to hide in shadows. Theo considers that this might be the ideal type of partner for him, but instead of choosing it immediately, he searches for the dragon he had in his previous life. Eventually, he spots it, surrounded by multiple wyverns. In one of the peak Julius rested, a voice drew his attention, noting that he seemed unusually happy. It was Pruness. He grinned, then explaining that it would be foolish to not feel joy when a dragon had joined his group. The Pruness responded, pointing out that this was actually a great development, and asked with curiosity if he was considering making Theo the next captain of his unit. She commented on how impressively careful he was with his words, almost as if he were thinking before speaking. He explained that the mouth was often the source of all trouble, hinting that speaking carelessly could bring unnecessary problems. She suspected he might be plotting something bigger than she realized, but he remained confused by her remark. He clarified that Theo had just joined the unit, so he couldn't simply hand him over. The voice reassured him that she was only offering a suggestion, advising that he consider allowing Theo to enroll in 2 roles, a proposal that left him completely stunned. Meanwhile, Theo and Evelyn were observing the blue and white wyvern. Theo asked if she knew the creature, and she explained that it had long been bullied and ostracized. Attempts to protect it had largely failed, likely because it wasn't technically a wyvern. Confused, Theo asked her to clarify, and she revealed that it had been born from a male wyvern, making it a viper. Theo was puzzled, knowing that vipers were first-class monsters that usually lived deep in the forest. Evelyn elaborated that the wyvern's birth had been extraordinary, almost impossible under natural laws. First-class monsters were considered forces of nature, capable of immense destruction, potentially strong enough to damage even the Great Wall. Among these formidable beings, vipers ranked among the strongest. Theo speculated that the wyvern's abilities were tied to its classification, and he found the idea amusing. Evelyn continued, recalling how the creature's arrival had caused a stir in her unit. Initially, she had only observed its nest, but she soon realized that the young wyvern was being rejected. She worried about fully isolating it, knowing that such exclusion could be harmful. Theo saw a reflection of his own life in the creature's struggles and decided that it would become his partner. Without waiting for Evelyn's response, he leapt onto the wyvern, determined to assert his bond. A massive collision of thunder and lightning erupted across the area as Theo propelled himself into the sky, catching Evelyn completely off guard. She cried out, watching him soar with a mixture of exhilaration and determination etched on his face. A glowing system notification appeared before him, revealing that he had unlocked telekinetic abilities. Theo drew numerous swords from his inventory and hurled them in rapid succession at the dragons below. His eyes gleamed with a brilliant blue light as he activated his ability. Blue energy surged around the blades, wrapping them in a radiant aura as they sliced through the air. Leaping onto the flying swords, Theo moved swiftly from one to the next, dashing, jumping, and rolling through the sky with fluid precision as he advanced toward his enemies. Evelyn, astonished, whispered to herself, marveling at how he had mastered telekinesis so skillfully in such a short time. His progress, she noted, was nothing short of extraordinary. The wyverns in the nest reacted to Theo's display, their cries mixing fear and unease. One wyvern, Umbra, bellowed fiercely, its eyes blazing with intense white light. Undeterred, Theo focused on Umbra, recalling the ridicule he had endured in the past. Others had questioned whether he was truly a Ragnar, mocking his ineptitude and even calling him a bastard. A flicker of fire crossed his expression, and sparks of blue energy sizzled around him. Summoning his power, he activated his Thunder Dragon breathing technique. The air around him crackled with energy. The wyverns sensed Theo's overwhelming strength and instinctively shrank back in terror. Some of them panicked, flailing and attempting to flee in disjointed, frantic bursts. Watching them retreat, Theo's expression hardened. He thought to himself that bullies were nothing more than cowards hiding behind masks. Umbra, however, remained tense and uneasy, and Theo quickly called out, checking if the wyvern was all right. The dragon responded with a low growl, a mixture of fear and defiance, before letting out a sharp cry as he prepared to take flight. Noticing Umbra's apprehension, Theo promised to wait, giving him space while remaining close enough to intervene if necessary. Evelyn observed the exchange and cautioned Theo that Umbra was on edge, warning that approaching him now would be difficult. She advised patience, suggesting he give the wyvern time and try again later. But Theo was resolute, insisting that his presence was precisely what Umbra needed at that moment. He wondered aloud why the wyvern stayed near the nest despite being shunned, reflecting that emotional wounds were far more difficult to bear than physical ones. Concerned, he asked Evelyn to help him locate Umbra, reasoning that the injured creature could not have traveled far. High in the mountains, Umbra appeared exhausted and startled, his movements sharp and defensive. Theo approached a glowing rock that cast a bright light over the area. He recalled that many had tried to tame Umbra before, but all attempts had failed. The commander, standing nearby with a sharp gaze and firm voice, noted that Umbra was extremely wary of humans, and his current weakened state made the task even more challenging. He instructed Evelyn to fetch something to feed the wyvern, giving Theo a moment to focus on building trust. Determined, Theo unleashed his ability, Lesser Drake's Fear, while Umbra instinctively countered with its own, Wyvern's Fear. The wyvern let out a deafening roar, and Theo took a step forward. Umbra mirrored his movement. Theo advanced again, and the wyvern followed, matching his every motion. Carefully, Theo began to heal Umbra, gently applying a vial of healing potion onto his body. He spoke softly to reassure him, easing the pain and letting Umbra feel that he meant no harm. The wyvern appeared confused, uncertain how to react. Theo sensed the depth of his emotions, the rage at the herd that had cast him out, the sorrow of rejection, the lingering attachment, and the unbearable loneliness that had plagued him for so long. His feelings toward Theo were just as conflicted, wary of this stranger offering kindness, yet secretly hoping not to be abandoned. Gently touching Umbra's face, Theo reassured him that he would not turn his back. Then, reaching into his inventory, he produced a gem, knowing it would capture Umbra's attention. The wyvern's eyes lit up as he stared at it, clearly captivated. Theo offered the gem as a gift, telling Umbra that if he followed him, more treasures awaited. Umbra gave a nervous yet intrigued look at Theo's offer. Sensing its hesitation, Theo added with a grin that he'd heard Umbra disliked reins and saddles. He promised to craft one specially for it, adorned with gleaming gems, elegant and flashy enough to stand out. With a confident tone, he mentioned that he could even get one from Kirsten himself. But in that moment, Umbra responded with a thunderous roar and a decisive nod, showing trust and acceptance. A blue system notification appeared before Theo. He had acquired a new skill, Wyvern Taming at rank C, with a mastery increase of 1%. This mastery would now help him gain more trust from tamed dragons and provide a 10% power boost to both rider and mount. Right then, Evelyn arrived, having just finished hunting the two bulls Theo had asked for. As she approached, her eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her. Theo had managed to tame Umbra. He stood beside the mighty wyvern, smiling brightly, while Umbra returned the gesture with a calm, almost appreciative look. Shocked, Evelyn asked how he had done it, since Umbra had never opened up to anyone before. Still resting a hand on Umbra, Theo turned to her with a warm smile and greeted her casually. A little later, Umbra was happily devouring the bulls Evelyn had brought. Theo thanked her sincerely for the food. Still curious, Evelyn pressed again, wanting to know how he had managed to tame such a proud creature. Theo simply replied that he had tended to the wound in Umbra's heart. Evelyn stared at him in surprise. Umbra, as if to confirm Theo's words, offered him a piece of meat as a friendly gesture. Theo chuckled and politely declined, saying he had already eaten. Evelyn couldn't help but smile, thinking to herself that Theo wasn't just good at charming people. He could even charm a wyvern. Her astonishment grew as she realized what had just happened. Umbra had acknowledged Theo as his partner, offering his neck and back as a symbol of trust. Her shock quickly turned to panic when Theo, calm and confident, moved to mount Umbra. She shouted in alarm, reminding him that even if Umbra had accepted him as a partner, he had no flight training. Riding a dragon without reins or a saddle was extremely dangerous, and taking off like that was effectively a one-way ticket to disaster. Theo, unfazed, reassured her with a confident grin, promising that he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. A system window appeared, automatically activating the wyvern taming skill to compensate for his lack of riding experience. With that, Theo and Umbra ascended into the sky, gliding gracefully. Evelyn watched them soar, torn between awe and concern. Theo, smiling as he took in the view, realized that Umbra wanted to show him something, and he decided to go along, trusting his partner completely. As they flew, Theo's mind turned over an unsettling thought. Something about Umbra's transformation did not sit right. How had a pure-hearted dragon become the fearsome entity known as the evil shadow dragon? Theo and Umbra eventually reached a vast waterfall where a swirling mass of black energy had begun to form, radiating a dark and ominous presence. Behind the cascading water lay a hidden entrance to a cave. Inside, the cavern shimmered with beauty. The walls were embedded with countless luminous crystals, and clusters of glowing flowers bloomed in the dim light. As they ventured deeper, Theo observed his surroundings with curiosity. Despite having operated in the winter mountains as a black snow agent, he was surprised to find a crystal cave hidden beside a waterfall. While walking through the chamber, his eyes caught sight of a peculiar flower. Recognizing it immediately, he plucked it from the ground, and understanding dawned on him. This was how Umbra had become the Shadowvile dragon in his previous life. Umbra had fed on these very plants. The flower, known as the ghost spirit flower, was an extremely rare specimen that grew near the depths of the Sea of Malice. It thrived by absorbing pure demonic energy infused with moonlight, making it a priceless elixir for demonic creatures and fiends. As Theo held the flower in his hand, a vibrant golden energy sparkled from it. He noted that dragons and demons possessed opposing natures, and he began to wonder how Umbra could have absorbed such energy. Recognizing the danger, Theo decided that the flowers should be destroyed later. Umbra, however, became visibly uneasy and hissed in protest. Theo reassured it that he had no intention of harming the crystals within the cave. Just as he turned his attention back, something caught his eye. A human figure chained to the wall. The surface around the body was engraved with strange markings. Moving closer, Theo discovered that it was a corpse, preserved unnaturally well despite having been dead for at least a decade. He crouched beside it, studying the body closely. The lack of decay suggested an incredibly high level of magical power, and the freezing temperature of the cave had likely preserved it further. Theo deduced that the person must have been a powerful martial expert who had somehow died while bound in this place. He made a mental note to return and investigate further later. Turning back, Theo prepared to dispose of the ghost spirit flowers first, but before he could act, the corpse's eyes suddenly glowed red. In an instant, it came to life and lunged forward, shouting the name Kyle. Theo froze at the sound, startled that the corpse had uttered his father's name. Before it could reach him, Umbra swiftly attacked, pinning the reanimated corpse to the ground. The corpse screamed again, calling out both Kyle and Robert, then tried to bite Umbra. Theo's eyes widened in alarm as he realized Umbra was in danger. Acting instinctively, he threw his arm in the way, shielding the wyvern from the attack. The corpse's teeth sank deep into Theo's arm, blood spurting from the wound as the creature continued to shout the same names in rage. Theo gritted his teeth through the pain, recognizing the names, one belonging to his father, the other to the black dragon. The realization sent a chill down his spine. At that moment, Evelyn arrived and unleashed her skill, Blade Barrage, striking the corpse and forcing it to release Theo. He fell to the ground, weak and bleeding, as Evelyn rushed to his side, asking if he was all right. Lying on the cold floor, Theo apologized for troubling her, but a sudden jolt of excruciating pain coursed through his body. The toxin spreading from the wound was infused with demonic energy, rapidly draining his strength. Evelyn panicked and prepared to transport him to headquarters immediately, but Umbra suddenly blocked her path and pushed her back. Confused, Evelyn demanded to know what Umbra was doing, but Theo stopped her, calling out weakly and asking her to wait. Looking at Umbra, Theo sensed that it had a solution. The wyvern nodded in response. Despite Evelyn's protests and insistence on getting proper medical treatment, Theo decided to trust Umbra. Barely conscious, he explained that a poison mixed with demonic energy had less than a 30% survival rate, even with professional treatment, and he chose to place his faith in Umbra's method instead. He recalled that, in his previous life, Umbra had evolved into a Class 2 demonic fiend after consuming ghost spirit flowers. It was likely that Umbra had encountered a similar corpse before, and as a result, had learned to subdue demonic energy and corpse toxins. With a faint smile, Theo urged Evelyn to trust Umbra's judgment. Panicked, but willing to help, Evelyn watched as Umbra began searching the cave. The wyvern bit off a ghost spirit flower, then shattered several crystals and presented them to Evelyn. From its gestures, she deduced that Umbra wanted her to blend the ingredients and feed the mixture to Theo. After a brief moment of hesitation, Evelyn resolved to follow through. Channeling her energy, she crushed the materials together. A purple glow enveloped her hands as she created a liquid mixture, which she then carefully poured into Theo's mouth. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a faint blue light began to pulse from Theo's chest, the glow of his dragon heart. Blue energy radiated from his body, spreading outward as Evelyn watched in astonishment. The mixture was working. Soon after, golden lightning sparked across his skin, and the color of his magic began to shift in unpredictable patterns. Evelyn, bewildered, had never seen such a phenomenon before. Moments later, Theo's body erupted with a surge of overwhelming energy that shook the entire cavern. Cracks appeared along his skin as his eyes turned pure white. A system window materialized before him, displaying the message, "Commencing body cleansing, purification in progress." As the process continued, another message appeared, "Obtaining trait, Evil Shadow Dragon." Elsewhere, in a distant location, Julius received an urgent report from one of his subordinates. The subordinate confirmed that the information had been verified by Black Snow, with an 89% accuracy rate. Upon hearing this, Julius slammed his hand onto the table, shattering it in fury. Gritting his teeth, he muttered that, although he had anticipated bad news, this outcome was far beyond his expectations. Captain Trainer Isvan of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry's 5th Platoon, along with all 15 of his accompanying men, had perished in battle. The phenomenon within Theo's body, known as inner cleanse, was a process that eliminated impurities from the body and reconstructed the constitution into one capable of storing immense magical power. Normally, it required several powerful mages working for days, and even then, it was only effective for individuals under the age of 5. Yet, by a series of extraordinary coincidences, this impossible transformation had occurred within Theo. The severe poisoning in his body, the fusion of the immense demonic energy within the toxin, the ancient magic condensed in the ghost spirit flowers, and Umbra's instinctive creation of the antidote had all aligned perfectly. The convergence of these rare circumstances resulted in Theo's miraculous transformation. Rather than being rejected or destroyed by the demonic poison, he absorbed its essence, allowing a complete transformation. As the swirling vortex of dark energy finally faded, Theo gasped, racked with shock and pain, yet simultaneously overwhelmed by the immense surge of power that now coursed through him. Evelyn's voice trembled with both worry and relief as she asked if he was all right. Kneeling beside him, her hand hovered uncertainly over him, concern etched deeply across her face. Theo, weak but conscious, gave a faint smile. He softly reassured her, apologizing for making her worry. Evelyn looked dazed but visibly relieved until a blue-bordered system window materialized before Theo, displaying his updated status. Theo Ragnar, age 17, male. Title, Flash Tiger. Designation, the greatest prodigy in a millennium. Talents, Ragnar Physique, player. As he surveyed the mystical cave around them, Theo observed that the crystals were condensed forms of pure energy. Their diluted toxicity, he realized, had acted as a medicine instead of a poison. Turning to Umbra, he expressed gratitude for trusting him, then stated calmly that Ragnar's already perfected physique had now attained 3 new traits: purification, rebirth, and phantom dragon. He raised his fist with quiet determination, declaring that his rate of growth from this point onward would be beyond imagination. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his focus to the question now pressing on his mind. Who was the old man? His gaze moved toward a skeletal figure suspended by chains nearby. He and Evelyn approached the wall behind the corpse, where faint carvings were etched into the stone. Theo asked what it was, and Evelyn replied that something was written there, like a journal. Squinting at the faded markings, Theo noted that only a master craftsman could have engraved such fine but precise lettering. The words told a grim story of a man consumed by vengeance. They mentioned Kyle and Robert, who had once defeated the writer. Shocked, Theo and Evelyn continued reading as the entries revealed that the writer's body had begun to fail, his mana core likely damaged by Robert's attack. In desperation to survive, he had consumed a ghost shade, but it was killing him, driving him into blackouts as his demonic nature gradually took control. The writing grew weaker, filled with despair and resignation. The man confessed that there was no hope left. In his final act, he decided to melt his cherished jade serpent blade and use it to bind himself, hoping that someone would one day discover this place and fulfill his wish for revenge.